Let me just blast off real quick. Okay. Let me just do this. Saturday Funday. The Dersh comes out as pro pedo once again. White boy jihad summer continues. Kneecap gets censored by BBC, leading to hilarious Glastonbury chants. Light news, react, Lord, and more. Get in now. New boy, hell yeah. I'm gonna watch the Bob Dylan video. Calm down. All right, who has the blast off? Give me the blast off, please. Peter Thiel is the Antichrist is a good one too. I want to watch that too. Give me something good. Okay, that one is stupid. I like it. This one is stupid. I like it. Okay. All right, here it is, folks. Let's go. We're live. We're alive. Boom, boom, boom. Blasting off, going crazy with it, going crazy style, busting it down, sexual style. We are live. We are alive. Let's go. Would love a bump for the Stop Killing Games initiative. It's on games preservation and ownership. Sure. I'll watch Steiny and Adam Friedland as well. Two of my goats. Two of my besties coming together and thriving together. You guys look like boy band. You guys look like a boy band. I thought you said you guys look like boy in a band. This motherfucker debate lord is so hard he had to revert on stream. Wait, what? POV Islam oppresses women. The truth hit harder than he expected. Unexpected ending. Wait, what?
If a woman does not cover her head, we should shave her hair. What do you think about that?
That's pretty insane. I think that pretty much affirms why I don't follow Islam at that point.
That's why you wouldn't follow Islam, right?
Yeah, that sounds insane.
Okay, if I said to you that Islam teaches that the woman doesn't have any right for divorce. So even if the husband beats her or whatever, maybe if he cheats on her, maybe, but she doesn't have any ground for divorce. And if she's divorced, she cannot marry anyone else. What would you think if Islam teaches that?
That makes okay. So see, now I see why the article said that the Middle East.
Okay, I already know what he's doing because I know what he's doing. He's trapping him. This is not Islam. He's gonna be like, what if I were to tell you this is the practice within Christianity? Like, would that change your perspective about? Yeah, because that's the trap. You can divorce in Islam, and when you do, it's like open season. Actually, you have like full freedom as a woman, beyond the point of divorce.
East had the higher rate of violence. It's because of that.
Not that people follow it. I'm just saying, like, even in the
these teachings, right? What if I say to you the Quran? Wait, step by step. What if I tell you the Quran teaches that women should remain silent? They shouldn't teach a man because a man is their higher authority. They should remain quiet in places of worship. And because the man was formed first, he's greater than them. Okay? And they are lesser beings from that sense. He's the head of them. And they need to be quiet and not teach a man or assume authority over a man. What would you think about that as well? On top of what I said to you. I want your honest opinion. Unfiltered, honest opinion.
Completely. I personally refute that. But I remember seeing something like that in the Bible specifically. And if they both say that, then I can't really refute that.
But the other things as well you didn't like about the covering the head and all of these things. You said that's why you would not follow Islam, right?
That explains why the Middle East has a higher rate of violence, like the study said. So I think that
perfect.
Middle East has a higher rate of violence due to Islam, not due to direct violence in the form of boots on the ground, warfare, invasions, destabilizations, a steady sequence of war. That is the only thing people know in the region. That's not the reason for violence. It's actually the fucking religion that is the second most popular religion that's slated to overtake the number one most popular religion. It's just so odd because it doesn't happen anywhere else where there are a fuck ton of Muslims, just in the areas where America chooses to invade, areas in close proximity to Israel.
Perfect. Do you know I was just quoting the Bible to you and the Quran doesn't say any of that? Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I guess that's it, kind of. Yeah, I told my friend that if you refuted all my questions that I would convert. So I guess now I have to do that. I didn't think you would actually do it. So
what?
But
okay, خلاص, let's do it then, inshallah. Are you sure you're doing this?
Yeah. I bought this today. I told him that if you were able to refute all my questions, that I would convert, but I didn't think you'd actually do it. So
this is so fake, dude. Get out of here. Yeah, this isn't real. This kind of shit is so dumb. Okay, dude, that's fake as hell. By the way, my field correspondent, Alexander Lol Overruled, is actually at this moment calling me. He's not calling me. I'm calling him. Let's see if he picks up the call, but I'm waiting on him. My field correspondent, Alexander Lol Overruled, is at an event right now, and I'm calling him, the people's lawyer. Okay, he didn't pick up. I'm gonna hang up, and then I'm gonna text him. Yeah, if Middle East equals bad because of Islam, then Indonesia would be hell since itself is the most populated Muslim country. Yeah. Paris Fashion Week. Oh, speaking of Paris Fashion Week, I do have some. Shouts out to Prada, which is something I never thought I would say, but they sent me, and this is not a fucking ad. They sent me these shoes, the shoes that I'm wearing. They sent me because they're fucking unveiling one of their older shoes, one of their older sneakers for, I guess, Fashion Week runway, and I'm rocking them today. I'm a fashion influencer. Unk is a fashion influencer. A lot of you guys don't know. It is pretty crazy how many fucking designer fashion houses will send me shit. I don't understand why, but Prada is a Hasanabi head. I saw Marlon walking the runway for Willy Chavaria, which is sick. I love that brand. I've talked about them a lot. And, maybe one day they'll ask me to do it. Probably not. Because you say it on stream for free. I know, but like the funniest part is people are always like, oh, but people are worried about your politics. It's like, no, these fucking major brands don't give a shit, seemingly. I mean, I've had other, I won't reveal which. I have said no to collaborations with some other big fashion houses in the past because I didn't think it was a good brand fit. But like I've been invited to do Fashion Week before, not like walk the runway or anything, but just like go and sit at Fashion Week. Capitalist, let's send rich people free stuff. Thank you, dude. Nice idea. Why do rich people receive free shit? It's literally because other people see me wearing it and then they're like, oh, I want to get those shoes. They're sick. How many people ask? How many people ask like, what glasses are you wearing? What are you wearing? What is this? What is that? I got problems with Willie, bro. Is selling the Chicano culture for money is kind of fucked up, but some pieces are so sick, so I'm cooked. Listen, I don't give a fuck, dude. That one Adidas like pullover that he has, the Adidas collab pullover that he has, the Willie with the Mexican flag is so sick. I want that shit so bad. And yeah, this is not a gift. They send this stuff so I wear it, and then people go, what is he wearing? And then they find out either organically or through me directly when I where I like will say it. Will say what I'm wearing. Also, no, Willy Chavaria is the GOAT. He last Fashion Week, he literally had a UFW, a UFW fit. Get the fuck out of here. That dude is amazing. Are you kidding me? Did you guys not remember? Like that was last Fashion Week, right? I talked about it. Yeah. Look how sick this is. Dior did not come to play around. The menswear is fire this year. So many creative directors are fans of you. That's true. That is true, literally. This chatter needs Hasanabi's glasses. Oh my God, why does it have 22,000 views? Yeah, this was such a long sequence. I had to ban this motherfucker instead of explaining what it was. Did you see Willie's CCOT recognition this year for Fashion Week? Yeah, I did. That's what I was saying. Willy Chavaria is the GOAT, dude. Look. When you're a fucking major designer, okay, you have a limited opportunity to make an impact. And he is straight up using the maximum attention that he has at fucking Fashion Week, at the Paris runway show. For everyone, like everyone has a different role to play, as I've said, right? And for him, this is his opportunity. So when he has the spotlight on him, this is what he chooses to do. So yeah, don't disrespect the GOAT. Willie Cheveria is the man. And I'm not saying that because he linked up with Marlon. Clip channels a while, like a month ago, there was a 20-minute argument with the chatter right at the beginning of a stream. Background music still playing. It got 100K views in a couple days. Nice. Yeah, Marlon officially becomes the first streamer to walk in Paris Fashion Week, walking with Willie Cheveria in Paris, which is sick. That's dope. Shouts out. That's a huge fucking. That's huge. That's actually dope. Wait, no. Are my eyes deceiving me? Is that James fucking Harden? What is going? Okay, I only saw Marlon. I did not realize. I'm sorry. What is that, James Harden? Please, is that? I don't want to. Oh my god, his model walk is so ass, bro. Holy shit, bro is doing everything but winning a championship. God forbid a man has hobbies. I mean, James Harden is fucking. God damn, that shit is so sick. I need this. This is the one I need. There's another one with like the Mexican flag colors as well. That's even cool. What is this? Hype beast shit? Okay, everybody, why is it that we are not allowed? Like, why is it that no one is allowed to have any hobbies beyond whatever your immediate fucking hobbies are? Imagine, yeah, that was Marlon. Imagine if I was like, you come in here and you're like, oh, look at this Warhammer 40K figurine that I painted. And I'm like, fuck you, nerd. Fucking, you suck. I bet you smell bad, you know? Every time you have like a little thing that you enjoy, okay? And I was just like, fucking burn it with fire. Like, calm down, man. And then every time we talk about anything that's not like immediately political, even though this one has a political slant associated with it as well, people will just like find a way to instantly write essays about how fashion is actually disgusting, it's exploitative, it ruins the planet, it's just like the worst possible thing, it's expensive, it's garbage. It's like, I know, man, I know all of it. I don't give a shit. Okay. First of all, there's not a single industry that doesn't have the exact same fucking litany of ethical complications and exploitative practices. And the way I see it is like, it's just art, man. It's just another way to do some kind of artistic expression. Calm down, you know? Don't make me pull out my Dark Angel Space Marines miniature. Don't do it. Speaking of gaming, a lot of good games on Steam summer sale. Yeah. Can't wait to convert all of those. Can't wait to convert all those $5 games to 0 hours played. That's what Steam summer sale turns into. Like I saw that meme. What is this? This fabled Marlboro Cancun jacket has been in my Pinterest board for ages. Give us a hand. That is fire. That's a fire jacket. I bet you can only fucking get that if you smoke. If you smoke enough lung darts. If you're just fucking chiefing cartons full of Marlboros. What is this? Yeah, my body's a machine that turns special promotion $4.99 add to cart into 0 minutes of playtime. Last played never. Can we talk about your crazy lifting from this morning, please? No, I'm fucking so fat. Dude, I haven't been uploading a lot of lift footage because I'm so goddamn fat. Like, not even low-key, but high-key. But this morning I did. I hit 405. I hit 405 with such ease that I was like, you know what? I hit 405 with such ease that I was like, I'm going to go up more with the conventional.
So I'm definitely going higher. Kids, don't waste your energy. No, just waste it. What?
So he was like, my coach was like, don't go higher. I did. But I couldn't do it. I failed. Too big of a jump. Went from 405 because I was hitting it so easily that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hit 445, and I failed. 40 pounds is still too big of a jump. That right there was the hardest part of it. Like, I already had pushed it through the hardest part of it. I just couldn't fucking push it further. Why did you jump 40? Because on the 405, I could have done a lot more than I had done. Like, I could have repped it then and there, but I was like, because it was so easy, I thought I could do a bigger jump than what I normally would do. A normal jump in that situation would have been 420 to 425 range from 405. But I got too hungry for it and then I failed. But it's all good. We'll get back to it. For a lot of people, the lockout is the hardest part of the conventional. Never ego lift. I mean, I'm safe. Like, I play it safe. I have knee straps. Okay. I have the knee pads on. I have wraps on my I have wraps on my hands for additional pull. I have the belt on. Why do you get injured so often though? First of all, I'm fucking 33. I'm 33 years old. React to Legal Mindset's video. Bet you won't, lol. What's Legal Mindset? In this house, we only watch the Legal Eagle team. Did you cover Liver King getting arrested? I did. Probably more comfortable pulling sumo based on her proportions. I feel like sumo is eh. How long have you been training? For a long time. Brother, why do you act like 3372? First of all, I'm double jointed, okay? Which means my joints are stretchy, okay? Which means that they're weaker, and when I'm putting a lot of weight, I end up sometimes hurting myself, which is why I have to do a lot of additional lifts to make sure that I am not injuring myself. Okay? Having said that, I will say I think I do pretty well, all things considered, even with all of those complications. And I try to make sure that I am as safe as possible when I'm lifting. And ultimately, it's a steady increase in my maximum amount of weight that I'm putting up. And for my age, for my experience, I think I'm doing fine. I'm doing all right. Every now and then when I play basketball, however, of course, there's going to be some injuries. That's where the injury comes from, though. My ankle is dusted because of basketball, but I don't let that kind of stuff get me down, you know? I don't let that kind of stuff get in the way. I still continue moving, and that's what I've been doing these past 2 weeks, and my ankle is slowly but surely and steadily getting better. I think you're carrying too much bulk for basketball. Yeah. Check Nandre. I know the world's on fire, but when is Haas Gaming Night Rain with us and Will happening? The people yearn. I'm down. Maybe later. Most injuries happen in dynamic environments. Lifting has one of the lowest injury rates. Yeah. Can you explain the jersey arc? I want to wear more color. All right. What is this? FaZe Lacey says the only reason he supports Donald Trump is for the money, which is...
This is what you supported. You said you wanted Trump. Listen, bro.
I thought he didn't vote. I thought he didn't even actually end up voting.
The reason I wanted Trump was because I wanted to make more money. All right, that's why. I'm gonna say it. At least I'm honest. I don't give a fuck. At least I'm not sitting here lying. I don't give a fuck who's the president. I want to make more money. I'm a greedy bitch. Okay? At least I'm saying it. I've been saying it from day one. Now tell me why I ordered an $8,000 exhaust, and then a week after I order it, I get a call. You gotta pay a 57% tariff on it. What? I gotta pay an extra over $3,000 when I already paid $8,000 on a fucking tariff. I don't even know what a fucking tariff is.
Classic Trump supporter mindset. This is all too common. I heard his takes about how the ICE stuff is like unacceptable, really fucked up. And that he was saying that he didn't actually vote for Trump. That he supported Trump, but he didn't actually vote for Trump. Some shit like that. I don't know. I mean, listen, whatever peels people away from that kind of mindset, I'm happy to take. He should report that company. They should not be passing those costs off to consumers. That's crazy. Good luck. Isn't this the guy Bradley Martin slapped? No, that's Stable Ronaldo. You don't need to protect your friends all the time. That's a lazy L. No, it is. It is a L. I really have no idea what FaZe is, but I would only trust Jason with my trade to FaZe out. Would you ever do an IRL stream with the girly pops going to a Pilates class? It's always fun content seeing weightlifting guys trying Pilates. Ooh, yeah, I could do that. All right, let's see this. Muslim socialist mayor, Republican mom reacts.
When I first saw that New York nominated a Muslim socialist to be the Democratic nominee for the New York City mayor, my very first thought was, this is what you get. When
is that a Brindle Great Dane?
Mayor to be
I know this is not the point, but is that a
the
brindle Great
Democratic
Dane? I've
nominee
never
for
seen one
the
like
New York
that.
City mayor.
No, that's not a Great
My very
Dane.
first thought.
Never mind. What kind of dog is that?
Very first thought was New York City mayor. My very first thought.
Bro, lock in. No, it's like a greyhound, but it's brindle. But it's also much larger than a regular greyhound. It's like Great Dane
This is what you
size.
get.
What is that dog, bro?
And the country elects a lunatic like Trump swinging so far to the right, you're going to overcorrect swinging way too far to the left. But when I started actually listening to him, he's making a lot of sense. And I don't think he's socialist when we think, oh, paranoia, communism. It's not that at all. He's looking at actual issues that are facing New York City, which is the most unaffordable city in America to live in. Like, rather than give $60 million to the big grocery store chains, there's a lot of empty space in New York. So he's going to spend half as much, but give that money to local grocers where they won't have to pay rent, they won't have to pay taxes, and they can actually provide lower cost groceries to the local community. And buses, free. Well, most buses are ridden by working people that have lower income. So
I don't believe this woman is a Republican. Sorry. I don't believe it. And the reason why I don't believe it is because she's demonstrating empathy. And Republicans are entirely incapable of demonstrating empathy. So there is 0% chance that this person is still currently a Republican. It's a big part of being a Republican. A big part of the Republican mindset is an overall refusal to demonstrate empathy unless it's like something happening to you directly. So I'm having a hard time believing this. She's way too articulate. No, there are wine moms that look exactly like this, that sound exactly like this, that live in houses that look exactly like this, that can speak clearly on their POV. Okay. I just don't like the vibes, the house, the wine, her clarity, all of that stuff can be Republican coded. Having said that, however, I think there is something here that's not adding up. And the thing that's not adding up is she has empathy for the working poor. Like, she has an opinion, like she understands what other people are going through.
Oh, like, nobody rides the bus because they want to. That's not a luxury. He wants to freeze spiraling rent costs. He wants to take over properties that are not being.
She's also far too knowledgeable on the actual policies as well. This
really
is just
maintained by the landlords. But he really wants to do things for his constituents that will have a meaningful, immediate impact. He's only 33 years old, so he's not yet in anybody's pocket, and he's not afraid. He wants to raise minimum wage to $30 an hour, which seems like an outrageous amount of money, but it's New York City, and that's $30 an hour is about $65,000 a year. People who work in the service industry shouldn't have to commute 2 hours because they cannot afford to live anywhere in the city that they are working in. Frankly, I don't give a shit what party you belong to or what color your skin is. I don't give a shit if you're a freaking Martian. I care about what your policies are and what your...
Yeah, no, far too informed. You can't fool me on this. Here, let's see what the average Republican... Let's see what an actual Republican supporting Zoran looks like. An actual Republican that's not really a Republican at all, but just simply embodying whatever the Republican collective hive mind in the chat is saying.
Stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr.
You got my vote. There it is.
There it is.
It's that simple. There's a lot of things I disagree with this guy about, but
like what?
At least...
Like what? What are the disagreements? What is the well thought out, reasonable disagreements that you have? I want to know. There it is. There it is, dude.
He's actually trying, right? Yeah, he's got the right answer. They're openly saying, yes, we're going to go over to Israel. You think this guy's so horrible? Then stop putting up people that put Israel ahead of the United States. As a show of force and as a show of protest. It's a show of defiance. It is a show of defiance. It is a protest vote. It is a few. It is a no, I'm not going to sit inside.
Tide shifting, boys. Tide is shifting. Remember, Zoran and I are in agreement on virtually everything. And Asmongold has spent the last year talking about how I should be deported, I should be arrested, I should go to jail permanently, I shouldn't be able to say the things that I'm saying, all this stuff. And now he's like, yep, there it is. I wonder what changed. Perhaps the tides are shifting and someone is recognizing that because they have one ear to the ground always.
Of this little box that you put me in, I'm gonna go off the rails, and unless you want to follow me, you're gonna lose. Stop giving us candidates that prioritize Israel over New York City. New York City's a PvP server. There's crazy people everywhere in New York City.
What the fuck? What is, okay, cool. I'm telling you, dude. Yeah, someone that disagrees with you on like 99% of shit, even on Gaza, can agree on Zoran. Interesting. No, there is definitely a growing resentment towards Democrats in particular, but just like all politicians and their unlimited loyalty and support to Israel that is very frustrating to Americans, especially Americans that are experiencing all of this instability, right? If you're an American and you feel like your cities are run like shit, and the only thing that your politicians seemingly care about is fucking Israel, then yeah, of course you're going to be mad. Of course you're going to be like, I don't like this. What the hell is going on? This is dumb as hell. What the hell is this? So I get that. For sure. There is definitely a common Mamdani to Trump voter right here. This is it. Look at this. Working class Hispanic neighborhoods where Zoran Mamdani performed well in the 2025 Democratic primary, they shifted significantly to the right in the 2024 general election. Zoran Mamdani also outperformed Andrew Cuomo in a lot of black neighborhoods as well, like overwhelmingly black neighborhoods, like significantly higher percentage of black people in some neighborhoods in New York than the rest of the country. We're talking like 40%, 40% black neighborhoods. 45% black neighborhoods, and Zoran Mamdani won those districts. He won those neighborhoods. So the idea that like oh, black people aren't fucking with him, blah blah blah, all this shit is stupid. It's fake. It's nonsensical. It's bullshit. Having said that, there is still definitely a reliable older boomer voting bloc, especially in places like New York, that is overwhelmingly going to go for the establishment pick, whatever the establishment pick is, whatever the television is saying is like the good choice here. And they definitely went for Cuomo, but it wasn't enough to carry him across the finish line. And Zoran was able to basically pick enough voters from that constituency. But having said that, I think those guys will go for the Democrat. They're straight ticket Democrat voters, reliable Democrat voters. And I highly doubt Andrew Cuomo and all of the media initiatives that might back Andrew Cuomo, all the moneyed interests that might back Andrew Cuomo are going to be able to turn around and get those voters to vote for an independent line when they have been straight ticket, straight line Democrat voters. Remember, these guys are Democrat machine turnout voters, okay? Very, very difficult to take them off the pro-Democrat ticket. This was something that I always talked about. If Bernie was to ever be able to make it out the primary, where the Democrat machine turnout will work against him, all of those votes that are reliable blue votes would always vote for him anyway. Those are the people who vote for Kamala Harris, or those are the people who vote for Joe Biden because they're told to vote for Joe Biden. Those are the real vote blue no matter who people. And the real vote blue no matter who people are not going to stray away. They're not going to get off the Democrat ticket, which is like the argument I always made is this. There is a likelihood that someone who voted for Bernie Sanders might not vote for Joe Biden. Okay. That's not a given, but there is no likelihood. There is no likelihood whatsoever that someone who voted for Joe Biden in the primaries is not going to vote for Bernie Sanders in the general. None. The notion that people are going to say, nah, this guy's too progressive for me, can't do it. That does not exist in the establishment Democrat turnout machine. Wouldn't be so sure in municipal politics where another Dem is running. Remember India Walton? No, that's different. You're talking about an incumbent mayor in Buffalo. Okay? You're talking about an incumbent mayor in Buffalo. That's very different. It's a much, much easier one to tackle. Zoran has national prominence at this point, and New York is like 70-30 Democrat. New York City, specifically, is 70-30 Democrat. All of the establishment Democrats that might go to Andrew Cuomo won't go to Andrew Cuomo if he's not on if he's not on the Democrat ticket. There will be some, but I don't think it'll be enough to move the needle. That's my point. A big part of why the incumbent mayor who's running on the independent ticket is deeply unpopular is also because he is pro-Trump. He is now basically working at the behest of Trump because he is compromised. Ironically enough, Andrew Cuomo is also just as compromised as Eric Adams is. So all of these reasons are why Zoran's chances are fairly decent. Now, this doesn't mean that Zoran can do this alone, especially if the establishment Democrat and all of the media work against them actively from this point on until the general. Obviously, that will make the chances much harder. But having said that, I think as long as the Democrat machine doesn't try to fuck over Zoran, things will be good. But having said that, I have seen a little bit of that. I have seen a little bit of that fuck Zoran stuff happening. Like one of the best examples that the Democrats might actually still rat fuck him. Okay. One of the examples that I would use is the fact that a lot of the Democrats in New York are just congratulating him on his victory, but not endorsing him. Okay. That's a little bit dangerous. Daniel Goldman is a good example of this. Okay. His district went to Zoran. Daniel Goldman came out and said this. Assemblymember Zoran Mamdani ran an energized campaign that elevated the most pressing issues facing our city, affordability and the cost of living. Yesterday, Zoran and I met to discuss those issues that we agree on, as well as other critical ones where we do not. Zoran and I share a desire to lift up vulnerable New Yorkers and make the city more affordable and safe. To that end, I explain why the Jewish New Yorkers feel unsafe in the city, and that as he continues his campaign, he must not only condemn anti-Jewish hate and calls for violence, but make clear that as mayor, he would take proactive steps to protect all New Yorkers and make us secure. Something that Zoran has fucking mentioned far too much, more than he should. Okay, more than he should. He shouldn't have to constantly talk about how he's going to protect all Jews. I'm sorry. Like, that's a policy that he has. He has an anti-Semitism task force that he wants to fucking fund. Great. I don't have an issue with that. But at a certain point, if this is the only point that you want him to fucking drive home over and over again, it's pretty obvious that this is a racist point of contention that you have. He has made his position clear. Okay. Not only has he made his position clear, but fucking Daniel Goldman's constituents have heard his position and have obviously responded positively to it. Not sure how many more times Zoran Mamdani has to say those exact words over and over again, Dan. I guess you aren't willing to support the Democratic nominee. Our district has spoken. I hope you listen. I appreciate Zoran's willingness to reach out to me, to engage, and to listen, and I look forward to continuing the dialogue about our mutual desire to move this city in a positive direction. Yeah. He wants to do 800% increase in hate crime prevention funding. It's not just about anti-Semitism. It's about across the board everything. Okay? The problem is a lot of the pro-Israel crowd understands that when you say you want to do 800% increase in hate crime prevention, that doesn't mean the type of quote-unquote hate crime prevention you want to do, which is the ADL-style hate crime prevention, which is not even a real hate crime prevention initiative at all. It's just simply finding people that say, even jokingly, oh, it's white boy Sharia summer, or New York City is going to be implementing Sharia law, and then going, you have to go to jail. That's a hate crime. Why? Because it made me fearful, because I'm fucking racist and Islamophobic. That's the problem for a lot of these people. For a lot of these people, when they say, oh, he doesn't care about anti-Semitism, that's not the case. They know he cares about anti-Semitism. They care about anti-Israel sentiment. He doesn't care enough about anti-Israel sentiment. He represents anti-Israel sentiment, and that's unacceptable for a lot of these dudes. That's what it is. Dan Goldman is paid to help manufacture an anti-Semitism crisis in America. Primary Dan Goldman. Yeah, look at this. From 2023 to 2024, okay, the anti-Israel and anti-Zionist sentiment were added on in 2023 after October 7. Okay, the ADL's anti-Semitism report data is out there. You can literally find this on your own. And back in the day, the ADL would not so nefariously and so cynically add all different kinds of anti-Zionist sentiments into the ADL anti-Semitism report. Okay, New York's 10th congressional district, by the way, represented by Congressman Dan Goldman, went to Mamdani by 46%, 64,000 votes. Cuomo only got 23%, and Brad Lander, who literally is Zohran Mamdani's cross endorser, that Brad Lander also got another 23% of the vote. So this is like an overwhelming Zohran Mamdani victory for the district. We don't know what the final vote tabulation looks like because we won't know until until this upcoming Tuesday how many people actually voted for Zohran in ranked choice voting. But even on the first round, this is a blowout, right? The idea that this incredibly progressive district that is represented by Dan Goldman is somehow fearful of Zohran Mamdani is so idiotic. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. It's so cynical. Nobody believes this shit. And remember, when the ADL, the Apartheid Defense League, that calls itself the Anti-Defamation League, but it is only predisposed with defending Israel, okay? I mean, openly. When they talk about like hate crimes increasing 7 million% or whatever the fuck year over year, this is what they're talking about. It's because they added on anti-Zionist sentiment to those numbers. Just remember that. It is complete fucking horseshit. This isn't to say, what the fuck? Hi, Hassan. I'm a new viewer from Denmark. I did see some videos lately from Ethan. I mean, I just watched the Content Nuke the other day. Seems there's a lot of time you said something proven wrong. That aside, seems you don't agree with the whole lawsuit because it's close to you. Wouldn't you have reacted different if you had nothing to do with it? No, but thank you. Hello, please respond. I watch Content Nuke. You seem proven wrong. Thank you. If you stick around and have an open mind, you will realize that that's not the case. Or maybe you can watch my takedown of the context puke. But as I was stating, these numbers are base boosted specifically to create additional fear, additional media cycles around like anti-Semitism exploding in the country, which is interesting because anti-Semitism has increased in this country. Anti-Semitism always increases around the time when Israel is engaging in some violent actions against the Palestinians and simultaneously talking about how they're doing this for Jewish people at the behest of Jewish people. Okay. There is no reason to add this additional silliness. The other image in that tweet, what? ADL's anti-Semitism report data, bomb threat, unverifiable, white supremacists, anti-Israel, anti-Zionism in total. Click the left arrow. Oh yeah, Dan Goldman, of course, $366,724 in independent expenditures and campaign donations received from the pro-Israel lobby. Yeah, of course. But basically, one of the things that took place is they used to always they've been tracking anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, as you can see. Okay. They've been tracking it since the IHRA adoption in 2016. They've been saying that like Jewish Voice for Peace is anti-Semitic, all this stuff, but they never logged it in the intensity that they have since 2023. And the reason why they started logging it as though it was like definitionally anti-Semitic, if someone was to say like free Palestine, or fuck Israel, that is not an anti-Semitic statement. Okay. When someone says fuck Saudi Arabia, they're not like, that's not Islamophobic. Okay. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So the idea that this is like an anti-Semitic act and clocking all of these as like anti-Semitic incidents is so fucking laughable, is so fucking stupid. People are sick and tired of it. And I've said this already, like this is unironically This is unironically making Israel's cause look worse overall. And yeah, this was a joke that someone had made, that they're going to have an intern logging every post-victory Zoran tweet as an anti-Semitic incident. And it literally happened. They did it. They did it. Important to remember this thread: when in a few weeks, public officials of all stripes will report that anti-Semitic hate crimes have increased 7,000% in the last month. Why is 75% of the data categorized under other? Well, that's because that's like actually anti-Semitic incidents. Like when people draw like a swastika outside of a fucking synagogue or something, like real instances of anti-Semitism. That's the other category. And by the way, more often than not, the other category is not conducted by Muslims. It's conducted by white neo-Nazis. That is the real irony of this entire predicament, is that there is no major anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic acts taking place in the United States of America or in the Western world between Muslims and Jews, okay? There are far more white nationalists and white supremacists in this country that have historically hated both Muslims and Jews, and therefore, whenever Muslims are receiving Islamophobia, for example, more often than not, that's not coming from a Jewish person. It's coming from a white supremacist. It's coming from a Christian nationalist in the far right. And the same goes for anti-Semitic incidents, real anti-Semitic incidents, not anti-Zionism. This doesn't, for the record, this doesn't mean that there aren't Islamophobic Jews out there. Of course there are. And this doesn't mean that there aren't anti-Semitic Muslims out there. Of course there are. But if we're looking at raw data, if we're looking at actual numbers here, the overwhelming majority of impactful, severe anti-Semitic hate crimes and severe Islamophobic hate crimes are still coming from white supremacist, neo-Nazi style, far-right individuals, okay? The cynical ways in which the ADL and other Zionist groups, other Israel groups actually turn this into a Muslims are doing this is because they want allegiances half the time with those fucking neo-Nazis who also hate Muslims. That is precisely the reason why, while online neo-Nazis have hated the ADL in perpetuity, you see a lot of them actually align with the ADL, or even with people like Ethan Klein, as a matter of fact, even though they hate him and hated him historically. Why? Because now Ethan Klein and the ADL and many of these other Zionist groups that in the past were dedicated to tracking neo-Nazi sentiment have shifted their priorities over to Muslims, Islamic-style extremism. This is the reason why you see some neo-Nazis take the opposite route and continue being anti-Semitic, but many other online far-right individuals and far-right neo-Nazis unironically lean in the direction of the ADL. Speaking of the ADL, of course, there is this side of the story as well. I know I'm going to talk about the Glastonbury kneecap censorship and the funny thing that happened. Don't worry. I'm going to talk about it. Do not worry. Public status will be totally unaffected by it. But if they say the same exact thing they say about Zoran and him being a Muslim, about Jew is not American, that Jew is a ruthless alien invader, that Jew is a dangerous parasite coming to destroy our country, it's over for them quicker than you can say Matt Walsh is a Zionist slave cuck. And again, everyone knows this is true. There is no world where you could say even a fraction of what Charlie Kirk has said about Muslims in the past week, about Jewish people, and maintain your direct line of communication to the White House. Okay? There is no fucking world. Nope, not even Elon Musk. Nope. Because what Charlie Kirk is doing is Kanye West style Hitlerite bigotry. But because he's doing it about Muslims, there is a permission structure there, and people don't give a shit. They don't care. Okay? That's it. This is why I said, as far as institutional muscle goes, as far as institutional permission goes, you can be as Islamophobic as you want, but you cannot be anti-Semitic. These are both intolerable bigotries. They have no place in modern society, and yet one is promoted without any career repercussions. The other is obviously a career death sentence, at least for the time being, which I think, like, if things go the way they have, especially because of the way that a lot of Americans are perceiving Israel as like the Jewish state due to the dangerous conflation made by Zionist groups. Eventually, that permission structure will also fall apart. That already has fallen apart, because in the past, like the ADL, when they came out and said something along the lines of like, Hassan Piker, this like major progressive figure, is like a vicious anti-Semite. He must be deplatformed. I would get deplatformed. It was not even a question. There would be no world where like the New York Times would be writing a fucking puff piece about me after something like that. Do you see what I'm saying? Zohran Mamdani's apparent win in the New York City mayoral Democratic primary is being celebrated by some hateful anti-Semitic tropes and extremely anti-Israel rhetoric. Anti-Semites are relying on tired, hateful tropes like blaming Israel for 9/11 and claiming Israel controls American elections, while extreme anti-Israel activists are calling Mamdani's apparent win a blow to the Zionist lobby. A lot of people will have voted for Zohran because he isn't Israel's little bitch like the majority of U.S. politicians. Let this be the beginning of the end of AIPAC. Wow, look at this anti-Semitic take. Wow, I cannot believe this unimaginable anti-Semitism. Like, you can't post this, dude. You can't post this and be like, see? You see? I mean, this guy says some fucking heinous shit from time to time. So I suspect that this might be anti-Semitic. He says, America now know who really did 9/11. That's why Zohran Mamdani is now the mayor of New York. And coincidentally enough, the ones behind it aren't the ones crying the loudest right now. Their fear op is dying. Mohammed El-Kurd, consider the Intifada globalized. Again, fucking not even remotely anti-Semitic. Suleiman Ahmed, again, another one that is another one that does lean into tropes and anti-Semitism. Israel did 9/11. American is waking up. That's why Zohran Mamdani won. I like that they pepper in stuff. You know what I mean? They either pepper in jokes or pepper in takes that are not fucking anti-Semitic at all, with some that are, in that direction. Okay? Nihad Awad, undoubtedly this is a victory. I don't know who this person is. This is a victory for Palestine. It reflects the toxicity of Americans from Zionist propaganda, corrupt Democratic Party leaders. His candidacy has motivated American Muslims, increased their civic engagement and pride in various communities. His influence went beyond the New York City borders and garnered widespread resonance across the country. Nihad Awad is the executive director of CARE. Wait, what? How is this? You can't unironically post this, man. This is just pure racism on your part. This is the ADL, which is supposed to be a civil rights group, okay? Straight up being like this other civil rights group, and their executive director is being hateful. Why? Because he's Muslim and he's saying the truth. This is a psychotic thing, dude. Oh my God. Always Defamation League. Advanced Defamation League. This is insane. His influence went beyond New York City borders and garnered widespread resonance across the country. Despite threats, ridicule, and blatant Islamophobic attacks from his opponents and some extremists, he and the community endured with all his might. We pray for the tightening security measures to ensure his safety and his family. Conspiratorial anti-Zionist influencer account Gen X Girl echoed classic anti-Semitic tropes about alleged Jewish power. Zohran Mamdani is up by sexual predator Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo is funded by every Zionist billionaire that targeted and attacked. Wait, what? That's true. I don't know who this person is, but this is 100% correct. What? It's not even just like a Zionist billionaire that was defending Andrew Cuomo. It was Zionist billionaires. Some of them were literally sex predators, and every single one of them has defended Donald Trump as well. Saying this is not fucking anti-Semitic. What the fuck are you talking about? That is just the truth. If you don't want this kind of statement to be broadly known, then why the fuck are you getting Jeffrey Epstein affiliates from Bill Clinton all the way down to that one fucking dude who's, the Dersh, obviously, Bill Clinton, and even that one guy, Glenn Dubin or whatever, like the dude who is literally only known because he is a fucking Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Like, why did they all come out and endorse Andrew Cuomo? Bill A. Packman is another one too. Like, if you don't want this to be the meta, then don't do it. The conspiratorial anti-Zionist Quds News Network, co-founded by the New York City-based political organizer and anti-Israel activist Raja Abdul Haq, claimed the Jews were behind the opposition to Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani, a progressive Democrat and the first Muslim to run for New York City as mayor, has won the race. Despite a well-funded Zionist campaign against him and the presence of nearly 1 million Jewish residents across the 5 boroughs, efforts to unseat him failed. Yeah, okay, that one is like a little, this is a little weird. What do you mean? The presence of nearly 1 million Jewish residents across the boroughs, like that doesn't, I mean, this is like marginal shit, and it's ultimately inconsequential, but like, you know, it's like, yeah, millions of Jews live in New York and they fucking voted for Zoran Mamdani. Like, we should cast aside this notion that Jews are only operating with this singular mindset. A attitude that Jews are a monolithic force that singularly care about Israel is literally demonstrated by liberal outlets all the fucking time, and also obviously conservative outlets and neo-Nazis alike. I don't like this. I hate it. I think it's fucking stupid. Okay? It is no different than when someone like it's no different than when someone says, "Oh, well, you know, 52% of American Jews say they have some positive sentiment towards Israel. So when you say Zionist, you mean all Jews. You want to kill all Jews. Blah, 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 blah." It's like, no, that's not the case. Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. People's positions can change. And many young Jews' position on Israel has dramatically shifted over the course of the past year and a half. Okay? I don't fuck with any of that. The last 24 hours will be an inflection point in the history of Zionism and the entity. Mark Bar America, who has the handle that translates as Death to America, has 83,000 followers, called the election an inflection point for Zionism and the entity. We said we would call this out and expect candidates to do it as well. Yeah. Why won't Zoran call out random people posting on Twitter is hilarious. Yeah, it doesn't, you don't know that. It stands for Mark Bar America. It actually stands for Margarita Bar America. What do you guys got? You have something against margarita bars? Like, I'm confused. But even the maximalist, like, anti-Semitic shit that they're posting is like, obviously, you know, like, there are far more anti-Semitic things that people say than even this. Like, this is tropes. Okay, this is tropes for sure. Like, that is for sure a trope. But like, even when they go, look, this is what they said. Like, there's million Jewish residents across the 5 boroughs. Like, that is marginal in comparison to what people are fucking saying online. Okay? What do you think about the Terry Virts, a former astronaut who's running for Senate in Texas? And this ranges from marginal to not anti-Semitic at all. And the overwhelming majority of these statements that the ADL is tracking here, that is demanding that like Zoran condemn, are the overwhelming majority of these statements are not even remotely anti-Semitic. If I had to hear anti-Semitism pick between us doing 9/11 and any single thing Fuentes says, I'm picking 9/11. Yeah, exactly. The most dangerous part about what Nick Fuentes says, and the most dangerous part about like what Nick Fuentes is doing nowadays, is that he, at least in his like most clippable moments, have significantly dialed back some of the shit he actually believes and some of the shit he used to say way more frequently, which is why he's like garnering attention and support. That is what's fucking terrifying about this process. And the ADL is so invested in trying to bully progressive figures who are anti-Zionist that they do not even give a fuck. And I'm sure he still says all the other shit as well. It just doesn't make it to the fucking main stage. It doesn't make it to the most like viral clippable moments. When you hear Marjorie Taylor Greene, or when you hear fucking Tucker Carlson talking about things that I have said, right? And you hear it in like short clips, you're going to be like, wait a minute, these guys are a lot more reasonable than I thought they were, because they are recognizing the broad popular sentiment. And if the Democrats don't recognize this and allow, oh, this is funny, exactly. If the Democrats don't recognize this and allow the discourse to be dominated by right-wing figures who at different points have said actually anti-Semitic shit themselves, like Marjorie Taylor Greene famously said Jews have a space laser that did the fucking wildfires in California. Like, she's a fucking freak. Like, when those people are coming across as the reasonable ones because the Democrats are actively not only silent about this major issue, but also simultaneously antagonistic towards the popular position that their base represents, you allow these people to look reasonable. You allow these people to look reasonable. This is exactly what happened in the last election cycle. This is exactly what happened in the last election cycle when Democrats were like, I want the most lethal military. Iran is our number one enemy. We have to do everything in our power to fucking fight against and fight at the behest of Israel, okay? I'm not standing down. Full tilt, full support to Israel. Am Israel high. When Democrats are saying that, Donald Trump has a unique opportunity to once again present himself falsely as a fucking peaceful dove, which he did. And I said this was a major issue. I said it over and over again. It fell on deaf ears, obviously. Nobody gave a fuck. But look, he won. The Mamdani Trump voter, working class Asian and Hispanic neighborhoods where Zohran Mamdani performed well in the 2025 Democratic primary that shifted significantly to the right in the 2024 general election. GOP trend was R plus 49, 74% went to Mamdani. R plus 49 GOP trend, 62% went to Mamdani. Brighton Beach, R plus 26, 52% went to Mamdani. Look at all these fucking districts, man. Districts that swung wildly in the direction of Trump went back and voted for Mamdani. There's got to be something there. And if people don't want to investigate this, if people refuse to fucking investigate this, okay, then they're destined to fucking lose. And I think people are deliberately refusing to investigate this because they are terrified that they have to make changes, okay? Like a lot of people in the Democratic Party want this to go away, okay? They want to keep pushing the pro-Israel line. That's what they want to do. They would rather have everybody shut the fuck up and they collect their checks and they continue American militarism in the region, okay? It's so stupid. They want to continue being establishment Democrats and win comfortably. Well, not win comfortably, but win marginally because of Trump's ineptitude. Zohran Mamdani's primary victory against $37 million in super PAC money backing Andrew Cuomo, with a lot of establishment Democrats backing Andrew Cuomo and defending Andrew Cuomo and attacking Zohran Mamdani. And Zohran's victory, in spite of all of that, shows that my method that I've been fucking advocating for years and years is a successful one. And this is a unique opportunity here because now we will see if once you make it out the cut, once you make it out the Democratic primary, a closed primary, right? What it would look like if the Democrat instruments, the Democrat turnout machine worked in favor of this progressive candidate if we go in that direction. My latest in The Guardian, where I argue that Zohran Mamdani's position on Palestine was not a liability, but the Palestine movement and its organizers are why he won. I don't know the exact degree of Mamdani's campaign soaked up New York City Gaza activism, but this piece confirms it was non-trivial and a major source of energy behind his core of support. Further proof Dems can't duplicate Mamdani's success by simply swapping in another Buttigieg clone. That's exactly the point. People still believe their own lies. It is obvious to me that a lot of establishment Democrats believe their own lies. Because if they didn't believe their own lies, they wouldn't have fucking talked about Israel at all. They would have said, like, Zohran is gay, he's woke, he wants to defund the police, he wants to make sure that, like, a homeless person lives in your house or something. Like, they would have said those things that probably would have been a little bit more, that probably would have had voters believe them a little bit more. But because the Israel shit is so fucking unpopular, it is a third rail in the opposite direction. Back in the day, people used to say Israel is the third rail of politics. You're not supposed to touch that at all as a Democrat. When you fucking, I saw Ryan Grimm post this. Jessica Ramos in 2014, if you want to understand how much discourse has shifted on this issue, let me show you this, okay? Jessica Ramos in 2014 literally posted a Facebook post saying, like, Palestine, heart. That was considered an unacceptable thing to do. Okay, here, look at how much things have shifted. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. This was the discourse. This was the New York City discourse politics around Gaza in 2014. This was a scandal. Dem official expresses sympathy with Gaza. Jessica Ramos' Palestinian post on Facebook is about advocating for peace. She posted Palestine heart, 18 likes, 31 comments on a Wednesday at 9:57 p.m. Jessica Ramos, a Democratic district leader from Jackson Heights, raised some eyebrows and angered some in her party after posting this Facebook status last week. So when I come from this background, okay? I come from this environment, which is why I'm so hopeful about the future of American politics, especially as it pertains to the issue of Palestinian emancipation. This is what I remember. This is the media landscape and the media environment that I was doing Palestinian advocacy around, and many older pro-Palestinian activists were doing advocacy around. Okay? Think about how much discourse has shifted since then. One Jewish Democratic official called it touching the third rail of Queens politics. A Democratic district leader from Jackson Heights posted one word and a symbol on her Facebook page last week, and it sparked criticism. Depending on whom you ask, her comment ignited a hot debate within the Democratic Party, or was just exploited in a cynical ploy in an obscure political race that is a part of the ongoing battle between the Queens Democratic Party, This was the discourse in New York City politics around Gaza in 2014. You say Palestine heart, they try to fucking clamp on you. A lot of Democrats still think this is the case. Do you understand? A lot of Democrats, a lot of establishment Democrats still think this is the environment. They still think this is the media environment. They still think this is the attitude that this is the broader public sentiment, that you can punish people for being anti-Zionist openly. You cannot. If anything, it takes away from other criticisms that might be more prescient, other criticisms that might be more successful, and it unironically galvanizes, it negatively polarizes people against whatever your candidate is, and in the direction of people like Zoran. It actually gives him credibility as an anti-establishment pick at a time when people are desperately looking for someone to shake things up. And I do think that they are too stupid to recognize this, because if they were smarter, they would drop the Israel stuff instantly. They would never try to talk about it at all. They would go after other shit. Okay? Now, when you actually say someone is anti-Israel, how dare they be anti-Israel? All that does is make people like that person. Make people that aren't even affiliated with the party like that person. Make people believe that this is a real person. This is an earnest communicator. Do you think this is why Bernie doesn't call what's going on in Palestine a genocide? No, Bernie doesn't call what's going on in Palestine a genocide because he is an old liberal Zionist. That is just the case. He is unmovable from that position. That is the real reason. He is earnestly, because Bernie's a stubborn guy, dude. What do you mean? He has taken unpopular positions in an uncompromising way, no matter what people say. It's just not his position, and he will not be shaken from this position. Like, he is so firmly invested, so firmly committed to an Israel that never existed and an Israel that will never exist. This like peaceful Israel that's not real. It doesn't work. But yeah, it doesn't matter, because Bernie Sanders, regardless of his attitude on this issue, will never go on and do something like what Eric Swalwell is doing here. Okay, look.
And frankly, stylistically, and I'm not a socialist, and I don't associate myself with what he has said about the Jewish people. And frankly,
like, can you imagine Bernie ever being like, Bernie saying anything but like incredibly positive things about Zoran? No, you can't. Same with Brad Lander. Okay. And of course, boom. Eric Swalwell has collected nearly $200,000 from the Israel lobby. He is still accepting blood money from AIPAC and parrots their talking points to help enable and fund a genocide. Yeah, this is what Bernie is saying. Democrat Party leaders, you have talked for 6 months about the need to create a political excitement to get working class and young people involved in the political process. That's exactly what Zoran did. Get behind him. The replies, oh my God, look at these fucking dumbasses in the replies. Remember that. Understand that. At this stage, like, especially someone like Bernie, who is still leading the charge in anti-Israel sentiment in Congress, like not one of the major leaders. Obviously, there are people who outflank him in spectacular fashion, and that is embarrassing for someone like Bernie Sanders. Okay, for sure. But like, as far as pushing for legislation, don't say no, he isn't. You're wrong. Bernie Sanders has written numerous pieces of legislation that tries to take that tries to stop Israel from getting weapon shipments and shit. Like, you're wrong. You're just wrong about that. Okay? It's ridiculous. I don't know why we constantly fucking talk about this shit without actually recognizing the other side of this. This is not a defense of Bernie. I already said his position is embarrassing. Okay?
Reporting from the Middle East for years. Do you have a sense of how that region now views the United States? Because this is an unprecedented military action by the United States. While we've had tension with Iran for all these years, we've never bombed them.
Right. I think there was a moment, when Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump were kind of dangling this idea of regime change. That is anathema to people in this region. They remember the invasion of Iraq. They remember the hundreds of thousands of people and the wave of terror and sectarianism and chaos that was unleashed as a result of that. So absolutely, that's abhorrent for people to hear in this region. But honestly, Iran is not the big issue right now in this region with America. Gaza is what is tearing people apart.
I mean, she's right. She's right. This is like a refreshing change of pace. Why do they call her the actress on Twitter? It's because she's done some really fucking lame things. She is a major careerist. She's a major careerist, and because of that, she will sometimes do things that are so ridiculous. But once again, I call balls and strikes. And while on the one hand, she like did that thing in Syria where she went to the prison and was like, oh, this person has been released from prison. Like, this person is finally seeing the light for the first time after years and years. And it turned out he was like a fucking literal Assad torturer that was hiding in the prison cell. Okay. And that is so unacceptable overall to do as like a person who clearly wants to win a Pulitzer Prize. It just shows me that she is so ambitious that she's willing to entertain things that in other circumstances would ruin the career prospects of any journalist, right? She's an opportunist clout goblin. But also, on the other hand, because she is a fucking major careerist, there are instances where she does spectacular things, like when she snuck into Gaza. Clarissa Ward is literally one of the only Western journalists post-October 7 who was able to sneak into Gaza with a medical mission and actually directly interview Palestinian children inside of a fucking field hospital. Okay? So on the other hand, she does that. But it's not because she is, truly invested in this ideologically. It's because she is a very ambitious reporter. And for those of you who say that this was, Israel let her in or all this shit, I don't think so. And even if Israel did, okay, even if Israel knew, and I'm sure they found out quickly after she was there, if you think that she did not put her life on the line, you're out of your fucking mind. She absolutely did. Any sort of footage from Gaza that doesn't go through the Israeli military censor is not allowed. Okay? So that's why I say I call balls and strikes. Anyway, let's continue.
Is what is fueling hatred. I cannot even tell you. Every day people come up to me, Stephen, and they say, are they not seeing what we're seeing? Are they not seeing this moonscape? Are they not seeing tens of thousands killed, children starved, the largest cohort of child amputees in the history of modern warfare? Are they not seeing this? And it has eroded their faith in international institutions, in international humanitarian law, and in any notion that the U.S. is some kind of a guiding light or a beacon of human rights. And that really is a far more...
No, this has got to be Westerners that are saying that, because no fucking Arab, no Muslim, no Christian, literally no one in that region would ever go, oh my God, I used to trust the international rule-based order, but now I don't know. I'm not so sure. Yeah. Anyone that lives outside, anyone that lives in the periphery or lives directly outside of the American umbrella of protection. You know, they've been known. They've known what the fucking international rule-based order looks like.
More animating issue to most people in the Middle East right now than this latest issue, a round of hostilities with Iran.
Also, she said Gaza is she said the catastrophe in Gaza is a real issue. Yeah, it's not the catastrophe in Gaza. That's a part of it. But it's actually Israel. Okay? Everyone in this region understands that Israel is the attack dog, the incredibly violent attack dog of the United States of America. These people are not dying to earthquakes. They're not dying to natural disasters. They are dying with American munitions that Israeli airplanes are dropping on top of the Palestinian children. Care to comment on this? Asked Hassan if he wanted me to call in from Twinks v Dolls, and he just said a bunch of slurs. True. That's what happened. What is this?
I think that, and I was not a great math student, so when a pendulum goes this far, right, when it drops back, it doesn't go back to the middle. It keeps going. So you don't have... President Trump is not a recipe for us to have a president from the Brookings Institution next time. Right, for some sort of moderate, you know.
What does the pendulum have to do with fucking math, by the way? That's funny.
We're going to reason together.
211 journalists have died in Gaza since October 7th, mostly Palestinian, but some Western also. So, yes, she literally put her life on the line to report. Yeah, I'm not discounting that at all. That was my point. You're literally reiterating the point that I was making about, like, why Clarissa Ward, on the one hand, is, like, ambitious, careerist, does, like, things that normally would get her fired, but also on the other hand, her ambition does lead to some incredible reporting from time to time. Anyway, when this guy's saying it's a pendulum swinging in the other direction, it's just like a fluke. That's the point that they're trying to make.
The pendulum will probably move pretty far that way. And I think I never thought I would say this, but
ironically enough, Trump would have never even been a pendulum swinging in the rightward direction if Bernie Sanders had made it out the fucking primary in 2016. That is the reality. That is the truth. That is precisely why this is not a pendulum swinging in one direction or the other. This is simply people. If there is a pendulum, it's people that want, there is no pendulum, but it's people that want something different, okay? And if Trump is going to offer the death to these institutions that these people have been desperate for, because these institutions clearly don't fucking work for them, and they're experiencing that, and they're angry about that, and they're understandably resentful about that. If the Democrats won't do that, then they'll go for Trump, and that's precisely why they went for Trump twice, even after he was the fucking president for 4 years.
The longer President Trump governs the way he's governing, the more likely he's making the presidency of AOC. And as the right wing gets their chyrons ready about that, that's simply it's a historical point about when you push too far, there's always a reaction.
Right. So it does feel like there is a moment of populism. So also with the popularity of Bernie and AOC. So you think that's an actual possibility?
Sure.
You think it's likely?
Sure. I don't know if it's likely, but I don't know if it's likely. But we live in a world where Donald Trump's been president twice. What's likely?
How will the hyper liberal heel turn? We were always on the right side work in the age of hyper documentation. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be a reckoning, right? It doesn't have to be like well, we know what your position is. I think most leftists and most people that want anti-establishment candidates will gladly take it if the Democrats would either A, step aside, or B, become the anti-establishment progressive picks that momentum that is represented by the likes of Zohran Mamdani. I think people would respond positively to that. That's my point.
Oh my God.
No new wars under Trump. They said, okay, president, piece of orange shit. Iran, not even 5 months ago into his presidency. I can't. This is what the resistors are posting, by the way. Rest in peace to all the MAGAs, all the MAGAs that will be standing in front of center during World War III for us.
Did somebody...
My first presidential initiative if I were to run.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. You can't assume that you can stay quiet on the issue of Israel, or worse, defend Israel at this day and age. You can't do that. Okay? You cannot do that. You can't do that. Look at the Deborahs, bro. Look at the Barbaras. Look at the Deborahs. It's crazy. That's you know what was a load-bearing tweet for me that was deleted, unfortunately, but I think about it all the time. That woman who was like, I'm a 56-year-old woman from Australia, and what Israel has done is so unconscionable. If I had the opportunity, I would join Hamas. Okay? That tweet exists in my mind. That I think about that. I think about that tweet all the time, okay? Just a straightforward Australian Deborah being like, I am an aunt. I am a fucking grandmother. And I would join Hamas if I had the physical opportunity to do so. That is an indication that things have shifted so dramatically. This doesn't mean that, like, you can still get away with even contextualizing why people resist to Israel and also run a political campaign simultaneously. You still can't do that. This is the one. Yeah. Sorry, it was even older. I'm a 73-year-old woman in Australia. After seeing what Israel has done and continues to do, if I was capable, I'd join Hamas. I think this tweet was deleted, but Israeli defense officials estimate that Hamas has filled its military ranks and now has 40,000 combatants. I am a 73-year-old woman in Australia. After seeing what Israel has done and continues to do, if I was capable, I'd join Hamas. I'm a 71-year-old woman in the U.S. I took down my first reply to your post because apparently here in the U.S., a non-citizen can be detained, possibly disappear for having a thought like that. Maybe next week or maybe tomorrow, that danger will include citizens too. Free Palestine. I wondered if I should take it down after I saw it was getting a lot of likes. Hamas is a designated terror org here. The Z lobby is powerful and taking journalists to court. I'm a children's writer. Partner suggested I leave it up. Vive the resistance. Dog, it's fucking over. Just give it up. It's like that Gucci bag that's like falling apart. Just drop it, dude. Just drop it. We'll act like you were never there, okay? We won't punish you for it. Just drop it. Just drop it quietly. Start talking about how much you love Palestine. You know what I mean? Like, just drop it. Just because it's so fucking over. And there are still people that are desperately clinging on to this fucking failed notion that you can somehow put this to rest. Here's another great example. This is a big story from today that I've been meaning to talk about. My boys, the Irish Kneecap group, was played to a massive Glastonbury crowd. It turns out when you tell a IRA group, okay, named after a practice of shooting collaborators of the British occupation in the knee, when you try to fucking silence them because they said, fuck Israel, free Palestine, okay, when you try to literally go after them as terrorists, when you actively go after all of their sold out concerts in their European tour and try to shut those fucking concerts down, it turns out that only creates more support for them. Okay? Wow. Who would have fucking thought? Especially because their position is literally the overwhelmingly popular position. Now, the BBC weirdly pulled away from the Kneecap live stream, as Coachella had done as well. Okay? Remember, Kneecap did their first week at Coachella, and they were live streamed. That performance was live streamed. Kneecap's tent was changed during the second week, and they didn't live stream it. That's why I went to Coachella and I live streamed their performance, if you recall. Okay? And basically, what ended up happening was the BBC thought best to not show the fucking the fucking Kneecap concert. So they instead showed Bob Vylan's concert that was playing at the same time. Well, it turns out there wasn't really a better concert to pull to if you wanted to, if you wanted to show how little support the Free Palestine movement was getting at Glastonbury. This is what. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, they were on before Kneecap on the same stage. So the BBC was showing this, and then they cut the program away from Kneecap. My bad. Brother, it's fucking over. It's got the BBC logo. You got a fucking artist going, have you heard this one? Like, he just goes, yeah, Free Palestine, but have you heard this? I gotta run it back. It's got the BBC logo in the corner. Beautiful. BBC logo in the corner. Cinema. Kino. Okay? Fucking hell. I am so disappointed. I'm shaking my head viciously. For those of you at home that are simply listening and not paying close attention, I want to tell you what I'm doing physically right now. I'm going, not good. I'm finger wagging and my head is shaking. I'm going, no. And of course, predictably, Avon and Somerset police were aware of the comments made by the acts on the West Hall stage at Glastonbury Festival this afternoon. Video evidence will be assessed by officers to determine whether any offences may have been committed that would require a criminal investigation. That's right. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Do you got a license for that? Do you got a license to say death to the IDF, sir? Fucking hell. Disavow. Not allowed. Calling the Met on Bob Villain from an Iggy Pop gig. Incredible scenes. My sister had the misfortune of seeing him as a support act for Iggy Pop a month ago. He was absolutely vile. She's put a complaint into the Met Police about him, but nothing as of yet. Hysterical. Yeah. But have you heard this one, though? Is so nutty. Is so fucking nutty. Okay? I had not heard that one. I will admit, I've been to many pro-Palestinian rallies. I've spoken at marches. That one I had not heard before. He actually surprised me. When I saw that this morning, I lost my fucking mind. Okay? Yeah, this is a really funny thing that also took place. So here's Mike Isaac from New York Times tech reporter Mike. BBC refused to live stream Kneecap's Glastonbury set, an unprecedented choice. So Helen from Wales took things into her own hands. Congrats to the BBC for managing to Streisand effect this thing into the stratosphere. What ended up happening is Helen from Wales held her phone for an hour to live stream Kneecap. She says she thinks it was important and got 1.7 million likes.
The funny thing is, I'll just stand here a minute. I think I've got a burn on my finger from holding my phone, which overheated. I got my battery pack here. That sort of saves the day. If you enjoyed the video and you were grateful, please just give me a follow. I got lots of important things to say. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you've appreciated.
Kneecap commented on our TikTok vid, this is piracy. You shouldn't condone it. I mean, technically, I did the same thing, no? Bob Villain at the concert also said this.
Shut the fuck up! Heard you want your country back! You can't have that! Heard you want your country back!
Dude, what? What is happening? What is happening in England? What the fuck is this? Bro, you got white ladies going, heard you want your country back. Shut the fuck up. What is going on, brother? Oh my Lord.
Shut the fuck up! Shit, me too!
The sun came out and things go mad over there. Yeah, British people see the sun one time and they're talking about global jihad. Yo, my bad, British people. I didn't know it was like that. Wait for the fucking liberal optics enjoyers to be like, sir, this is really going to scare a bunch of white supremacists. You shouldn't be saying that. You shouldn't be saying that. Why would you say that? This is going to make people scared. And it's like, meanwhile, it's making you scared. You also don't agree with this sentiment. You also agree with the fucking white nationalists, and you also want him to shut the fuck up for that same reason, but you're too embarrassed to admit that is the actual position that you hold, because you don't want to look like the toothless inbred fucking England Defense League freaks, you know? Dude, this demographic is something that I have not ever seen in my life. I didn't know Glastonbury was like that, but this is all like if I saw this crowd, I would be a little bit afraid. You know what I mean? Like, this crowd invites, like, if I saw this crowd, I would assume falsely that this is like a bunch of gammons, you know? I'm wrong. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong. Like, this is a U2 crowd, you know what I mean? There's like too many fucking gray hair people in there. It turns out these guys are all crazy. White people, I wasn't familiar with your game. Yeah, I didn't realize it was really white boy. It was really white boy jihad summer, like, straight up. Here's another piece from the Kneecap concert.
Anybody going to Rod Stewart tomorrow? Oh, why the fuck was I? Did I miss something? I mean, the man's older than Israel. Big Celtic fan as well. Google it. I want for Dan. Rod the prod. I want to hear one thing. With this many people, this is the biggest crowd we have ever played in front. Or behind. Or behind. So one time, let me hear everybody. How the fuck did everybody do it?
That's sick. Another banger speech. And then
But I have an advice for young people in Europe. I know you want to free Palestine, you want to free Congo.
The youngest son of Afrobeat pioneer and legend Fela Kuti.
You want to free Iran, is a new one every week. Free Europe. Free Europe from right-wing extremism. Free Europe from fascism. Free Europe from racism. Free Europe from imperialism. When you do this job, as soon as you do this job, Gaza will be free, Congo will be free, Sudan will be free, Iran, forget about us, don't worry about free Europe.
But I do think that this level of unprecedented, open, overt anti-militarism, anti-imperialism, anti-Zionist sentiment would not happen if people weren't so fucking pissed off and frustrated with their own country's governments and their lack of interest in even doing right by their own citizens. I will say it's years and years and years of austerity that have made people go, enough is enough. Why the fuck are you spending all your money killing brown people over there, killing black people over there, instead of, you know, fixing the potholes, fixing public transit? Kuti is not new to this. Look up his father, please. No, I know. Dude, listen, just because I don't listen to music doesn't mean that I don't know about Afrobeat, okay? Chill. Calm down. I'm a cultured individual. People are realizing that the lack of intervention tells people that genocide is necessary and they don't like it. The UK government condemned. The Culture Secretary has spoken to the BBC Director General to seek an urgent explanation about what due diligence is carried out ahead of the Bob Villain performance. Oh no. What the fuck? Fat law. Glastonbury has become a festival of hate today and descended into barbaric chants against Israel and the Jewish people. Glastonbury is a festival I once called home. A dozen or so times I attended. I made magazines on site. I led a team of scores of talented writers and photographers with the NME. I went as part of a team, BBC, as part of Billboard, and as part of Q, as part of Vulture. I grew up there. I am not just heartbroken. I am dismayed. I am disgusted. Emily Avis, you should go to Re'im and see what happened at a music festival in southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023. What happened to you? A Jew. X. I'm Fatlaw, and this is my take. A lot of yous are making fun of me for my natural, organic Middle Eastern accent. Everyone knows this is how people sound in the Levant. Fatlo. The music festival thing that they did to Kneecap was also so funny because it's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? It's especially messed up that this music festival would say Free Palestine after what happened at Nova Music Festival. It's like, okay, well, it was like slammed in the ass cheeks of a fucking concentration camp. You're not wrong. There were harrowing sights that came out of the Nova Music Festival, but like, Palestinians are being ethnically cleansed in broad daylight. You know what I mean? People are going to fucking eventually say, hey, this is really fucked up. And they're going to say it everywhere. They're not just going to say it on television. They're not going to say it they're going to say it at music festivals too. Okay? Visegrad. Apart from chanting death to the IDF in front of 200,000 people at Glastonbury Festival, Bob Vylan also complained about having been forced to work for fucking Zionists at a record label early on in his career. The entire thing was broadcasted live by the BBC to millions of people. It's like to be like, oh, you can't criticize Israel. October 7 happened is literally like saying you can't say America has no right to go to war and invade Iraq because 9/11 happened. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Like, the tragedy of 9/11 pales in comparison to the metric ton of violence that we brought about this region unjustifiably. Okay? It is nothing in comparison to what America did in Afghanistan. It is nothing in comparison to what America did in Iraq. Suck my fucking dick. Okay? Except Americans do believe that? No, they don't. No, the average American doesn't fucking believe that. You're wrong. The overwhelming majority of Americans at this point literally understand that especially Iraq, was a major mistake. So no, I don't think that that's even the case. It took 20 years and many Americans arrived at that position selfishly. Okay? Iraq was not a mistake. It was a lie. No, I know. It was death and destruction that was completely unacceptable, both on the virtues of death and destruction in general, but also it was built around a lie. It was deliberate. It was a deliberate attempt. And there are still plenty of Americans who don't care about the death toll, but only fucking cover this or only have the sentiment around how much money was wasted. You know what I mean? But the notion that people are pro-Iraq war is wrong. Donald Trump won against the Iraq war and won against Hillary Clinton. He literally used Hillary Clinton's support for the Iraq war as a major blunder. Trump, that helped Trump win. What the fuck is, I don't want to watch this. If this was Glastonbury, it's usually quite corporatized now, so can imagine there's a couple tech handlers and production directors sweating heavily when this guy was on stage. Yeah. So they're chanting death to the IDF. What is this? Look at this crowd. Oh yeah. Here's what Kneecap's crowd looked like. The founder of Glastonbury, Michael Eavis, said, people that don't agree with the politics of the event can go somewhere else. He added, people that agree with the politics of the event can pay me 400 quid to get in. I think this is a joke. I don't think he actually said that. Did he actually say that? Irish rapper Mo Farah, an alleged Hezbollah supporter, may soon headline sold out US tour. Yep. This is also happening in the fall, and I'm very stoked for this. I wonder if America will stop him from doing this. I'm actually worried that Kneecap's sold out fall tour is they're going to potentially fucking try to stop it. Look how desperate Azealia Banks is. Oh, she's like fucking, she is so insane. Like, she became this like Palantir advocate. I don't know what happened. I mean, she's always been like a psycho, but recently she's also been like a fucking really annoying and very obviously like an fake advertising doing psycho. She's doing an ad every other week for Palantir. Yes, he did actually say it in support of Kneecap. Glastonbury founder says festival critics can go somewhere else after Kneecap furor. Hell yeah. To your point, look how many Americans believed the lies in 2002 compared to now. In 2019, majorities of Americans and U.S. military veterans said the Iraq war was not worth fighting in 2019. In 2002, large majorities of Americans said Iraqi WMD and links to terrorism would justify U.S. military response. There you go. This doesn't exist anymore. Like this level of popular sentiment in the absence of, this is why I say, in the absence of like a 9/11 style incident, and even then, I don't think they'll ever reach this level of broad public support for American military incursions. But the sad state of affairs is, the scary reality is that they don't need it. The Iranian operation already fucking explained that. The Iranian operation already showed that. Okay? The people's position on this doesn't necessarily matter. But having said that, who knows? I think that as long as there is enough of a fuss made by massive swaths of the population, I think it will make it potentially too difficult for America to engage in these sorts of affairs. It will at least cause them to recalculate. Anyway, well, I hope Bob Villain is happy. He's not big, he's not clever, and this afternoon his mean words about the IDF have made David Lammy cry. David's still going to have supper tonight, but he's not going to enjoy it quite as much. How dare you, sir? You've made David Lammy quite unhappy.
Ask you to end quickly by talking about Zohran Mamdani and just to bring the conversation to a full circle and just taking a look at how much of a threat he is perceived by a lot of people in the political class in the US, and as well as in the media, because he's been attacked from every angle over the last couple of days, and the attacks are vicious, and I think it betrays a sense that a lot of people feel threatened by what he represents and what the generation that has voted him in potentially represents. And I wonder what you think about that.
Well, that's a large question, and I don't have the time to go through it in the detail that it warrants. I would say that Mamdani, he represents almost in a pure form the class struggle. You know, the famous line by Karl Marx at the beginning of the Communist Manifesto, the first line is, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." The history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggles. And we're seeing in the Mamdani campaign, it's clearing the air. If you remember when the Bernie Sanders challenge to the existing system emerged, it got the powers that be tried to confuse the stakes. So all of these woke people, they started to criticize Bernie for being weak on the black question, weak on racism, weak on reparations, weak on the women question. They said Bernie bros. That was how they called it. That was all men, all white men. Of course, Bernie's campaign was all about the class struggle. Every night when he came out, it was attacking the billionaire class. It was attacking Goldman Sachs. It was attacking big pharma. But both the Republican and the Democratic Party both tried to obscure what was going on by turning it into an identity politics struggle. So the Republicans represented the oppressed white working class who are being oppressed by identity politics, you know, and affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion. And the Democratic Party tried to turn it into also an identity politics campaign. We represent Black people.
Yes, I know. The Gaza doc that BBC refused to air, Zeteo is going to host it. I know. I saw.
Mexican, Hispanic people, sexual minorities. So each of them pretended they wanted to obscure the real issue. The real issue was a class struggle. And Bernie was very emphatic about it.
Yeah, the left shot itself in the foot with the identity politics push in 2016 and 2020. Guys, this conversation can quickly turn reactionary. The problem with the Democratic Party is not that they care about gay people, trans people, black people, whatever. The problem with the Democratic Party is that they don't care about these groups, and they simply use these groups cynically as a defense mechanism to attack both the Republican Party, which also doesn't care about these groups and actively will campaign on not caring about these groups, but more importantly, against their left flank. Okay? This kind of cynical weaponization of identity politics is gross, and people recognize it as fake and phony. It is no different than what Target does every fucking Pride Month, except for this past one. Notice how none of these corporations that normally would do Pride Month shit are not doing it now. I wonder why. Okay? People understand when you're just, being a phony, when you're faking it, when you're just being a fake ally, okay? And simply using it as a way to push out actually progressive left-wing candidates. If someone genuinely cares about these groups, then that's great. I don't think you should cast aside defending these groups at all. I certainly don't. And the Democrats shouldn't either. The problem is that is supposed to be a position that you arrive at, or a position that you convince people on after you have garnered support with policies that most Americans, the overwhelming majority of Americans, can recognize will help them. And you have to be able to earnestly communicate that you are in favor of these policies, which is precisely why you have to apply the principle of universality to these positions. You have to have class first politics. I have never strayed away from this position, okay? Class reductionism is an issue in this community. Please stop. No, there is no real class reductionism, okay? Unless someone is antagonistic to marginalized populations and simply only care about like class first politics, even then it's still better than what the Democrats are doing, where they fake claim that they care about fucking, in the words of Norm Finkelstein, sexual minorities. Okay? Class first politics is still better than what the Democrats are doing. Okay? But even then, the class reductionism attitude is so stupid. Unless someone is antagonistic to marginalized communities, class first politics is not a bad thing. It is the best method. Okay? I noticed after the FD signifier election analysis video was dropped, I don't even know if FD signifier would agree with a lot of his assessments from that video that came immediately after the election. I had my criticisms of that as well. I have always told you that the best possible way to go about this is what Zoran did and what I try to do as well, which is to make an argument that you want Medicare for all, healthcare for every single person, unconditionally, right? And then when people go, well, does that mean trans people get healthcare too? You say, yes, of course they get fucking healthcare too. Do you not want the free healthcare? If someone is that transphobic that they will say, no, I don't want free healthcare if trans people are going to get it, then, good luck. That person is probably not convincible. But you can convince a lot of people that are in the margins that don't necessarily care about trans people all that much, but certainly care about their own personal living conditions, their own standards improving. That is how you're supposed to do it. You are wrong. It's dangerous to bring the right to exist of other people to the forefront of politics. What? You guys are misunderstanding this. Chatters with neoliberal latent thought can't conceptualize the difference between politics and policy. Yes. One of the things that angered me all the fucking time with with both of Bernie's campaigns was how much the Democrats hammered him on like how racist he is. Bernie's racist. Why? Because he doesn't speak enough about black issues. And what they were doing was unironically racist, because every time Bernie talks about alleviating poverty, he's talking about black issues too. Okay? But for the Democratic Party, the only way that they think you can communicate to black people is by directly talking about criminal justice reform, which was also a primary part of Bernie's campaigning as well. But it's fucking ridiculous how unironically racist and cynical this kind of pandering is. Like, you think all black people, the only thing that black people care about is criminal justice reform? What the fuck are we doing? Of course that's important. And of course that's a policy that should be discussed. But you think black people don't experience issues with lack of access to health care? When Bernie says, I want Medicare for all, that's also for black people. As a matter of fact, for black and brown people, it's even more significant because they live in underserved communities. If they have a higher likelihood of being in the grips of poverty, those kinds of universal policies unironically end up helping black and brown communities even more. That's it. I've said this before, where if you don't first make an argument that is broad, if you don't first come up with policies that are class-based, you are going to keep losing. Because even violence at the systematic level, like the structural violence that people experience, like poverty, the systematic violence that people experience, they experience on the class level. This is precisely the reason why in the United States of America, while a black person, no matter how wealthy they are, can experience racism, obviously the condition of a black woman like Oprah is far better than a white homeless person. That's class. Okay? That's class. And there was a point in time in American history where a white homeless person would not trade places with the wealthiest black person, for sure. But that's not the case any longer. This doesn't mean that black people, or this doesn't mean that like racism doesn't exist anymore. Systemic racism is still very much a major part of how people experience how people experience it in their day-to-day, okay, in their normal existence, okay? So a white homeless person can have better health than a black person? Wait, what? Politics, huh? So a white homeless person can have a better health than a black person? What? Black people in this day and age that experience systematic racism, okay, are still experiencing it from the perspective of class violence. Aside from the stigmas that still exist, aside from stereotypes and stigma and all this other, all of these other like systematic forms of oppression that lead to a distorted outcome for black people in like the criminal justice system, for example. Black people and white people consume drugs at the same rate. Black people go to prison. Black people have a higher likelihood of going to prison or being stopped at a police stop and actually receiving longer penalties than white people do for the same exact crimes, okay? This kind of stuff is still also still a form of class violence, okay? It is impossible to separate class from race. That's it. You always have to start off with a class first attitude. You always have to start off with a class first statement, with a class first position. Intersectionality starts with class. This doesn't mean that you turn a blind eye to systemic forms of discrimination. Of course not. The class is at the root of this.
Now with Mamdani, that sort of identity politics is not going to stick with him. You can't say a fellow named Mamdani is weak on race questions, ethnic questions, religious questions. It's not going to work.
This is where Norm is wrong. They have said that, and they started doing that, but Cuomo lost. One very cynical way that the Democrats do this is they'll weaponize the black boomers, okay? They will quite literally say, oh, well, black people are voting for this person. Black people want this person. So you must be racist if you don't. They literally did this with Joe Biden. If you remember, they did this with Joe Biden when people were like, hey, Joe Biden, you need to drop out. You're too old. The media was like, oh, y'all gonna learn today. Black people want Joe Biden. You must be racist for wanting someone else to be running for president as opposed to Joe Biden. This is hysterical from a union that endorsed Andrew Cuomo. It means that their enthusiasm for Cuomo was not even lukewarm. They said it was racist even when people were saying replace him with Kamala. Yeah, 100%. It's fucking insane, dude. That is like, that I think was the most transparent pandering and the most cynical attempts at identity politics that I had seen from the Democratic Party. But that is practically exactly how that is its practical application. That is the only thing the Democrats care about. Okay. They have a fucking turnout machine and a very loyal base of support within especially older black populations, especially black women, and they will literally throw that in your fucking face, or they'll be like, excuse me, you must be exhibiting misogynoir. That is a byproduct. Isn't this guy Hindu phobic? That's amazing. Why? Because he said what he said about Modi in Gujarat. Is that what you think? That was one of the funniest things I heard too. People were like, I can't believe he said that about Modi. Motherfucker, wasn't Modi not allowed in the United States of America for an extended period of time until recently? Why was that the case? Yeah. Modi was banned from the U.S. for a decade by the U.S. government for the same reason Zoran doesn't like him. But if Zoran says he won't meet with him, it can only be due to a blood feud. That's proof of his foreign ethnic attachments. This fucking dipshit Roman helmet guy says, I don't understand. Why does a New Yorker have a blood feud against Modi? Zohran Mamdani, the first potential South Asian mayor of New York, called India Prime Minister Modi is a butcher of Gujarat. When asked if he would meet with Modi if Modi's in New York, Zohran said he would never meet Modi. He literally said, it's because of his foreign ethnic attachments. My father, his family is from Gujarat, and his family is Muslim. I'm Muslim. And Narendra Modi helped orchestrate a mass slaughter of Muslims in Gujarat. Is that not enough proof for you? You might think it's valid that he feels this way because of his foreign ethnic attachments, but pretending like he doesn't have any is just silly. No, he said his ancestry didn't play any role, but the video disproves your point. He brings up his ancestry to provide some authority for his claim about Modi, not to explain it. That's why at the end, he says we should treat Modi like Netanyahu adopting an impersonal legal frame of criminality, which was the same as the U.S. government's when it banned him. But hey, he's a Muslim Indian guy from Uganda. So obviously he can't actually have this opinion on the basis of humanity, on the basis of like people's actions or whatever. He must actually have deep ethnic tensions and deep ethnic resentment.
President Narendra Modi, and this will go to you first.
Come on,
Lander of India.
I remember this. It was funny.
I was supposed to get Netanyahu, and he was supposed to get Modi. Didn't you even get the memo?
You all get all of them. So
Modi is holding a rally in Madison Square Garden. He wants to hold a joint press conference with you afterwards, reaffirming the strong bond between India and New York. Do you agree to the event?
No.
All right, Mr. Stringer.
No.
And Mr. Mamdani.
No, and I just want to say something here, which is that my father, his family comes from Gujarat in India, and his family is Muslim, I'm Muslim. And Narendra Modi helped to orchestrate what was a mass slaughter of Muslims in Gujarat to the extent that we don't even believe there are Gujarati Muslims anymore. And when I tell someone that I am, it's a shock to them that is even the case. And this is someone who we should view in the same manner that we do Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a war criminal.
And speaking...
Yeah, it seems like the white guys were also saying no. I guess they also have deep ethnic blood feuds. Roman helmet guy being butthurt over Hindu issues, another Indian LARPing as a white national? No, that's a real fucking TikToker. Roman helmet guy is a real TikToker that I thought he's a white guy. I thought that he was like a little sus. I have seen some of his videos in the past. But because he was like Roman helmet guy, I thought he was obviously fucking sus. He's not like a Uttar Pradesh Andy. This is a real white dude. He's on TikTok. Calm down, everybody. Not every white nationalist on Twitter is a Not every white nationalist, white supremacist on Twitter is a fucking Indian dude, okay? No, this dude is a real person. Like, this dude is a genuine white nationalist, as opposed to an Indian guy presenting himself as a white nationalist in the West. Anyway, is obsession with Rome a definitive sign of white nationalism? Not always, but in his case, it proved to be true. I'd only seen some of his videos, and I thought I'd only seen some of his videos, and I thought he was a little suspicious, but I didn't realize like how bad it was. I've been saying from day one why the global North cannot stand up for Palestinians. If they acknowledge Israel is unethically occupied Palestinian land, then all indigenous people in the global North will ask for their land back too. She said the quiet part out loud.
I don't care if you believe that Palestinians are indigenous to the land of Palestine. That does not mean they get to have their own country within the current country of Israel. Let me explain. Almost every single country in the world.
Wait, this is really funny because everyone is like talking about everyone's talking currently about Mahmoud Mamdani's correct take that all countries are genocide. Like nation states are a genocidal concept, which is literally true. He's an academic. Zohran Mamdani's father, Mahmoud Mamdani, is a Muslim academic. And people are trying to fucking criticize Zohran over what his father has said about how all nation states, like the concept of a nation state, is genocidal. As an academic, he is right. This is true. There are very few countries that have not created a nation state without genocide. There are very few countries that haven't participated in any sort of like wholesale slaughter. It's just the truth. But it's weird that the whole point that is like idiotic about this is that just because it's the truth doesn't mean we should continue doing it. Okay? Like that's that's it. The whole point is you read it in the history books and you go, wow, that's really fucked up. We shouldn't do that again. And while it's literally happening again, people are like,
I don't care.
No, you don't understand. Like, it's actually good. Let Israel have one, please.
Was conquered. Canada was colonized by the French and British. The land was taken from the native Inuits and Métis. In no way, shape, or form are the Inuits allowed to create their own country within Canada because they were indigenous. Australia was colonized by...
This is just might is right, dude. I wouldn't be talking this big of a game if the entire might is right politics revolves around unconditional and unlimited support from the West, lady. I mean, she probably is in Canada. That's why she's talking about Canadian First Nations people. But, you know, if you're doing this at the behest of Israel, this is not a very good argument. Might is right only goes as far as you're mighty, okay? One day you might not be so mighty. I mean, think about it this way. A country that has been gutted by sanctions was able to strike a blow to the impunity of Israel, okay? And that is with Western support. Now, imagine if Western support diminished a little bit. Imagine if it went away.
By the British, and the land was taken from the indigenous Aboriginals. Are they allowed to have their own country within Australia? Southern Australia is now going to be a new country because they were indigenous. No, that is not the way the world works.
I think that, like, obviously the moral thing is the exact opposite of what she's saying, but the practical application of this is equal rights, restitution, and reparations. And I feel like no matter, like, I don't think any liberal would disagree with that, right? Like, the morally correct position is that you're wrong and they should, okay? But at least, like, the practical position that most liberals would be on board with is a recognition of the atrocities and restitution and reparations that come after. You can't just say this is how the world works. Might is right. You know, we're mighty. So sucks to suck, Palestinians, while you are in the process of ethnically cleansing them. Like, this didn't happen 100, 200, 300 years in the past, and you're just like talking about it. You're talking about it as it's ongoing to people that are saying, don't do this. This is unacceptably violent. And it's ironic because I am of the mindset of the practical application, which is not the displacement of all of the latecomers, okay? All of the aliyahs that have taken place, all of the Jews that are now living in Israel proper or illegally occupying Palestinian territory against international rules and laws. I'm of the mindset of immediate restitution, a cessation of hostilities, and an immediate restitution and reparations to the Palestinians with a right to return. She's literally doing the case as to why Israel doesn't make sense. A historic concept of indigeneity doesn't justify the creation of a modern apartheid state today. I don't think she realizes she's correct, just in the opposite direction. Yeah, also, that is ironically what is the made-up mythology surrounding Israel, which is this was our land 3,000 years ago. It belongs to us, which is why we have to ethnically cleanse the people that remained, which happen to have closer association with our historic forefathers than even we do. Not that it fucking matters, because you can't make the argument. The irony is that if like land back, when people talk about land back in this cynical fashion, they don't mean that like the indigenous tribes need to do 9/11 every day to New York, okay? That's just the fantasies of like edgy Sakai readers, okay? Like that's the edgy settlers readers that fucking fantasize about a future that is never going to happen, okay? It's ridiculous.
Works. In 1948, the Jews fought a war against the Arabs and Palestinians on the land. The Jews won that war. I don't care that we were indigenous. I don't care that Palestinians were indigenous. It is our land. It is now a country. No other country in the world is expected to separate part of their country and give it to the indigenous people. No, but somehow that argument makes sense for all of you morons. It doesn't make sense for the US. It doesn't make sense for Mexico. It doesn't make sense for Canada. It doesn't make sense for Australia. And it definitely doesn't make sense for Israel. It's unbelievable how much Jew hatred blinds people into demanding things of Israel.
This is Shai Albrecht. Her husband is Eli Albrecht, and he was convicted of a hate crime when him and some others brutally assaulted a black man. They both act like he changed his last name to her last name because feminism, but it's because he's a racist idiot and didn't want the smoke. Wait, what?
That they would never demand of another country.
It's so fucking crazy, man. It's crazy that like she's just saying straightforward Nazi shit. It's just, you know, there's a role reversal here, and not even a role reversal directly, but like she's just Jewish and a Nazi. She is a Nazi that happens to be Jewish. Like, and the victims in this circumstance isn't Jews, communists, socialists, the disabled, the Romani people, but instead it's just Arabs, what she calls Arabs, which is of course Palestinians.
If you believe that
Let's see what
Palestinians
this
are
response
indigenous
is.
of Israel, let me explain. The land was taken by the country and morons. It's unbelievable.
You say Palestinians can't have a state because they lost the war. Fine. But then they should be full, equal citizens of the state that replaced theirs. That's what countries you mentioned can.
Yeah, that's literally the other. Yeah, exactly. And even though this is imperfect and there are plenty of problems that persist, like the problem with Israel is they don't want to give Palestinian citizenship. That's the reality, because it's a fucking ethno-state. It is an ethno-state developed around Jewish ethno-religious supremacy. And when you are an ethno-state that believes and maintains Jewish ethno-religious supremacist ideals, you have to exterminate the non-Jewish outgroup. That's it. This is precisely why it pisses people off when Zohran Mamdani reverses the script and says, I want a state that is democratic with equal rights and representation for all. When people ask him the question, do you want a Jewish state? Why don't you want Israel to remain a Jewish state? And he says, because I want a state that exists with equal rights and representation for all. That's a non-starter for defenders of Zionism, for defenders of Israel. That's it. And this is a non-starter for liberal Zionists as well. This is a non-starter for liberal Zionists as well. Muslims mad quiet. What? Like on that same virtue, because no such similar dynamic exists in Iran, for example, Iran has 9,000 to 20,000 Jewish Iranians that the government protects, that the government is perfectly aware of. Like, that's not a thing. That's not even a question. Iran doesn't go, we have to ethnically cleanse all the Jews. We're fighting with Israel after all. We have to literally cleanse all the Jews. And I saw some fucking misreporting. Some cynical fucking misreporting that is so fucking gross, because they were saying there was a claim that like Iran had jailed 700 Jews or something after the fucking Israeli bombing campaigns. That's not true. They did jail 700 people suspected of collaboration, and they do have a heavy hand when it comes to political repression. They have a heavy hand when it comes to identifying and addressing people who are potentially collaborating with Israel. But they weren't Jews, okay? The people that they arrested weren't fucking arrested on the basis of being Jewish. And I don't even think that there were, I don't think that even the majority of the people arrested were Jewish. I don't even know how many of the 700 people that were arrested were Jewish at all. They were not. The idea that the Iranian government arrested 700 Jews is fucking bullshit. It's a lie. They arrested 700 people who live in Iran. Iran has, by law, Jewish representation in the government in a country of 92 million. What other country offers representation to such a tiny minority by law? If anything, they probably arrested a higher percentage of Kurds rather than Jewish Iranians. Jewish Iranians are a part of the Iranian population. Even the J-Post article corrected it. Iran arrests at least 700 nationals for alleged ties to Israel. 6 additional people have been executed on suspicion of collaborating with Mossad, Israel's public broadcaster Khan News reported. Now, that's really interesting because the people, where is it? The J-Post initial fucking headline for this article was Iran arrests 700 Jews. That's not the case. Editor's note, the headline of an earlier version of this report said that 700 Jews were arrested instead of 700 people. This mistake has since been corrected. Tehran's Jewish community holds ceremony supporting regime. Meanwhile, a special gathering of Tehran's Jewish community took place to show support for the Islamic Republic regime earlier on Thursday, celebrating the Iranian armed forces' decisive response to Israel's airstrikes. Khan reported the gathering was attended by Jews serving in the Iranian military who wore military uniforms and kippahs, Khan noted. Doors open. Yeah, we don't know what the background of the people are that they arrested. We don't know what religion they are. This is just fucking made up. Yeah. See? Yashar, when it comes to Iran, even though he is obviously quite reactionary when it comes to Iran in general, he will correct the record. Iran has reportedly arrested over 700 Iranian Jews and executed 6 on bogus charges of spying for Israel. First of all, the idea that like there aren't collaborators deep within the Iranian nation state is fucking ridiculous. What do you mean bogus charges? What's bogus is that you're claiming that they're Iranian Jews. Okay? I highly doubt that they were Iranian Jews that did this, for the record. 100%. And there were some anti-Semites that were literally saying, like, there's a lot of Jews in Iran. If I was the Iranian government, I'd fucking purge them. I'd purge them and purge them. It's like, that's bullshit. They've lived there for longer than Israel has fucking existed. Okay? They have deep roots in Iranian society. Shut the fuck up. Not only that, but also, once again, Israel admitted that their fucking assets had deeply penetrated Iranian society. It's not fake that there are absolutely collaborators within Iran. This is based on, Yashar Ali says, this is not true. This is based on a false Jerusalem report that misrepresented data shared by reputable human rights organizations that cover the abuses of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Over 700 Iranians have been arrested and accused of serving as spies for Israel, not 700 Iranian Jews. This is a common tactic during crackdowns. The people often arrested have nothing to do with Israel. The Jerusalem Post continues to pick up random tweets, stories from Arab news outlets notorious for laundering lies for their home countries' intelligence agencies and various bad actors, resulting in the continued spread of fear and misinformation. Dude, come on. Stop. I'm pretty sure the ones that were executed were also executed after having already had a trial because they were arrested for spying before the Israeli attacks. Iranian Jewish community is the oldest Jewish community as they have been there since Cyrus the Great. Yeah, 100%. People don't fucking know that. Iran is also an incredibly diverse country. Okay, all of this shit is like people trying to literally say, well, Iran does this too. No, Iran doesn't do this. Israel does.
Canada, Australia, the US eventually did. Equal rights and voting for Indigenous people. The Inuit vote in Canada. Aboriginal Australians vote. Native Americans vote. They aren't locked behind walls, denied medicine, and bombed in refugee camps. Palestinians are. And no, those countries didn't ban Indigenous people from returning to their lands. Israel does, even when Palestinians still have the keys and the deeds. So if you're against a separate Palestinian state, fine. But then let them live in Israel with full rights, the vote, and the right to come home. Because what you're defending isn't democracy, it's domination.
It's fascism. It's ethnic cleansing. It's genocide. It's apartheid. And it is an ongoing atrocity. It's just pure Nazi shit. Israel can't fucking cope with it. Israel can't contend with it because they rely on support from the West. And obviously, like, it is a great irony. It is not lost on me that a big part of the reason why Americans hate this kind of stuff, aside from the fact that they fought the Nazis, is literally because of tremendous amounts of scholarly work on the Holocaust. And while for the longest time Israel used this kind of research and this kind of academic work to justify the existence of a Jewish state, people are now broadly recognizing that this is identical to what the Nazis did, and therefore have learned that this is wrong. For many people, never again didn't mean never again just for Jews. For many people, never again meant never again for everyone. And if you also have this never again means never again for anyone attitude, which is the normal moral position to have, then of course you're going to be fucking upset with the actions of Israel. It's that simple. This is awesome. Survivor of Mao regime calls out Mamdani voters. They don't know history.
Socialism and communism. New Hampshire congressional candidate Lily Tong Williams and Manhattan Institute fellow Daniel DiMartino. Great to see both of you. Lily, what do you say to Zoran Mamdani, who is the Democrat now running for the mayor here? Or what do you say to people who vote for socialism?
Well, the people who vote for socialism are the ones who never lived it, who never suffered from the hunger and poverty and the lack of freedom and police state. So those people should.
That gotta be deliberate. Mamdani? That's the craziest version I've heard thus far. Like, I get it. Americans can't say ethnic names, okay? I get it. But goddamn, dude, Mamdani?
Should be educated about history better. That's failure of our American education system. Our kids don't know the history, and they bought into free stuff provided by government. That's how Mao sold the socialism, communism to millions Chinese, and the millions of them starving to death by his central planning socialist policies. So I'm running because I don't.
Yeah, dude, China's doing so poorly. Why couldn't they remain under the banner of nationalist forces and, you know, depending on how things went, possibly become a vassal state of England or America and continue the century of humiliation? Really fucked up.
I don't want this country become the country I left. And I don't want anybody to take away my gun rights. That's God-given rights. I will never compromise.
I love it. Well, Danielle, I want to ask you something that I'm really perplexed about, and it's not only young people that are gravitating towards the AOCs and the Mamdanis of the Democrat Party, but I'm rather perplexed and confused why white, I call them overly educated liberals, when you look at the breakdown of this Democrat mayor.
Overly educated? Overly educated. Okay, that's cool. I guess we're just, I mean, this is the type of shit that, like, I get annoyed when liberals participate in this, where it's like, Like now they're just wearing it like a fucking badge of courage and honor.
Mayoral primary in New York City this week. You're not necessarily seeing the working class. You're not seeing black voters, Hispanic voters. You're not seeing them.
What? Fox News made fun of Joe Biden for a year. Fox News never stopped making fun of the Democrats for saying this same thing. She's like, a real working class movement has, you know, stupid people like black people and Hispanic people, not the overly educated white liberals. You're a Republican. What are you saying right now? This is no different than Joe Biden being like, you know, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Showing out necessarily for Mamdani, but you're seeing the white liberals, and those are the ones that were celebrating, cheering up and down for him. You gotta help me understand, what is it about that group of people that makes them cheer so ferociously for socialism?
Yeah, thank you all, and thank you for having me. Good to see you all again. Look, what really concerns me about this is what you said, Tommy, that it is really highly educated young people who turned out for Mamdani. And it is really not shocking because I went to Columbia for my PhD, and I saw it myself. People there are the most supportive of socialism. And the reason is because of our colleges here in America. That was one of the most shocking things I saw when I first came to America.
That's amazing. This guy's awesome. I was not expecting this voice. Is he Venezuelan? No. I mean, his last name is DiMartino, so I assume he's Italian, right?
In 2016 was that it was higher education that was captured by Marxists. And so what happened in Venezuela, that people voted for a socialist regime, unlike in China or unlike in the Soviet Union, can clearly happen here too. And Mamdani might not be able to turn New York City into Caracas because he's mayor and not tyrant, but
bro, they don't call me the fucking hog whisperer for no reason, bitch. Oh, what happened now? Chatters were like, you did not say he's Venezuelan. Yeah, bitch, I did. Okay? I did. Because I know my fucking hogs, bro. I know my international hogs. You feel me? Don't test me, bro. Don't fucking test me. I got the hog radar on lock. I know my international hogs.
The point is, Americans are willing to vote for someone like him. And today is New York City, tomorrow is the rest of America.
Well, his campaign, he's the child of a famous film director, and his campaign is definitely kind of social media managed. It has that kind of film of like a filter over it. He always tilts his head to seem more endearing when he's on camera. Daniel, doesn't that have something to do with it?
I think he's extremely charismatic, and that's why he's extremely dangerous. I think he lies even when he smiles. I mean, I have very strong opinions about him. His middle name is actually after the dictator of Ghana, not some civil rights leader, but somebody who was named president for life. And so he's friends with the Democratic Socialists of America. That's who trained him. This is an organization that regularly sends people to meet with the dictators of Cuba and Venezuela. He does not want to make New York City into Scandinavia. He wants to make us into Venezuela. The question is whether we will let him. It's whether Americans will let these socialist ideas take over.
Lily, I know that you have fled horrible conditions, and so many immigrants like yourself, they're saying the same thing that you are. Listen, don't make America like the place that I fled from. Now, this is New York City. Obviously, it's deep blue. How concerned are you that other places, maybe not as deep blue as New York City, are going to follow this example? And do you think this is going to be the way that the Democrat Party trends?
Yes, I have seen the radical left wing of Democrat Party took over their voter bases, and that's one of the tactics they use. They use cultural Marxism, identity politics to divide and conquer. They control the media, social media, and schools, and cultural institutions, like take over some churches and nuclear families, and get the kids against their parents and walk away to authority figures. Those are very similar to what I saw under Mao's Cultural Revolution. That's why I'm warning people that we don't want to go down that way, because they sell you free stuff to get you buy into it. Once they totally disarm you and silence you and install police state.
I can't think of a bigger, more shameful experience than being a Chinese person who Mao played a formative role in educating and uplifting, only to fucking turn around and just bark for the most right-wing racist interests in this country. What a shame. Actual shame.
State destabilize our country, then you will lose all your natural rights guaranteed by the founding fathers in the documentation called the independence, our constitution.
Lily Tong Williams. And
I was talking to a Persian person I know, and she was saying, oh, my parents, like, they hate communism. My Iranian parents hate communism because they say they were like, some of them were killed by communists. And I was like, what do you mean? And she like explained the detail. She explained in detail like what happened. And it turns out that she had immediate family members that were actually Iranian communists, and they fled to Azerbaijan when the Shah came into power. It's the same thing. It's always the same shit. It's like Ted Cruz being like, oh, I hate communism. My parents were tortured by communists. I mean, they were tortured by Batista. It's like, dude, that's not, what are you talking about? Like, I know you are relying. I know you're relying on the average American not to know, but like, you can't jot that as a fucking victim of communism if your parents ran away from the guy that the communists actually toppled, the American-backed dictator, Batista.
Daniel DiMartino, great to see both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
While many on the left are rejoicing in Democrat socialist Zoran Mamdani's success in New York City mayoral primary, some Democrats are speaking out against his proposals. Among them is New York Congresswoman Laura Gillen, who says Mamdani is too extreme to lead the city, and she joins us now. So great to see you, Congresswoman. Thank you for joining us. So this really is, first of all, were you shocked by the outcome of this?
I was pretty surprised, yes.
Why?
Well, I just didn't think that New York would elect someone who's a self-proclaimed socialist to lead the city that is the global epicenter of capitalism. So I was very surprised, and I spoke out because first of all, my job is to advocate for my constituents. I'm gravely concerned that if he became mayor and implemented some of these policies, we're going to see an exodus from New York. It's going to crater our economy. It's going to drive up taxes that will be passed on to my constituents, and it will destroy our state's economy as well. He ran a campaign based on a bunch of promises that.
So what happens when that doesn't happen? I mean, that's the real fear here, by the way, chatters. The real fear for people like this is not that, what they're fantasizing is going to happen. The real fear is that Zoran wins and it doesn't happen. And then the people go, why can't we have that? That's the real fear. Make no mistake, because that would require every politician, Democrat or Republican alike, to actually do right by their constituents. They are not afraid that Zoran is going to lead to an exodus of capital from New York City and New York State. They know that that is not the case. They know that that's not going to happen. The real fear is that it won't happen and Zoran will be successful. And then that will require them to actually go against the interests of capital. And their positions rely on them not going against the interests of capital, but instead defending the interests of capital, as is what she's doing right now.
He cannot deliver on. Right. He doesn't have the legal authority to do half the things that he said he's going to do. It shows that he either misrepresented what he can do to the constituents of this city, or he doesn't have a fundamental understanding of what the role of mayor is. You cannot raise taxes if you are the mayor of New York City. He sits in the state assembly. He should know.
Wait, why are you worried then? I don't get it. Okay, so he's making a lot of promises and he's not going to be able to capitalize on it. Then why are you worried? Why would that lead to an exodus then? I don't get it. So nothing will change?
Know that. And the governor has already signaled that she is not going to approve this tax hike that he is proposing. He doesn't have the authority to do that.
or even a fundamental understanding of how life works. I want to play this because I think it captures. This is not a casual socialist like some 18-year-old talking about stuff. He's actually thought about this stuff, and he's a true socialist. And let's play this clip real quick, and then I want to get your reaction.
You're a proud democratic socialist. Do you think that is a platform that would work for other candidates running in other parts of the country?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is a campaign about inequality. And you don't have to live in the most expensive city in the country to have experienced that inequality because it's a national issue. And part of how we got to this point was through the endorsements of Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who've been leading this fight against oligarchy across the country.
And you can hear him talking about wanting to rework the way distribution of wealth is done, as if that happens through the government and the government is going to create a grocery store. And
if that's not how it's done, or if that can't happen, why are you worried? It's not up to the government to offer social safety nets. What are you, fucking stupid? What is this, communist vuvuzela? What are you, out of your freaking mind?
It's kind of bonkers.
Listen, he addressed the cost of living crisis.
Right.
We are facing a cost of living crisis. But the way forward for Americans and the way forward for my party is to find concrete solutions, to find ways to lower the cost of living for everyday Americans, and not promise to be Santa Claus and give everything for free when you can't.
Wait, okay, that's what he's doing. We need to find a way to cut the cost for everyday Americans. No, not like that. It seems like you want to actually cut the cost for everyday Americans, and I don't like that.
Can't actually do that because nothing is free. Everything has a price tag attached to it. So what I'm focused on is finding a way forward, and I think the vision for my party is reclaiming our voice in the middle, working across the aisle to find concrete solutions to lower costs and make Americans' lives safer and better.
Well, I'm so grateful for you coming on today, and I'm glad you're fighting this fight, and I hope you find other Democrats who join the sanity caucus within the Democrat Party, because we cannot have an insane party.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Joining me now, Tomi Lahren, Fox News contributor, host of the Tomi Lahren is Fearless show. Clay Travis.
When someone says they're fearless, like when a Republican commentator says they're fearless or position themselves as fearless, it's so funny because it's like everything you do is about how afraid you are of normal things. Like Tomi Lahren is going to now, Tomi Lahren of the Fearless podcast or whatever, is now going to tell you how fearful she is by free buses, okay? I don't think you should call yourself fearless if you are going on Fox News to talk about how fearful you are of a pilot program where there will be at least one, hold on, sorry, pilot grocery program that is run by the state of New York.
Travis, Fox News contributor and host of Outkick and the Outkick show, and Mark Simone, WOR.
Dude, it's kind of crazy how fucking Tomi Lahren was on a goddamn rocket ship when I first encountered her racist ramblings. A lot of people don't know, but I made my name initially. Oh my God, what is this hair? What the fuck? I made a name for myself by like actively going after Tomi Lahren's videos and dissecting them piece by piece. That was when I first went viral in like 2016, 2017. That was my first career move. A lot of OG fans remember that probably and know me from that back in the Facebook days. And look at her career now and look at mine.
Radio Hall of Famer. Thanks for everybody. So Tomi, am I being too hard on this guy?
No, I think you're actually going too easy on him, Larry. I think you could have gone a little bit harder. Listen, this guy is a huge problem. If New York City chooses to go this way, well, get ready, Nashville, Tennessee, get ready, state of Florida, because everyone's coming. And we welcome you. Please just don't vote for liberals if you come to our great red states. It also shows that as blue cities get more insane, red states are just going to get redder. I'm actually even more concerned, though, because if you look at the people who are voting for this guy, it's not the people that he proclaims to want to uplift. It's really white, overly educated liberals. And the fact that our academic institutions, supposedly the best in the nation, best in the world, are pumping out these kind of anti-everything militants, really, is really disturbing. That's what it's come to. Socialism, good. Anti-Semitism, good. Globalize the Antifada, a mainstream concept. That frightens me. Gen Z is lost. Gen Alpha, maybe even more
Hell yeah.
lost.
Well, we'll have to see. Clay, bring in here. Is this the future of the Democratic Party, by the way? I mean, AOC campaigned heavily for this guy. So did Bernie Sanders, or at least he spoke for him. AOC was on the campaign trail. Is this where Democrats are actually going?
And let me say this as we start the show. Congrats to everybody who kept their head. Because I think the last time I was on with you, people were losing their minds over the stock market. You got a new record high close in the S&P 500, which is a sign that the economy is actually working and the underpinning of our economy.
I guess the stock market's not as fearful of Zoran then, huh? Huh. Interesting way to undermine the point that Tommy Lauren was making just now. Strange. It's just like, because if Zoran is this like radical revolutionary figure that's going to assassinate, decapitate Wall Street leadership, I suspect that the market would move in that direction, right? So what's up?
Still remains capitalism, which is something that Democrats really don't respect anymore. And here is where I actually welcome Mamdani, because what it represents is a real debate of ideas. When he was on CNN, I believe last night, he was asked whether he believes in capitalism, and he said no. And I think that's the real argument we need to have. And one of the only flaws I think that may exist for capitalism is it provides so much wealth and leisure for everyone that you can start to believe that maybe capitalism isn't the reason you have the wealth and leisure to be attacking it. And so, look.
My favorite thing is when these guys also talk about the recovery of the stock market. It's like, huh, what happened? Because in order for there to be a recovery, there had to be a fall, right? What was that? What was that? What happened really? Classic Trump trope. Breaks something and then picks up the pieces after and basically stops continuously breaking that same thing. And then everybody celebrates him for no longer continuing to break said thing. Well, okay. It would have been better if he didn't break it at all. What the fuck? It literally is the exact same thing that happened with Iran. Why did the United States of America spend hundreds of millions of dollars launching this insane campaign and possibly even $1 billion in defending Israel in the process, instead of just telling Israel to not fucking bomb Iran? None of those things had to happen. 600 plus Iranians dead, 30 Israelis dead, thousands wounded in Iran, hundreds wounded in Israel. None of that needed to happen. Literally all Trump needed to do was go, hey, Israel, I know you want to fucking strike Iran real bad, but don't do that. He did it. He actually told Israel to fucking turn the planes around successfully, mind you, because that's how much power he has, that the Israeli Air Force could literally fucking fire up their jets and fly in the direction of Iran, only to have Donald Trump turn them shits around mid-air. That happened after the ceasefire, of course. My question is, why didn't that happen before the ceasefire? You know?
Democrats recognize that Bernie Sanders might play well in Vermont. He might play well in New York City and LA and Chicago and all these big cities that have elected awful mayors. But it doesn't play very well in the rest of the country. And I think we need to get AOC on the ballot nationwide. I think we need to get, if Bernie Sanders wasn't 83, him on the ballot. And allow these rigorous debates to actually take place, because I think Americans understand capitalism is the answer, not the...
These guys only say this shit because they know the Democrats will never allow it to happen. Because if the Democrats actually allowed that to happen, they would never lose a fucking election ever again. I wonder which one of these two messages is actually going to work. Fake, phony posturing towards social safety nets, or a guy who has dedicated his entire fucking 700-year political career to advancing Americans' material conditions. and expanding the pre-existing social safety nets. I wonder which message would be better. Republicans can only say this kind of thing knowing full well that the Democrats will never allow it to happen.
But I think a lot of Democrats don't. And that is why they have this internal civil war in their party, which is represented by Cuomo against Mamdani. Mamdani won. I encourage him to represent more of the AOC view. Maybe AOC herself on the ballot in 2028. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, well, I have made the same similarly cynical.
Considering their reaction to Mamdani's Democratic victory, I don't think they want this. I'm getting a feeling that they don't actually want this, because if the Democratic wishes of the population meant more Zohran Mamdani's winning, I think they would probably kill themselves. Hassan, what's your views on Israel? One of the worst countries on the planet. Shouldn't exist. Doesn't have a right to exist. Dismantle it and rebuild it for giving equal rights and equal representation to everyone living there, including the Palestinians that have been pushed away. A right to return. How's that for an answer? You like that one? Yeah. Is Israel more like isn't real? And the people that are too fucking racist to like live side by side with equal rights for Palestinians can fuck themselves.
Comments myself, but here in New York, Mark Simone, this is the largest Jewish population on the globe outside of Israel. They're going to vote for this guy, for this, I call him Zorro because I could never pronounce his name. They're going to really vote for him? Is this serious? Is he going to be mayor?
See, they're not mad at Zoran. They're also mad at democracy, okay? They're mad at the democratic wishes of the majority population being addressed. Also, I get not being able to say Mamdani to a certain degree, but Zoran, come on, man, just say Zoran. Like, what? That's not that difficult to say. Him going, I don't know how to say that. I say Zorro. That is crazy. But once again, every single time they try to fucking hit Zoran, they end up making him look cooler. That's an even cooler nickname, dude. How is this possible? How is it possible that every time they try to fucking make him look worse, they end up making him look cooler? Zorro sounds awesome.
No, he's not going to be mayor. I think you said it. He peaked.
You say Zoran wrong. Bernie pronounced it better than you. Yes, I know. It's Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Okay, I know. Zohran. Okay, Zoran.
On Tuesday when he won the primary.
That's still my view.
Yeah, he's not going to go anyplace. Once you start taking a look at it, they've heard about this anti-Semitism. Once you see the tweets, once you see the old video, it's frightening. You know, also...
Bro, what's frightening is what you thought you could pull off with this hairpiece. What's frightening is that there are probably 10,000 Americans that tune into your radio show, not realizing that the decision-making process that you have is so fucking busted that you put that hairpiece on thinking no one would notice. Okay? I'm sorry. That's ridiculous.
So if you hate rich people, okay, but this is what we do in New York. It's a city of Wall Street, of hedge funds, big corporations. It's one of our main industries. It's like, if you want to hate cars, great, but you can't be mayor of Detroit. If you hate big business, you can't be mayor of New York. He's got nowhere to go but downhill.
You know, that's it. Just on that point, I'm going to come back to you, Tom, but hang on. Just on that point, I interviewed Eric Adams yesterday on the show, and he made some really important economic points. Now, I know his performance is a very mixed bag, although I think he's improving for time, but whatever.
Yeah, he's improved. Since the Trump administration basically dangled his pre-existing Department of Justice prosecution over his head, I've begun to like him more and more. Dude, remember all the people that said, oh, the New York mayoral race is not that significant. The New York mayoral race is not that significant. Look at how much one Democratic primary victory has whipped up panic. These guys they're losing their minds. Bro, they're literally about to have a fucking aneurysm. Zorro, legitimately an old school boomer era hero.
Small.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Chuck Schumer almost died. After congratulating Zoran, Chuck Schumer was hospitalized. That is not even a joke. That literally happened. Maybe the events were not related to one another, but in my headcanon, considering that there was no window of time between Chuck Schumer tweeting out a congratulatory tweet on Zoran and then him being hospitalized, I'm afraid I have to assume that those two events are absolutely related. He tried to kill him because of all the anti-Semitism. Yeah, that's what happened. Zoran is so anti-Semitic that his aura, his mere presence as this anti-Semite was enough for Chuck Schumer to almost die.
Real estate, buildings that are rented out, okay, little brownstones and little homes, little small apartment buildings in, Brooklyn or the Bronx. Those people who are not rich, okay, I'm going to leave color out of it. I'm just going to say they're not rich, would get hammered by this guy's policies. In other words, he's no friend of the minorities. He's no friend of the poor or the low-income people. That's why I think he can't win.
No, all these policies backfire. You should always remember that if you're a Democrat. They decided nobody has to pay the broker's fee if they rent an apartment. Landlord has to pay it. Mm-hmm. Instantly, the price of every apartment went up 15% to cover that. So it backfires on the people. It never works.
So he wants to defund the police. Okay, let's just start. This is like a repeat of the Summer of Love, right? Fires burning up in Minneapolis, in Portland, in Seattle, and elsewhere. Here too, I do not understand how New Yorkers can vote for someone who wants to defund the police. I don't understand that.
How did this city not learn its lesson from 2020? Was everyone still so afraid of COVID that they forgot the other dumb things that came out of that incredibly dumb year? The fact that New York City, and it's still not great, but it's gotten, maybe a little bit better from the 2020 days. The fact that they want to go backward, and the fact that they still think that defund the police is a viable concept, but not just defund the police. He wants to abolish ICE and prisons. Mm-hmm. He wants safe injection sites. He wants to legalize.
Base. Wow, that's so cool. Oh my Lord.
Sex work. Mm-hmm. Okay. This guy, if you thought New York City looked like a third world country before or now, wait until someone like that gets in power. You're going to see what socialism looks like in real life. And maybe that would be, to Clay's point, an educational awakening, but it would kill one of America's greatest cities. We can't let it happen.
Help me out here, my aged and infirm memory. Where has socialism worked again, exactly? Where was it a success?
Okay. What do you call China? I mean, I'd say Cuba, too, in spite of the fucking crippling sanctions. But what would you call China? And it's not like Zoran wants to do a command economy, dude. Like, what do you mean? I wish he had that power. He doesn't. Okay. But what is really frustrating about this is, like, these guys point to countries that we have fucked up, countries that we have punished, countries that we've destroyed, to say socialism doesn't work. Okay. Countries that we've never given a moment of respite to engage in any sort of socialization initiatives. Meanwhile, there are other countries that we have allowed to socialize to a certain degree, social democracies like the ones in Western Europe, right? And it's not like Zoran is trying to say, like, oh, we have to do a workers' councils and, like, use the vanguard to militarily overthrow the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie to the dictatorship of the proletariat. He's literally trying to move marginally in the direction, with the limited amount of power that he has, towards countries like fucking Denmark or Norway or Sweden, or even, I mean, I guess, like, even fucking England before Thatcherism. Like, that's it. That's all this guy's trying to do. And these guys are like, well, I mean, well, think about what has happened to socialist countries. Look at Venezuela. It's like, what is that? Is that a threat? Are you going to do a coup in New York? Is that what you're saying? Are you going to strangle the New York economy with the hopes that this kind of fervor doesn't, this kind of successful socialization initiatives don't actually take root in the hearts and minds of Americans broadly? It's crazy. Talking to a local farmer dude this morning about this, I brought up China as an example. He said, China won't last. Your grandkids won't know the work China as a country. What? They're on their way out. The brain rot is rampant. Yeah, I mean, of course. Random dumbasses are going to be like, yeah, if China's any day now, it's going to get destroyed.
Oh, come on. Is it nowhere? Is that possible? And yet...
Could you explain why you like China to someone uneducated? All I've heard is an authoritarian state and scary, I am not well read on the topic. Ooh, my favorite. I wish there was like a one video that we could point to. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Even development, rapid urbanization, high-speed rail, what else? Yeah, I show speed videos, command economy, punishing billionaires when they fucking do fuck shit. Even punishing party leadership when they do fuck shit. Labubu's. Immense support for education initiatives. That's another good one. Almost universal home ownership. That's another good one. Everybody has a house. Think about that. Major steps in the direction of renewable energy. Cost of living is immensely affordable and kept in check by the government. Very little interest in a military war style intervention all around the globe. Virtually non-existent footprint in that regard. Technological superiority in numerous sectors over the last 15 years as a direct part of Xi Jinping's 15-year plan. I think they targeted like what, 20 sectors, and they reached sector leadership in like fucking 12 of those 20. Yeah, lifting 800 million people from extreme poverty in the shortest amount of time in history. That's a good one. You know? None of this applies to Hong Kong. Why? What do you mean? Not enough time has passed to see what Hong Kong will look like. If you think China will like continue punishing Hong Kong or something for the crime of being under the protective banner of England, you know, that's ridiculous. For all their faults and failures, for all the repression that the Chinese government has engaged in, okay, for all the control mechanisms that they have, the one thing you can't say is that they don't work to make sure people's living standards are improved year over year to the best of their ability in a way where that, because they understand that this is the most effective way to stamp out dissent. And it has been an incredibly successful way to stamp out dissent. In Howard Beach today, I found the two Mamdani voters a couple. They both seem to imply that they thought he ran to Cuomo's right and he was an Italian American because he's from Astoria. That's a joke. I doubt that this is real. Him, Mamdani isn't Italian. He looks like my nephew. No, he's of Indian descent. His first name is Zoran. Him, I just figured his parents were hippies or something. I mean, my friend named his kid Jagger. Wait, didn't he say that? He did say that, right? He said Italy is the India of the West, of Europe. What did he say? What did he tell me? And he said Italians, and he said India is the Italy. Oh my God, I just realized Mamdani does sound like it could be Italian, and he does look Italian as fuck. Oh my God. He said India is the Italy of Asia, and Italians are the Indians of the West. He said Indians are the Italians of Asia. What about the South China Sea, imperialism / militarism? Great question. Something that I've talked about already. There is a joint security cooperation with every single country in the South China Sea with the exception of one. That country is the Philippines. Do you know why the Philippines do not want to cooperate with China in the joint security partnership in the South China Sea? I think you know why. I think we all know why. This is not colonialism or imperialism. You can say that as far as extraction of natural resources that are far too close to the coastline of other countries is certainly questionable for sure. But if America engaged in imperialism of this sort, I would have much more limited critiques of American empire. Yes. Regretty Spaghetti is correct. It's because the Philippines are a former colony of and current vector of U.S. interests. China uses ballistic iron bars to attack free democracy ships of democracy trademarked in the South China Sea. Would you say that the reason the Chinese regime is so repressive is to counteract the constant attempts by the West to undermine them and draw up anti-government sentiment? Yes, of course. Do you think they would have more room for social progressivism if the West had friendly relations with them? Also, yes, of course. Especially considering that they have actually implemented social progressivism in spite of that kind of control. The points of critique against China are in its internal affairs, whether it be Tibet or whether it be Xinjiang. But even then, they do a great deal of development across the board in an effort to peaceably stamp out any sort of dissent. Yeah, the 9-dash line is not a demarcation for Chinese territorial water. The foreign minister clarified that in 2020, but no West media reported it. It doesn't even matter because the Chinese ambition in the South China Sea is not born out of the extraction of natural resources, even though there is some of that happening as well, as far as I understand. But it is born out of an interest in maintaining security at a time when obviously American capitalist forces, specifically Western forces, have encroached upon the entirety of China's backyard with the hopes of one day undermining Chinese hegemony. That is the ultimate prize. That is the ultimate goal. That is precisely what the American government is doing. And they actively talk about how they want to do this. So I don't know why people actually act as though that is not what's currently taking place. But once again, I'm not a Chinese national, no matter how hard I wish I was. And I am not in the business of defending any state, let alone the Chinese state. I am simply explaining to people what I like about the Chinese style of governance and what I think we should be implementing. When in fact, and this dovetails into my story that I wanted to talk about, ironically enough, it sometimes feels like the American government has heard my wishes of why can't we do Chinese style development here? And they only heard, why can't we do China here? And they misunderstood what I meant. And now they're doing what we suspect China is doing, but here instead. This leads me to my story about why a Norwegian man was not allowed into the country. That's right. Norwegian national by the name of Mads Mikkelsen, ironically, no relation, came to the United States of America with hopes and a dream on a tourism visa. He was turned around. The reason why he was turned around is because he had a J.D. Vance meme on his phone. That was one of the reasons. The obvious other reason was also because he said at a certain point that he had smoked weed in his life, which again, not criminal, okay? Not criminal, not a crime. So ridiculous. Both of these things are not a crime. Why was his phone searched? I do not know. But the reason why I'm using this as an opportunity the reason why I said this is like kind of similar to what we suspect China is doing is because for the longest time, there were memes and news stories about how the Chinese government was like executing people for comparing Xi Jinping to Winnie the Pooh, okay? Or, you know, arresting people, not executing. Obviously, that's even a stretch by American standards. They were saying that people were getting arrested for comparing Xi Jinping to Winnie the Pooh. Well, America, I guess, heard that and thought, oh, this is real. And secondly, we should do that here. Let's take a look at this MSNBC story titled, Why You Definitely Should Not Share This J.D. Vance Meme.
About 2 weeks ago, a Norwegian tourist named Mads Mikkelsen, who is not to be confused with the Danish actor from the James Bond and Marvel movies, landed in Newark Airport. On arrival, he was detained by...
I also love this photo. I'm sorry. He's serving cunt in this photo. And it's so hilarious that the only fucking thing, the only way that people know this guy is from this photo and the fact that he posted the J.D. Vance meme.
Immigration agents who demanded access to his cell phone and then denied him entry to the U.S. As one Norwegian news outlet, which spoke to him, reports, quote, Mikkelsen says that after being warned he could face a fine or even prison, he gave immigration officers the...
That's a lie, by the way. What do you mean? No, just turn me around. You can't just like keep me in permanent detention for refusing to give an ICE agent my phone. Like what? God, cops lie so much. It's so fucked up. It is so fucked up. They could technically detain him, but it would still be illegal, okay?
PIN code to his phone. He was then confronted with its contents, pictures the officers found questionable. In particular, a meme of U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance portrayed as bald and a private photo of a pipe. Specifically, Mickelson says the immigration officials objected to this viral meme of the vice president depicting him as a bald baby. This and hundreds...
No.
This viral meme of the vice president depicting him as a bald baby.
Depicting him as a bald baby?
This and hundreds like it are all over the internet, as some of our viewers may have seen. Now, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has responded to these allegations. They say Mickelson was not denied entry to the United States because of this meme. You can see on your...
Oh, no! The comments. We are the Vanklings. Please feed us. Guys, stop using J.D. Vance's baby face. I'm tired of liking them all. It would be a real shame if everyone had this terrible photo as their profile picture. This whole situation got turned upside down. Oh, my God. This is the most soy way of doing Adolf Hitler shit. Like, straight up.
Screen. CBP says that it was over, quote, his admitted drug use. Mickelson says that he told the agency he smoked marijuana exactly twice in his life, once in Germany, once in New Mexico. But not everyone seems to believe that explanation. And if anything, suspected censorship of the Vance meme may have brought even more attention to it, which can happen in cases like this. Yesterday, Democratic Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon shared the viral meme of Vice President J.D. Vance on social media. And in fact, that meme, the one you're looking at right here, even made its way to the floor of Irish Parliament.
We're watching a major incursion on freedom of expression, unthinkable in a Western democracy. This week, a young Norwegian tourist detained by ICE at Newark Airport and sent back to Oslo. Why? He had this meme on his phone, Minister, a meme depicting Vice President J.D. Vance as a baby. I mean, extraordinary, extraordinary. That a young person with this amusing meme on their phone depicting a public person, that this would be used as an excuse to detain him for 5 hours and then deport him back to Oslo.
Again, DHS and CBP deny that's the reason. But, you know, just in case they are not telling us the full story here, please, dear viewers, I hope you take appropriate precautions. I strongly recommend that you do not try to cross the border with this meme on your phone, or this meme.
No.
Or this meme, or this one.
No.
There is.
Dude, by the way, this is ours, right? Like, this is the mind lolly shit, right? Like, this is, like, I feel like this is our impact. Or was that the OG? Like I've dropped mine lollipoppin'. Like, I'm pretty sure this community made it, but I don't know. No, I think it was a Hasanabi head. I think that OG. Wait, should we even be taking ownership over this? I mean, we are in unprecedented times. I don't know who made this meme. Nah. We didn't do that. Come on. The creator feels like Oppenheimer. Oh yeah, this was the OG. For every 100 likes, I will turn JD Vance into a progressively apple-cheeked baby. I apologize to the Norwegian man detained by ICE. I'm imagining my kid in 20-ish years taking American history class and having to look at this fuck-ass image in some textbook. I mean, that's pretty awesome. Amazing. Ban me, bitch.
Absolutely nothing funny about...
I'm only taking ownership of the mind lollipoppin' one. I'm saying this community was the mind lollipoppin' one. Not the other ones, obviously. And it came after, I think, the whole JD Vance looking like a baby. I think it was around this. Or was this the original? It was around the same time as this meme, for sure. But the mind lollipoppin'.
About having any of these on your phone. We are just looking out for your own safety here. I'm
cooked. If they go through my phone, I have unlimited first world. Do you know what memes? I mean, dude, yeah, exactly. Does this mean I have to delete the JD meme? Me think me guan take my own life? No. I mean, I would just recommend not coming to the United States of America. You're sheltering it. It's a JD Vance and that electric device. Now, the reason why I mentioned this is because there is this, I don't even know where this Xi Jinping thing came from. I don't know where it came from. The Winnie the Pooh. Like, what is the origination of that? Censorship of Winnie the Pooh in China. Beginning in July 2017, the government of China has been censoring imagery of anthropomorphic teddy bear, particularly Disney's version of the character. The censorship is believed to be a result of General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party Xi Jinping being compared to the character in viral memes, which the Chinese Communist Party perceived as disrespectful mockery of Xi. Despite the censorship, there's no general ban on books and toys depicting Winnie the Pooh in China. 2 Winnie the Pooh themed rides still operate in Shanghai Disneyland. The Chinese Communist Party uses extensive censorship, blah, blah, blah. Comparison between Xi Jinping. Chinese internet users have compared General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party Xi Jinping to Winnie the Pooh. The comparison served to satirize Xi's publicly projected image. Xi attempts to portray himself as serious, whereas Winnie the Pooh is a comedic cartoon character for children. Always looks like a German boy whose lollipop fell on the ground and is covered by ants. Wait, I don't know. Wait, this is lit. This predates the fucking meme. This is 16th of September. This predates the OG meme. Oh my God. Look at that. Yeah, that wasn't me. I don't know. I would never take ownership of such a disrespectful thing. It was just, this is artificial intelligence. That's what this is. And here at the Hasanabi broadcast, I disavow this artificial intelligence video that was clearly created in an effort to put me and my community with in the crosshairs of this beautiful administration that has only done good things. He always looks like a German boy whose lollipop fell on the ground and is covered by ants. I don't know how else to describe JD Vance. Like, he just has that like typical like 60s, 70s like German child look to him. Mein lolly! Oh mein God! Mein lollipoppen! I love the Trump administration. I look at my hat. Look at my fucking hat. Clearly.
Mickelson says the immigration officials object.
What is this? Doesn't he look like that? I'm daddy's little boy. How could this have happened to me? Mein lolly. This is disrespectful. People use Winnie in place of Xi when criticizing the CCP on Weibo, especially at times of heightened social unrest. People will find ways around the censors. My ex is Chinese. Explain that to me. Now we know why I lost global entry. This is clearly, definitely don't look at this one. This meme gives you 10 years of Gitmo. This is such a boomer meme. Holy shit, it is so deep fried. That's crazy. Anyway, I don't know what that was about. That was weird. Comparison between the cartoon character and Xi Jinping date back to 2013 when the Chinese leader visited Barack Obama in the United States. An image of 2 leaders walking was immediately compared to that of the bear and his friend. I'm not going to say the name. The humorous tone on social media that was repeated on other occasions with other leaders, including Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, whom the internet users saw as having a reasonable resemblance to Eeyore, the sad donkey that... I can't say that name, man. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my God. I got to take this hat off while I'm even reading the name. Okay. So I know that's just his name, but it's just too close to comfort. Okay. Tiger. His name is Tiger. Very reluctant to permit any humorous comment about Xi, authorities ended up condemning the bear when some political activists and dissidents used it to express their discontent. Chinese government has blocked images and mentions of Winnie the Pooh on social media because internet users have been using the character to mock CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping. This is part of a larger effort to restrict bloggers from getting around censorship in China. Notably, the 2018 film Christopher Robin was not shown in China, and there have been speculations that it may be due to censorship. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't believe all of this stuff. I'm sure that like people that were, the whole getting around the government censors thing makes sense. But even then, it doesn't seem like they were, denying people entry into the country after checking their fucking phones to see if anyone had a Xi Jinping photo that looked like Winnie the fucking Pooh. So going back to that original, going back to the OG, America looked at what China is doing and decided none of the good shit, only the bad shit, only the shit that we think China is doing, we should do here. Fantastic. Not a single leg to stand on here, by the way. Okay?
These allegedly smart people. I mean, this kid went to college. His father's a college professor, a very radical left-wing one. It didn't work anyplace, did it?
Maybe that's the problem, though, is over-education. If you look at it, the people that voted for Kamala, the people who voted for this cat, overly educated, stupid people.
Uh-oh.
With no street smarts. They really are.
Clay Travis, Tommy Lahren just brought in Kamala Harris. Now, there's an interesting segue. That goes back to my first point. Is this the new Democratic Party? By the way, a lot of Democrats around the country have embraced this guy, but none of them in New York State. Not Gillibrand and not Schumer, our two senators, rather indistinguished. Not Hochul, our indistinguished governor. They're staying away from this guy. But around the country, I'm seeing a lot of Democrats pipe up in his favor. So I'm going to give you one more shot at this, Clay Travis. I wasn't entirely happy with your first answer. Is this the face of the new Democratic Party?
Well, I think the problem they have, Larry, is there is no face of the Democrat Party. Is it Mayor Pete? Is it Kamala Harris? Is it Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago? Is it Gretchen Whitmer? All of these people are failures, which is...
There's something uniquely ironic, hysterical, hypocritical about the fact that you have 4 people with multiple degrees that now have 6, sometimes 7-figure salaries, telling the average high school graduate that they shouldn't get educated. Okay? All of these guys went to libtard university and they got a graduate in homosexuality and queer gender studies. Okay? Virtually every single person on Fox News went to either directly a liberal arts college and then got a higher degree in homosexuality, or they're just English majors, which is, you know, the same, right? And now they just sit around and earn 6 figures, sometimes 7, to tell motherfuckers in the Midwest and in the South that they shouldn't go to college at all because they also, and their children should be going to college either, while also simultaneously complaining about how expensive college is anyway, okay? It's like, how does no one understand? Okay, well, you went to college and you got an English degree, which translates to vaccine, autism, homosexuality studies. Why can't I do that for my children? Okay? What do you mean overeducated? Doesn't that make anybody go, maybe they don't want me to get an education? It's weird. Just odd, you know? Just an odd thing.
Is why I believe the Democrat Party representative
Clay Travis, he graduated from George Washington University, Washington, D.C., followed by Vanderbilt University Law School in Nashville.
in 2028 is going to come from outside the world of politics. I think everybody has such awful policies that they have endorsed, Larry, that they can't win in 2028. I think the grand poobahs of the party are aware of it. I think they're going to draft somebody who is not currently in office because all of the ones in office right now have the same toxic touch and taint of 2020 on them.
Yeah, also there's this too. Great time for the American government to wage war on its universities. I swear if every top official in this administration, the congressional leadership were all paid agents of China, they wouldn't be doing anything differently than what we're doing now, including this war. 8 of the 10 research institutions in the world are now Chinese, according to the 2025 Nature Index, the authoritative ranking on this. In 2020, just 5 years ago, 8 of the top 10 were Western. And it's ironic because one of the top still is Harvard University, okay, in 2025. Trump is actively combating Harvard University. Like, the only one that cracks the top 10 that is number 2 on the list, and Trump has it in its fucking crosshairs. Fantastic. In what planet is Harvard a top research university? The fuck? Come on, dude. Come on. Stop. Like, that's ridiculous, dude. If there's one thing that America had going for it, it was the brain drain as a direct consequence of basically sucking up the wealthiest and the smartest fucking people that wanted to go to college. They would come here. That's the one good thing we had going for ourselves here in the United States of America. Like, America objectively has some of the most prestigious institutes of higher learning around the planet. Okay? It's like saying American healthcare sucks, which is true. But when you talk about like very specific types of cancer research or very specific types of like medicine revolving around like cancer, America's still kind of leading the pack. but not broadly, not across the board, and obviously, clearly that shine is going away. MIT is out from the top 10. I guess we didn't have that many fucking American colleges in the top 10 anyway to begin with, even in 2020. And China was already on the rise. Holy fuck, look at how many Chinese universities in 2020 were in the top 10 still. Jesus Christ, and Stanford. A big part of the reason why American institutions of higher learning are still pretty good, all things considered, is because of grants. Okay, it's not only because of like big donors, which also play a role, but it's also because of grants, specifically NIH funding, National Institute of Health funding. Donald Trump has decided that if every single Institute of Higher Learning doesn't do a loyalty pledge to Israel, they will have their NIH grants cut. This is fucking insane. What is this?
While screaming socialism. And what does that,
I think an economy in America.
While screaming socialism. And what does that say about where American capitalism is going over the next 5-10 years?
I think it comes down to a basic question. What is America? And my kind of economic role model is Peter Drucker. I think an economy in America exists to create a robust middle class. The most ascendant countries over the last 20 years have been China and India. And it's one basic litmus test. How many people are you bringing into the middle class? The greatest innovation in history is not the iPhone or the semiconductor. It's the American middle class that beat back fascism in the middle of World War II, has financed and built the greatest innovations, whether it's radar, whether it's the internet, whether it's vaccines. The middle class in America is the greatest innovation in history. And people like to fall back into this right-wing notion that it's naturally self-healing. It's not. It's an accident in history. Typically throughout history, you have a small number of people who weaponize government. They're very talented. They aggregate power. They weaponize government, and they aggregate more and more spoils. And then the good news is it's self-correcting. This level of income inequality is usually self-correcting. The bad news is the means of self-correction are typically war, famine, or revolution. And if you want to talk about tax policy, the myth in tax policy is that the rich don't pay their taxes. That's just not true. The fulcrum is the following. There's super earners and super owners. The folks around your table are probably considered super earners. You make exceptional livings, but it's all current income reported on a W-2. And if you live in New Jersey or New York, you're probably paying 48 to 52% tax rates. Right.
But if you're a super owner, I make my living starting and selling businesses. My last business, which was sold for $160 million, I'm very transparent about money. This gestalt or zeitgeist that people should not talk about money is nothing but an attempt to keep poor people down, because rich people talk about money all the time. It's important to be financially literate. The first $10 million for my $160 million sale was tax-free. My effective tax rate over the last 10 years has been 17%. The average tax rate on the wealthiest 25 Americans is 6%. Corporate tax rates are at their lowest point since 1939. At the same time, taxes have gone up for the super owners. Now, the bottom 50% don't pay much federal income tax, but they pay a lot in usage and consumption taxes. But this misdirect talking about tax rates misses the point. It's the tax code, which has gone from 400 pages to 4,000. And that 3,600 pages, quite frankly, is there to screw the middle class and continue to transfer more money to the super wealthy, the fastest growing demographic group in America.
Why is there someone whispering in the VOD?
Is not seniors. It's not Latins. It's billionaires. We had 500 billionaires 10 years ago. We now have 2,500. So if you want to cram more and more wealth into a...
Your viewers don't seem to understand if they should be for or against this guy. It makes me sad. Yes, because Scott here is otherwise a very reactionary person. And a lot of the people are probably a little bit confused by the correct things that he's talking about in terms of like uplifting the middle class or whatever, because they probably know a little bit more about Scott's background and what he normally says under different circumstances. That's precisely the reason why there's a little bit of confusion. I myself am also experiencing this level of confusion, hearing this argument from Scott Galloway, who is otherwise a defender of the wealthy.
A smaller group of people, we're on our way. And the weird thing about America is that we support it because our superpower is our optimism. The Achilles heel is that 99%, the bottom 99% who are getting screwed, don't mind these policies because they believe at some point they're going to be in that 1%. But where are we? We're in a country that's had unprecedented prosperity, but similar to the way William Gibson described the future, it has not been evenly distributed. When 40% of U.S. households are struggling with some sort of medical or dental debt, when a quarter or 20% of households with kids are food insecure, and yet we have one man, Jensen Huang, and I like Jensen, who is now worth more than Boeing. I mean, something is wrong here. And just let me go to the psychology of happiness. I think a lot about happiness because I struggle with it, Joe. You effectively, once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness. So why on earth would you not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s where, say, above, pick a big number, 10 million?
Holy shit, it took Zoran's fucking electoral victory for Scott to start speaking like Bernie Sanders. Scott is chirping in the ways that like we normally speak. Oh no, this clip is old. This is before then. He said it this month. He said this months ago. I'm actually shocked that Scott Galloway is saying this. I will admit. Wait, what reactionary takes does Scott have? I like him for the most part. He is super pro-Israel. And also another one of these like incredibly wealthy podcast guys from the media that every now and then will have takes like this. But overall, I don't think his position is wealth redistribution. Like his voting patterns and his advocacy for who he thinks is good usually revolves around guys who won't do this. It goes back to the same like social democrat betrayal dynamic that we sometimes see, especially from European social democrats. Let's see who Scott actually advocated for in the New York mayoral race. Let's see. Because like a guy that says this, right? A guy that says this is supposed to be in the fucking tank, right? He's supposed to be in the tank for Zoran Mamdani, right? Well, here's 4 months ago from the Scott Galloway subreddit. Scott's endorsement of Whitney Tilson for New York City mayor. Any New Yorkers in the sub wondering what you're thinking about the mayoral candidates who have announced so far? Scott mentioned last week, I think on Pivot, all the podcasts are starting to run together in my mind, his support for Whitney Tilson. I've been following the early candidates fairly closely, and I'll admit I like Tilson's platform better than his competitors, but the idea of another hedge fund multimillionaire trying his hand at politics grosses me out. Do you understand why I say Scott Galloway talks about income distribution or wealth distribution and income inequality, but his ultimate goal is still to not do that, and he will stand in opposition against things like that in moments that it matters? This is another glaringly obvious example of such. Scott for years has yapped a bit about his an ideal goal, but his process for reaching a more equal wealth distribution is usually brain-dead incrementalist neolib shit takes. He's also unimaginably pro-Israel. Scott Galloway on a podcast with Kara Swisher a day ago was shitting on Zoran's policies. He's just a sophisticated capital owner that misunderstands the game. No, I would say that he understands the game. He's a sophisticated capital owner who wants to extend and expand the welfare state so that the fucking working poor don't recognize the class war that they are victims of and rise up and completely overhaul or completely overthrow the system. That is what it is. Oh, you said that understands the game as well. Yeah, okay, my bad. You're right. Okay, we're in agreement. I did the thing that chatters do to me where they will fucking reiterate my position as though I've said something different and antagonistic. Apologies.
You actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%, because the difference between $30,000 a year for a household and $50,000 is enormous to the well-being of that household. Low-income kids in low-income households have higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making $10 million a year and $15 million a year offers you no happiness. But these individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being murdered in the street, whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it or Black Lives Matter. What are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions to correct income inequality. And the reason we put an insurrectionist and a rapist in office is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room such that a small number of individuals and a small number of companies can be worth more than nation states. Income inequality is out of control. Our tax policy has gone full oligarch.
Anyway, He's very close if he was not so dumb. He's not dumb. He understands the necessity for reforms so that the inevitable end to capitalism doesn't come in. He's a person who I would say perfectly understands how capitalism works. He's just a capitalist who understands class war and wants to conduct class war. Well, wants to continue conducting class warfare. And the most effective way of conducting class warfare is by keeping the working class. The most effective way of conducting class warfare is what America has done thus far, which is to silence some of the more radical elements while simultaneously offering enough breathing room and enough treats to the working class so they never revolt, so they don't actually fucking push back or don't ever recognize their living standards and their conditions. There is one other thing I want to gloat about, and this is this is somewhat unimportant, but I guess it's like fun to gloat about a little bit. In the aftermath of October 7th, there were a lot of people that fucking said, it's done, it's over. This will be the end of the SA in New York City. And I just retweeted this, the surprise question mark meme. But there was another one, I think it was like Armand Doboleski or whatever, or the fucking, all of those like centrist, liberal shit libs on Twitter were like, it's done. There will never be a working left movement in this country ever again, especially considering that, you know, October 7 happened and everybody on the left is like seemingly cheering it on or something like that. Time heals all wounds, okay? Something to always remember, something that I at least always tell myself, especially considering how within a shorter window, especially if you're going through world-changing events or whatever, especially if you're like living in that moment, yeah, sometimes things might feel as though they are impossible to contend with. Matt Iglesias, hard to see how the American left survives this, October 2023. That's right. Matt Iglesias also said that too. Okay. At the time, there were a lot of liberals who were wish casting in the backdrop of atrocities that had unfolded on October 7 that they saw in real time, that it was over, that it was done, that the left would never recover from this because, you know, they were seemingly correct just too early about Israel's behavior, partially because, or possibly because they had more knowledge about Israel's behavior than every single other person that said these things. Here we are. Things have, when did you clean the mouse pad? It's looking dirty and shredded where you put your arm. That is the fucking maximum parasocial take. It's crazy. That is actually insane. All of those guys were wrong. And guess what? Not only were all of those guys wrong, but the reason why they were wrong, they don't even understand. The reason why all those guys were wrong is because the left does have a real position here. They have real values. They have real goals. And if your goal and your cause is just, you can't just like wish cast it away. You can try and repress. You can try and oppress. You can try and push back. But ultimately, the effort to redesign society in a way that yields to more equitable outcomes for the working class will eventually make its way to the hearts and minds of the general public. That's it. Did you cover this?
Hey, my name is CJ, and I'm here to talk about Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump and how they both serve the same utility.
Wait, what?
Hey, my name is CJ, and I'm here to talk about Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump and how they both serve the same utility, which is restoring faith back in neoliberal politics and liberalism as a whole. And
I don't care about this. I don't want to fucking watch this. I don't think this is like,
which are controlled by these same billionaires to influence.
I don't think this is like CIA or anything, but I do think that there are a lot of people who have been so warped, so brain broken, understandably, by the way things have unfolded, that they find themselves in this nihilistic framework that they operate out of, where like the only solution, what? CJ is normally spot on. Please don't think he's a brain broken young left, just a young leftist. Wall Street Journal is a weirdly positive profile of Mamdani today. The improbable rise of Zohran Mamdani. Chomsky says business press is often more honest than the New York Times because the plutocrats have to know the truth so they can make money. That's why I would say it's not the Wall Street Journal, but the Financial Times that is the best newspaper if you want to truly learn about events that are unfolding, especially around the world. Norm talked in an interview why Obama comparison is bad, is not giving enough credit. Obama called his win a trick. Fuck the FT paywall. Yeah. Oh, this is the Felix Biederman take against people who are constantly saying they're like autistic or schizophrenic. Where is the should I watch that one? You're getting glazed on TikTok again, especially in the comments.
Is that man is gonna age like fine wine. Like, you think he looks good now? Just wait and give it 15, 20 more years. I was like scrolling on TikTok and I got a bunch of like Hassan clips and edits, like, you know, I did build that shit brick by brick. I'm very proud of it. And I got a clip of him saying like, oh, I'm like so old. Bitch, you're not old enough, all right? Get to work, age up, buddy. Imagine Hassan Piker with like salt and pepper hair. I'm plotting. I'm scheming, actually. For the day he turns 45, I'm there. I'm doing the opposite of grooming. I'm de-grooming. Wait, I'm essentially investing in Apple before it pops up with the iPhone. Him at 45 is the iPhone, guys. We have not reached prime Hassan Piker. Hassan, my little Turkish delight. Once you hit beekeeping age, hit me up.
Okay. I'll be a Hassan Piker gooner till the day I die. Are you ready for this to be played on stream? Hossie already giving us a little gray patch on his beard, looking at us like a sneak preview. Why did y'all send him the glaze? This actually made me feel good because of course, I'm on the internet, and as someone who's on the internet, you know, there's constantly new 20-year-olds popping up doing Face Clan memes and shit like that.
That man is gonna age like.
And I'm losing my dynamism in my old age. Can't wait for you to go bald. That's crazy. You wouldn't wish that upon your worst enemy. That's fucked up. A hate crime. Yes, I have Aaron Steinberg, Trump, Musk, chicks, and partying. I have the Adam Friedland show right here. I have it. Fucking stop spamming it. I also have this r/Asmongold in the modern hate epidemic video that I wanted to watch. Okay, here, we'll move on to more fun shit.
But let's say, hypothetically, I did do it because I've been particularly curious about the rapidly expanding cesspool of hate in broader gaming communities and content creation since around, 2014, just picking that number off the top of my head for no reason. Don't worry about it at all. I picked this subreddit as my testing ground because not only is it a very, very large gaming space, but I gotta say that having highly upvoted neo-Nazi propaganda on the subreddit makes it
Totalitarian socialists who use violence and intimidation to maintain the power of the state, fascist? Wait, hold on.
But I gotta say,
the same, only gayer, anti-fascist action. I love the fucking centrist, like, anti-Nazi Nazis. They're so funny. Like, this is a uniquely American position. Like, at least the European Nazis will just straight up be like, being a Nazi is awesome. American Nazis would be like, oh, I hate the Nazis, but also I agree with everything they've ever said and everything they've ever done. But I still say being a Nazi is bad.
That having highly upvoted neo-Nazi propaganda on the subreddit makes it a very, very enticing option to look at.
What's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
To win a debate while being openly a Nazi. She is right. Why are people making fun of her?
Yes.
Nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the dominant
on
culture?
European and Christian values and identity.
Are the things that I see randomly pop up on Our Popular really that bad, or were these just outliers? Spoilers, that shit's actually pretty bad. First, look at my very cute house mug that I painted. Amazing. And second, I was originally going to spend 3 months documenting this for a larger data set, but around day 20, I decided to start hating being alive, so I cut that short for my own well-being. And holy guacamole, if my mental state cratered that bad as an outsider sightseeing my way through their swamp for a few weeks, I can't imagine.
No, people that say, isn't that what the AFD is doing, misunderstand my point. Every single person within the AFD's ranks abso-fucking-lutely is a lover of Adolf Hitler. American Nazis, on the other hand, genuinely do think Adolf Hitler was a villain while still embodying every characteristic of Adolf Hitler. That's the major difference. They're somehow even more confused in their politics. Do you understand? Like, The AfD will be like, oh, Hitler was a socialist. No, that's bullshit. They love Adolf Hitler, okay? They do. They can't say it because it's literally illegal. In America, there are people out there in the United States of America, I promise you, there are people out there who fucking hate Adolf Hitler and agree with virtually every policy, but they still hate him. It's the type of person that thinks like, well, you know, if someone is like calling a black person the N-word, oh, that's a bridge too far. Or, you know, wearing the Klan's robe is a bridge too far. That's unacceptable, while still maintaining a 99% success rate as far as like policy positions, as far as what their worldview is with a Klansman. Okay? This is a very uniquely American framework. It's the reason why I think Felix will always say like European racism requires too much reading for the average American. Where like the average American racist has not actually gone through the reading to figure out like the most successful ways of hating Jewish people or different minority groups. There are some on the internet that are trying to change that, obviously, the growing alt-right movement and things like that. But overall, like the average American just agrees with like 99% of things. The average American racist, sorry, not the average American. But the average American racist agrees with like 99% of the things that like fascist movements, both throughout history in the past and even contemporary fascist movements, but they don't actually fully subscribe to it. Like they don't like the leadership of it because we fought them historically and we know that they're like our enemies.
Imagine what it must feel like to be here and in other places all of the time, constantly wallowing in the torrent of malice like that part of gamer YouTube whose entire existence is predicated on having an audience too lazy to fact check anything that they say. Did you know that exposure to hate speech literally deteriorates pieces of your brain? Like, it's no wonder I got the urge to do an Elon by day 10. I just don't really understand why people would hang out here instead of like...
I think they just hate white people. In the Harry Potter books, Severus Snape is described as a thin man with greasy black hair, a hook nose, and shallow or a pale skin. They just hate white people.
Playing repo with their friends.
No, man, they just want to make money, and they think this is a good way to make money. It probably isn't a good way to make money regardless, but the idea that like there is a secret plot within HBO to undermine white people is so fucking stupid. Didn't you watch this video before on stream? No, I was going to watch it, but I was ending the broadcast at the time. I said I'd watch it later.
Friends.
They get in the toilet. Oh? Now get small. Well.
Oh my.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sponsored by Repo, but I can be. And look, if there are any Asmongold lurkers here, I'd love it if you leave a slur in my comment section for the engagement. I really miss getting slurs. I'm getting way too many nice comments recently. Now come with me as we go down this great journey to determine if certain gaming communities really are all just self-perpetuating hate machines, or maybe it's just not that bad and I've gotten a rather paltry first impression. Fuck.
Hey. You found a treasure.
There's room for one more? No. Friendly reminder here that I'm not a data scientist or a numbers guy, just someone with very poor decision-making skills and access to Google Sheets. The organization is very simple. I focused on some traits I thought would be the most relevant to my search at hand. I just messed around for a couple days, changing some things as I went until voila! I saw patterns and repetitions and I landed on this beautiful, beautiful masterpiece that we see here, which you can check out in the description. Please, be careful. It's nasty in there. Obviously, since hate was what I was looking for, I have a checkbox for if a post is hating something. Obviously, we got to break down the hate by flavor, so we got a column to point out some obias and isms. I'm very proud of that name, by the way, because it lets me include game journalism and fascism, but not the disliking it kind of way.
What is
based
the dominant
on European
culture?
and Christian values and identity.
I also noticed a bunch of scapegoats or dog whistle type beats showing up every now and then, whatever you want to call them, which are basically just repeated signals, phrases, or vibes largely attached to coping. For example, here we got the good old East and West complaining about women. In this one, we got some straight up White Lives Matter energy because people are mad that they cast a black dude as Snape in the new Harry Potter show. I don't think anything could make me care about that. Also, they're just straight up posting far-right propaganda accounts.
America's back. His instant poll of Trump's speech, 76% approve, 23% disapprove.
Which happens a lot more frequently than you might think.
What is this? A new disease is born, Russophrenia, Russophrenic, a new term for the Oxford Dictionary, a condition where the sufferer believes Russia is both about to collapse and take over the world. What?
Or not think. I'm sure many of you recognize End Wokeness and Libs of TikTok, but AF News is an openly anti-Semitic right-wing news.
AF News is America First News. A lot of people, even in this chat, sometimes not knowing, unknowingly will send me AF First, AF News posts. And they literally, like, make no mistake, they're anti-Israel, certainly. They're also anti-Semitic as fuck.
Outlet, as they illustrate on their website. Definitely a reliable source on trans stuff. Very, very cool. I also have a conspiracy checkbox for definitely unrelated reasons. Outside of that, I got pretty basic stuff like the date it was posted, the link to the post, and the upvote count, of course. I also have the political leaning of said posts in a very simple number of categories based on what I saw to be most common. Most of these should be relatively self-explanatory, but slop is a general catch-all for outliers, really. Some examples of this include a post about somebody being mad that an AI wouldn't acknowledge that Roman emperors weren't all white, which is objectively true, by the way.
Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, they're not. I wouldn't even say the average Roman would be considered white by like white American standards now. What the fuck? Yeah, whiteness is a concept of modern invention that can't be applied to the Roman Empire since it was a massively diverse continent-spanning entity that the likes of which we've never seen since. Thanks. This is a great video.
Or this perfectly nice post shout.
The only reason why you don't like this video is the optics, okay? Like, that's it. You don't like the optics of a waifish liberal making this this video. That's it. That's the only reason why you don't like it. If I made this exact same video and spoke the way I spoke, you'd be like, this is the best video I've ever done.
Shouting out the badassery that is Christopher Lee. Rip King. I also have the very special just hating category, which is when it's a post made to just hate on something. Usually minorities, women, or leftism. Like this one, or this one. They also hate fat people, or this.
You know what's really funny about this kind of take? Which of these two individuals do you think the average Asmongoaldian looks like? The guy on the right or the lady on the left? Like, she's just catching a stray for no reason here, but I don't think the average Asmongold fan looks like this depiction on the right. They just fantasize about this, you know? Also, just like they're fantasizing about people who tell you not to eat any eggs, who is telling you not to eat any eggs? Like, these guys sit around and fucking imagine grievances, dude. Who? Like vegans? Really? Is that big of a deal in your life? I mean, I eat a fuck ton of eggs, but I just don't understand. Like, are you surrounded by vegans? Are you at like a fucking anarchist commune? Who is telling you this? I have never encountered a person in the real world, maybe online, but never a person in the fucking real world that's been like, hey, you actually shouldn't eat any eggs at all. Never. Not once. Not even a vegan in the real world has actually told me to my face that I should not eat any eggs at all. Who are these people? Who are they surrounded by? Of course, I've also never encountered a person that's told me to eat 12 plus eggs a day either, because I'm pretty sure that would be bad. I mean, you're gonna get high cholesterol. You're just basically fucking begging.
Or this one, hating diversity, or this one, just projecting. Because Twitter is Twitter for pedophiles. And because I'm a charitable person, I also included a nice category, which is when it's just a post about something nice, something positive, not at the expense of something else, like the Christopher Lee one. And I'm sure you'll be.
She's a health minister of Belgium who said not to eat eggs from certain farms that were poisoned or some shit. Wait, that's what they mistook as like where is the controversy about eggs? I need to know what her egg controversy is. Now I have to look this up. Now I have to find this. Like, public health minister. This is the Brussels Times. Public health minister speaks up on the egg scandal. The minister of public health, Maggie de Block, says she's very preoccupied and monitors the situation of contaminated eggs closely. I monitor the situation very closely as it concerns our health, declared the minister. AFSCA, Belgium's Federal Agency for the Safety of the Food Chain, announced yesterday the results from a second opinion taken from samples from one of the currently blocked 86 companies in the fipronil, can't fucking read, scandal reveal a content exceeding of the European safety threshold. As a result, the minister has asked for the immediate additional measures from AFSCA, including blocking all the laying hen farms whose eggs were previously analyzed by a laboratory, which was contradicted by the second opinion. So that's it? This is something that happened in Brussels 8 fucking years ago? 8 years ago. In Brussels, the public health minister at the time said, you'll get fucking sick if you eat eggs. Our batch of eggs is contaminated or have a higher degree of I guess, fipronil than our food safety standards allow. And they turned that into this fat lady tells you not to eat eggs. The only IRL asthma viewers I know are anti-vax, RFK ride or die, so this tracks. But wouldn't RFK also not want insecticides in the egg supply? I thought RFK hated insecticides. So shouldn't they be on board with European safety standards? Like, they should actually love this woman. Of course they won't, because they're like, health minister, but fat. I know the way they think. But it is incredible. It is incredible to fucking scratch the surface of conservative memes and conservative mindset, like hog mindset, sometimes to dive a little bit deeper into it. It's not just that. There are controversies regarding whether eggs are heart healthy due to the amount of cholesterol in egg yolk.
Be very surprised to know that out of the over 200 of these, I found 7. 3%. Shocker. 47% were right-leaning. 27% were doing a centrism, usually in favor of the right.
Chinese national who revokes Palestine rallies at UCLA just had her visa revoked. Respectfully, I don't think foreign nationals should be allowed to protest. That sounds like an exploit. Wonder how that would go in her own country. This is one of my favorite types of comments because it, on the one hand, is celebrating America behaving like the other country that they're fantasizing about, but also simultaneously saying the other country is wrong for not allowing people to protest. So it makes no sense. It's like whenever people go, oh, Hassan, bitch, you couldn't say that in Turkey. Yeah, bitch, that's why I'm in America, saying it in America. And here you are saying America should resemble Turkey. This makes no sense. Also, to add insult to injury, this story is fake. This is not a Chinese national who organized the Palestine rallies at the UCLA who had her visa revoked. This is an American who was apprehended and then released later. She's not a Chinese national. She's an American citizen of Chinese descent, potentially. I don't even know if she's of Chinese descent. She's just Asian, okay? So these guys saw, I think it was initially like liberals who saw this, because I saw this in like the pro-Palestine side as well. People saw Asian girl, Asian student get apprehended by the authorities. And then the pro-Palestine side said, oh, look, they're doing, a revocation of a visa for free speech. And then the Republicans celebrated it. Posted on the Asmongold subreddit by a Turk hero, by the way. Not even going to get into that. My countrymen, oh boy. Oh, brother, you have not seen the fucking depths of depravity.
Right-wing stuff. 29% were politically neutral, and a big, fat goose egg for left-leaning sentiment. Wowzers. Shocker. Color me surprised. I also have fun little breakdowns, like politics counting for 45% of all content, followed by just hating at a whopping 21%. I'm honestly a little shocked that games is only at 16%, but hey, gotta go where the money is these days, right? At least one obia or ism was present in about 69%, nice, of posts, with racism, sexism, and transphobia being the most popular. Scapegoats were in about 79% of the posts, with leftism being the top at a whopping 40% presence. Shout out leftism, let's go. And the number we have all not been waiting for, because I showed it at the beginning, is nearly 90% of posts were hating on something. 3%, a measly 7 were nice. God damn, dude, that's rough. That study about exposure to hate reducing empathy has to be true, because that is the only possible reason why so many people are glazing Elon and the Tesla stuff. Thank God these brave soldiers are standing up for the fraud billionaire as people rightfully protest him fucking up the country. Our poor billionaires get so much unjust hate. If Tesla dealerships aren't supposed to be burned, why are they burning shaped? Now look, I'm gonna be one of those 27% of people and do a centrism here and just for a second say, isn't being around this much—
What's the scientific and objective metric of nice is my question? Yeah, obviously it's not a real scientific study, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? He literally admitted that. He was like, I'm a fucking dumb YouTuber. This is not like a serious scientific study. I just was tabulating all of the fucking posts on the subreddit for 3 months was my ultimate goal, but I did it for a month and I couldn't fucking handle it. This first 8 minutes is him explaining his methodology for the record.
Hate just like awful, regardless of what it's at. Let's pretend for a minute they aren't doing their best to mimic our conservative. Let's pretend every post actually is about games. And let's say, even if this place was hating games and game culture for reasons unrelated to easily disprovable Gamergate era—
A history of women in video games throughout the years. Look at this loser in his video games. Look at this loser. Why won't anyone give me attention? 2006. The cake is a lie. XDXT. Girls can play games too, you know. I'm a girl gamer. 2010. Girls are just as good as guys pretty much. Video games are sexist. Video games must cater to our needs. A man killed me in a game. I was practically raped. Gamers are dead. 2014. You're an idiot if you think you were ever bullied and it's your fault if you were. 2015. I will buy this game just to trigger man children. In 2016. 2017. Video games need to revise history to include minorities. 2018. Wait, why are women saying this? So it was the invention of women playing video games that turned video games woke. Donate to my Patreon so I can play video games naked. 2018. 2019. We need to ban incel losers from video games. Someone in the chat said woke plus men equals whoa man. Ah, that's right. They shortened woke. Women are woke.
Narratives like ethics in games journalism and forced diversity made to take advantage of white masculine nerd culture's latent insecurities due to late-stage capitalism in order to have a plausible cover to force women and minorities out of gaming spaces because of politically unaware gamers are slaves to the market forces and the status quo because it validates their existence without needing them to change themselves. Wouldn't it still be ass to see people hating on things all the time? Hi there, I'm a different Noah. You can tell because my legs are crossed a different way. I'm just popping in real quick to say that some people might say that Gamergate is about ethics in games journalism. This is a lie. A lie that some people might not know is a lie and feel legitimately concerned about, but it is a lie.
No, most people just don't know what Gamergate is, and I think it should stay that way. For most normies, they don't know what the fuck Gamergate is, and that's awesome. Because if you know what Gamergate is, whether you're against it or think it's the most important political movement of all time, you are brain broken. I am brain broken. I know what it is, even in opposition to all of the weird shit that they were doing back then. I'm still fucking brain broken. Okay? So if you don't know what it is, you're lucky. But basically, Gamergate, for those of you who don't know, the short and a brief version is exactly what Asmongold is doing right now, but in like 2017, like literally to a T. Also it was identified by Steve Bannon famously, because Steve Bannon, when he was working at Goldman Sachs, realized the reactionary power of gamers when he got Goldman Sachs to invest into gold power farmers in China and WoW. and tried to activate the gamers in 4chan and all of those people through Breitbart. Of course, this was a limited amount of success overall, or as far as his contributions to Trump's 2016 electoral victory, but it's still unfortunately a part of history. All right, let's continue.
Nonetheless, Gamergate is a very verifiable hate campaign started by 4chan losers against women and minorities in gaming spaces, primarily focused on 3 very unfairly targeted women, in which people tried to ruin their lives. Ethics in Games journalism is a cover-up created by the main agitators to reframe their desire to destroy these women's lives into something more palatable for the average nerdy guy in 2014. This is very well documented, and you can see the
Yeah, also, Brianna Wu was one of the main targets of Gamergate. That's right. I don't know enough about the background of all of these people, and I don't care to learn about it, but Felix explains it. Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House will always say, like, she wanted to build like a mobile game with furries in it, and it was this like incredibly convoluted, incredibly complicated process that required a shit ton of funding, and it ultimately failed. And she became famous because she would be like, oh, they want to assassinate me with a sniper rifle for making this furry mobile game.
Evolution through the original Burgers and Fries IRC chat that they planned things in which one of the 3 women they were harassing got into and leaked. Very funny. Don't believe that the harassment was truly that bad? Well, one of them posted a week's worth of harassment from just Twitter, not including other places, by the way, on their blog one time. You want to see it?
Stop. You do not understand anything about gaming. Death threats are made daily as well as rape threats. Guess what? It's not only women. Boo-hoo, stop crying, you selfish, faking bitch, and get over it. Who would rape you? You're fucking ugly, you Arab bitch. I hope you get raped by 4 men with 9-inch cocks. Hey bitch, here's a bright idea. Stay the fuck away from gaming. Let us do us. We don't fuck with your line of work, so why fuck with ours? This is an anonymous death threat. The only question left is, will fem frequency be R-worded first or kill first or both? Death threats and rape threats are in the culture of gaming. Have you ever played an online game? Get used to it. Die, please. Well, that one's kind. Okay, this one's not so kind. Kill yourself. If you take death threats seriously, kill yourself. This is an interesting one. Yeah, the 9-inch cock thing is a fascist sexual pathology as well, also. This guy says, EO fucking slut, if you will ever come to Europe, I will R-word you into oblivion. Let me ask you kindly, Anita, get the fuck out of the gaming community. You are like a parasite, would you? You stupid ass bitch, I will... Let's move on. Okay, one more. You can literally die in a hole, Lamau. We are the gamers, you stupidly delusional cunt. No one likes you, Anita Sarkeesian, you little bitch. Ahem. Oh, God, Erming. This is Reddit speak. Ahem. You do realize that by speaking out for all women, you are being a complete cunt, right? That guy had a fedora on when he posted that. Please die in a car crash. Get cancer. I have nothing against feminism, but you're one sexist bitch. Please die. That's a... Is that ISIS? Okay, this is repeating some of the same ones. All right.
Very cool. Wow, that was fucking awful. Imagine that every week for years of your life. However, some people can't or refuse to because they see it as something done by just a few bad actors and otherwise just movement, or that's just what being online is like. And this...
Yeah, nothing gets these guys going. I will say, like, there is an assortment of different versions of hate, like an assortment of different bigotries. That Erming guy's profile, a land of agony, despair awaits all who enter. 27 he, him, Canadian nerd, automotive enthusiast, LGBTQ ally. Oh my God. Oh my God. That guy went woke. Oh my God. Look at that. They're woke now. Reformed. Anyway, so I will say this. Former Gamergator speaks fluent woke, shocks SJWs all around. So what I was going to say is, So a lot of these guys at the time had a litany of different things that they hated. Some were like racist towards Indians. Others were racist towards Muslims. Many of them were racist towards Jews, like all this stuff, right? But there's one unifying factor that I think all gamers, especially gamers of a certain age range, which is either 15 to 17 or 35 plus, one born out of a hormonal desire to be with women and not being able to be with women because of their own fears, and the other because they're victims of family court or because they just spent their 20s not being with women and developing tremendous resentment past that stage. The one thing that unites all of these different haters, I've never met like a gamer, capital G, hard R gamer, that doesn't hate women. You can have capital G, hard R gamers that might not be anti-black racist, for example. You know what I mean? But then exhibit all the other tendencies and all the other qualities. There's a lot of diversity out there. But the one thing that they fucking dial in on, the one hatred that unites them, I've never met a reactionary, feminist, capital G, hard R gamer. Never. I think that it's a big tent of bigotry, but the uniting principle is women, okay?
Is cope. Anyways, if you want to know more, I've linked well-documented sources below because Google search is fucked, and it's easier than ever to see misinformation in search results. Boy, I wonder if this is gonna come up again in the future of this video.
No, it's in the freezer.
Put me in the freezer because I'm so cool. And I'm not the only one saying this kind of environment sucks big balls, by the way. Along the way, I found numerous posts on the Asmongold subreddit of people saying that sucks now because the dude spends all his time.
This subreddit used to be fun, but now it's been ever since the election unbearable. Asmongold and Amash make a new subreddit for politics only so the sub can go back to normal. About right. I wonder what game Asmin is playing right now. Let's go see. I bet it's a fun game. Politics never again.
Barfing out empty, stupid opinions on politics he doesn't know anything about. And as such, the subreddit has morphed and attracted very active, agitated people like this guy I found who spends all his time posting on Asmongold and very other normal subreddits. I also found another post in the other direction that said the subreddit is feeding into Asmongold the other way around. But my personal theory is that it's one shitty feedback loop, with the only ones winning being the agitators and the guy with not a single care in the world outside of lining his pockets. Man, I wish when people just didn't feel the need to post.
Once again, I will always say this, and this is 100% correct. I know Asmongold. Asmongold doesn't care about making money. Asmongold cares about relevance. Asmongold cares about being liked. It doesn't matter what the audience profile looks like, but as long as he's getting that positive affirmation, positive feedback, and eyeballs, that's all he cares about. He lives in piss and shit, okay? He does not need to live in piss and shit. He could have dramatically improved his living standards by this point. He doesn't spend any money because he doesn't care about spending any money. He doesn't care about making money. He cares about validation. This is part of the reason why he can never perform on his main channel. This is why he started his secondary channel, because there was too much pressure by his own estimation. Like he was getting shit on every now and then on his main channel. Now that his second channel has grown in size, but he is better equipped at basically stamping out dissent on his second channel, he feels more comfortable just simply streaming on that. He never leaves his house. He does not give a shit. He only fucking cares about relevance. He would have mental breakdowns whenever he was bad at a game. Yes, I've heard this sort of stuff and like panic attacks and stuff like that he's gotten from negative comments and things of that nature. This goes back to what I was saying. He just wants attention. He wants eyeballs. Do you care about relevance? Of course I do. I do for two different reasons. One, because it's good and it makes me feel good. Okay. I won't lie to you about that. Of course I do. But the other reason why I care about it is because I have a goal, an underlying goal, communicating my worldview to as broad an audience as possible, an audience that comes in here with charitability. Okay? It's also doubly impactful for this reason when I experienced like diminishing returns. I feel like Asman would say something very similar. Yes, the difference between me and Asman, though, is that he doesn't actually have a defined worldview. He is just going along with the grifting winds. If there was some kind of world-changing event, if we just like magically changed the world upside down and it was communism that was the popular sentiment being expressed, Asmongold would be doing the same yeah-based takes, but towards a Maoist Donald Trump. That's the difference. I don't even think he would disagree with that. I mean, I think he will say he's not a grifter because that's not good for his audience to catch on to. My ex was an Asmongold fan, asked why I hate him. I said I didn't. I just think he's being irresponsible with what he says. No research, no real conviction. It affects a lot of impressionable viewers. Yes. I feel like everybody forgets when he said all that right-wing stuff is entirely because it gets views. He said in his apology Reddit thread when he got banned for calling a genocide, a fan asked him, are the anti-woke videos are going away? And he said, no, they get way too many views. Those are absolutely saying. Yeah. This is also partially the reason why he has this impossible to decipher worldview, where on the one hand, he'll say he likes Bernie Sanders, but also on the other hand, he loves Donald Trump. Make with that information what you will. Why would he both like Bernie Sanders, but also simultaneously love Donald Trump? Because both are immensely popular anti-establishment figures on the internet. It is not because he actually likes Bernie Sanders' opinions on socialized medicine, because if that was the case, then he would despise Donald Trump, a person who has no investment in socialized medicine, a person who does not care about socialized medicine at all. And I think the reason why this heel turn, came about is because he got an endless amount of clout off of his reaction to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. This was when he was like, oh, I can just baste my way into hundreds of thousands of views. He then quieted down and kept doing the anti-woke gaming slant that he was on. Some of those opinions are genuine, I think. But it corresponded perfectly to an audience that was ready to hear someone go based over Donald Trump. Okay? That's it. It was his pivot to right-wing ideology that made him and Techie made me turn to you. Obviously because of Bernie's and Trump's look, smartass. True. This is also partially the reason why it's very hard to pin him down on a position that is consistent, because as time changes and the attitude shifts in public discourse, he will never fucking continue defending positions that he thinks his audience won't like. This is precisely the reason why, while he's attacking me, he comes across as the #1 dick rider of Israel, but on different moments will say things like, why do we care about Israel so much? Why are we giving Israel so much money? Does that make sense? Obviously, if he was someone who is unconditionally in support of Palestinian emancipation, for example, if he was, that was a Turkish Asmongold fan that I just banned. Utan oğlum utan. Hiç utan kendinden. Attacking you is a stretch. Responding to your takes about him sounds more reasonable. Attacking me is a stretch. Okay, run the clip. Come on, send me the viral clip. I know one of you has it ready to go. The Hasanabi Productions one. It's perfect. It's like 30 seconds long, and it basically shows that he has no real fucking perspective whatsoever. First name, last name. Thank you for the 38 gifted subs. Let's take a look.
You see Hassan? No, I don't see Hassan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it, and I think he's on like the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how it's like there's no other solution to it other than that.
This, or whether it be the fact that he claims to be a free speech advocate and has routinely fucking celebrated the Customs and Border Patrol detainment of myself for things that I've said, or, you know, numerous other instances where he's simply just criticizing me.
Aren't they impeding?
No. There was a time and place where Asmongold was very charitable to me, as a matter of fact. Very, very charitable. But he realized that directly attacking me and making anti-Hassan videos multiple times a week, if not at least once a day, was much better for his algorithm, because a lot of the new fans that he had cultivated, some of the old fans that he had radicalized into this position, was invested in this fuck Hassan narrative. We used to have productive discourse back and forth. Yeah. He used to even push back against this chat early on when his chat...
They're impeding a highway.
His chat early on used to... What is this? You were right that he doesn't care about anything. You can watch him look for approval in his chat live. The moment that he gets positive feedback, he leans in, and the roaches are always looking to see how far he'll go. What is this? Asmongold signals to his fellow Nazis a thread. What?
A lot of young people don't have as much investment in the stock market, so the tariffs don't seem to be as much.
What is this? This seems like a effort post. We're diving too much into this shit. I don't care about this. All right. We're going to stick to the video. I think Asman is serious about his hardcore anti-immigrant sentiment. I don't know if it's fully rooted in white supremacy, but it's definitely anti-immigrant. No, I think his positions have gotten significantly more hardliner as a direct consequence of the feedback loop that he is, the feedback loop that he's cultivated for himself. The fuck Hassan narrative, not to be confused with the stupid, sexy Hassan narrative. The fuck Hassan narrative is the stupid, sexy Hassan narrative in most instances. At least like the inception point is the same.
All of their opinions online, like, man, those were the days when we just didn't need to have a care in the world, and the only thing we really wanted was some uppies.
Can I pick you up? I wish I could pick you up.
You can. Here.
Uppies.
Uppies.
Puppies?
Yeah, his only real positions in air quotes are his gaming opinions, for sure, including some of the reactionary takes that he has about video games and the way that, like, games need to be. No, I think your last convo with him did it. After his ban, I think he felt bad because you basically dog walked them through simple concepts. I think he felt stupid. Yeah, that probably plays a role in it as well. He felt stupid, or rather, he looked stupid to his audience. Because in the aftermath of his ban, which I did not advocate for, by the way, I have never advocated for Asmongold to be banned. Just so you guys understand, given my position, given what I say, obviously, if we're talking about like fucking people getting censored, I'm number one on the chopping block way before Asmongold, because Asmongold can always lean on the fact that he is just simply defending the current administration. But that conversation, I think, had a lot of people in his audience go, wait a minute, maybe you're not this reasonable centrist that you've presented yourself as, especially because there's a lot of people who are not very intelligent about politics. So he has this way of, I guess, presenting himself as like a moderate or a centrist, when in fact he's actually a far-right reactionary, constantly looking at rage bait that undermines like the left, a cartoonish depiction of the left that he presents that he is undermining with regular frequency. So basically, he was more worried that it would make him look bad if he further had conversations with me. So instead he just kind of hides behind his audience and launches attacks from over there, while simultaneously, whenever there's like pressure from his audience demanding that he talk to me, he will always back away by making up reasons like, oh, well, he just is not an honest actor, so there is no reason to talk to him. Things of that nature.
Puppies. Puppies.
Yeah. This is also a good take as well. The entire reason he called for a Palestinian genocide is because he Reddited too close to the sun. He saw how popular anti-Palestine sentiment was on his Reddit and Reddit in general, and genuinely thought nobody would push back against him. There's a reason that's the only thing he's ever had to apologize for, when he has arguably said things equally as bad, such as denying the Holocaust by 1%. Or numerous other things, like fucking saying he wants to go on a ride-along with Tom Homan to go and deport undocumented migrants in this country and black bag and kidnap them and send them to CECOT. Things like that, obviously, are at least under the comfortable banner of right-wing policies and right-wing politics, which is precisely the reason why he can't say too much about it. But just like he said, I'm willing to bet that he will have a lot of Islamophobic sentiments if he hasn't already unleashed a torrent of hate towards Zohran Mamdani, despite the fact that he said he would vote for Zohran Mamdani because Zohran Mamdani said he wouldn't go to Israel, but he'd stay in New York City. Why would he do this? Because obviously a lot of these guys also despise Muslims and despise Islam in general, or what they understand as Islam. And because Charlie Kirk has created a new permission structure for the likes of Asmongold, he knows he can just fucking get away with saying all that shit without any sort of serious pushback.
Rotate you. I rotate.
Oh my god, this is very disorienting.
If you subscribe, I will personally come to your house and give you uppies. And things are changing over time in the sub, by the way. I have actively noticed sentiment adjust over time on similar flavors of posts.
Before people go, you don't think there's an underlying racist tendency in Asmon's psyche? Yes, there is, but it doesn't matter. Asmongold operates off of the permission structure that is around him. Asmongold operates off of the whims of his audience. He is audience captured through and through. And therefore, it doesn't matter how fucking genuinely racist he actually is deep down inside. What matters is what he is allowed to say, and what matters is what the audience reaction is, which is precisely the reason why I said if this was a Maoist world, okay, Asmongold would be a Maoist, regardless of his own personal positions on the matter. Okay? That's it. His own racist framework, his own white supremacist framework is irrelevant when it comes to this. The content that you see and the content that you perceive, the content that you hear from Asmongold is entirely calculated and designed to bring in a right-wing audience with bottom-of-the-barrel commentary, oftentimes simply leaning into Donald Trump. He sometimes even miscalculates, okay? He sometimes miscalculates, like when he actually backed the wrong horse with the Elon Musk-Donald Trump equation, where he said, because Elon Musk follows him and Donald Trump doesn't know who the fuck he is, he said Donald Trump is R-worded and defended Elon Musk. Of course, no one in his audience will punish him because ultimately he just goes back to the norm. He goes back to the whatever the fucking right-wing meta is for the day.
It's like, remember this one I showed in the beginning? Obvious bait. Comments are shredding it, agreeing that it's obvious bait. However, this post, pretty wide agreement. Kind of scary. Kind of scary. A result of this.
After his apology video, you made fun of him for days. At first, he didn't respond back, but you just kept calling him disgusting, filthy, and stupid. How could you expect someone to just take that and never push back at you? I'll fuck with you, but come on, bro. First of all, he is disgusting and filthy. What do you mean? And I don't think I called him stupid then. I said Osmongold. He is finally reformed. I was actually excited at the prospect of him changing his attitude. It's one of my favorite things on the fucking planet. If he received that poorly and you actually bit that bait, that's on you, my friend. You're wrong. This is revisionist history. I often will, perhaps a little too much, offer charitability to content creators to a degree where other people will fucking yell at me in my community saying, "Oh, you're just dick riding and glazing." The reason why I do that is because I think like charitability and a positive relationship is, unless it reaches a certain point, you know, and Asmongold has passed that point a long time ago. But charitability and a decent relationship with content creators such as this one will yield positive results. A lot of people in my community get mad at me for being that way, not realizing that I have been charitable to them at a certain point, or someone identical to their worldview at some point, which is what helped them move through this journey. He is disgusting, but nah, go back to your videos. You said he knows nothing daily. He also doesn't know anything. It's not wrong, for the record. Talked about how nasty he was and such. You just said he's disgusting. You know he's nasty. What do you want me to do? Lie? But once again, in the aftermath of his apology video, I quite literally was celebrating that he might actually reform. You're drama farming. I don't know exactly what the point of no return was. It possibly was, I think it probably was when he said like he wanted to do a fucking Ash Ketchum style like deportation ride along, when I was like, oh, this over? I wonder when it was. Anyway, this is all drama farm shit. You also hide behind a camera. Why do you care where he lives or the couch he sits on? I think JD Vance's favorite couch. I think it's pretty funny to say that about someone like myself because I objectively do not just hide behind the camera. Don't make me go back to the video where I wasn't hiding behind the camera and Asmongold was talking about how I also am a fake revolutionary that LARPs. In this last month alone, I've been shot at numerous times. I've been stun grenaded. I've been fucking maced, tear gassed. And yeah, the premise behind that chatter is false. You were kind to him in the aftermath of his apology, for sure.
Increase in radicalization over time is that some people who actually have a limit for this stuff and, you know, would rather just hate on women and fat people are gonna leave. But some will get even more radicalized until it's nothing but people who make active Nazi dog whistle pose.
Asmon is so clean and not filthy, guys. But is it bad to think certain cultures have faults and are inferior in aspects? I hold that belief. Yes. Because if I were to ask you to define what cultural traits you think you ascribe to certain cultures and why you consider them to be inferior or superior, you would very quickly reveal a underlying bigotry. Because I criticize, for example, America on its impact, right? I criticize the United States of America from a materialist framework on the impact that it has all around the world. I don't think it's just like American culture, even though in joking moments as an American myself, I will say American culture is burger and whatnot, right? But in most circumstances, when people say this kind of thing, they just simply think that other cultures are inferior. It's your assessment. Western consumerist culture is inferior. It's also bullshit. But once again, Western society, Western civilization is the dominant, hegemonic superstructure, which is precisely the reason why criticizing the dominant power group in this regard is not the same as whatever you fantasize about other cultures that you consider is inferior. Violent cultures are inferior. This is a great take. If I were to ask this person what is a violent culture, they'd probably say like Iran, right? Because there is obviously an invisibility to the violence that America dishes out. It's not a cultural aspect. It's not. America doesn't do violence all around the world for cultural reasons. They do it because they want to dominate the planet. They do it because there is a material need for this. It corresponds to their interests of advancing capital, advancing capitalism. Okay? You don't factor that in as a violent culture. You think anyone that is responding to said violence in self-defense is actually the real violence. Anyway, let's continue.
Hello, what the fuck is this? But fret not, they're very consistent about hating women and minorities over time. Gotta love it. To keep my enlightened centrism going here, I might ideologically be on the side of someplace like r/gaming circle jerk, which exists to mock capital G gamers, but even being there just feels like an exercise in making me feel better than the—
I think it started when he played Twitcher Terrorist after he came back from his ban and leaned heavily on deplatforming terrorist supporters because you made him look very bad in that debate and forced him to apologize, which angered his fan base. Yeah, that could be it. I think him playing Twitcher Terrorist was definitely a turning point for me. Especially because he was leaning heavily on aligning with Destiny and Dan Stalkman, Sex Pestiny and Dan Stalkman, when in fact he knew how much they fucking stalk my ass, and has even in private correspondence told me that he could not believe how much they fucking stalk my ass. But he still turned around and aligned with them because I guess he felt slighted, despite the fact that I was actually very charitable to him in that back and forth conversation that we had where he literally said Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve genocide. Also, yes, I'm not engaging in cultural relativism when I say that there's no such thing as like an inferior culture, because that is just a substitute for inferior people, okay? That's it. It's just a more polite, more polished way of saying you think some people are inferior. A culture is comprised of the people that uplift it. That's it. It's no different than saying, oh, I'm not saying black people are inferior. I'm saying black culture is inferior. That's it. There's good and bad to every culture, but ultimately it all revolves around the material realities that people exist in.
Capital G gamers, even though I obviously know that I am already. And even ironic exposure to stuff like this just like makes my little brain hurt. I do want to...
What about Israeli culture? I think violence and genocide has become cultural there, though. Of course, it's material first and foremost, is everything. But of course, I agree with the general point. No. Even then, Israel is a genocidal apartheid state that is built around not a culture, but an ideology of extermination. Okay? And this ideology is born out of both the Western world's interest in the region and also Israel's interest in complete domination and material gains that they are making. Land grabs, ethnic cleansing, repopulation.
Be crystal clear here, though, and say that the side that is posting bootlicking, racist, transphobic, right-wing hate speech is objectively worse by every metric than the side mocking the side posting bootlicking, racist, transphobic, right-wing hate speech. But I do not know how much more productive racist, transphobic...
Touche. Wait, 32,000 upvotes on this? There's no way this is on the Asmongold subreddit, right? Asmongold thinks it's a violation of free speech when devs make video game boobs smaller, but when the Department of Homeland Security openly kidnaps a green card holder for being pro-Palestine, he thinks it's awesome and not a violation of the First Amendment. There is 0% chance that that is on the... Oh, that was on r/gaming circle jerk. Okay, got it.
Phobic right-wing hate speech. But I do not know how much more productive it is. I do not want my experience defined by only hating people whose existence is defined by hating people. I'm a complex person who just wants uppies.
Uppies.
I'm skipping.
Productive, and sure, it might be funny sometimes, but it's not going to get me any tall.
Oh yeah, the "we lost Kojima" is so funny. Kojima, as though he hasn't been woke his entire fucking existence.
All women. That last part turns out to be wrong. I'm going to start hating so fucking fast. Awareness of shitty rhetoric and dog whistles is very important, mind you, but let's not pretend that making memes is activism, all right? Please, go volunteer, go distribute food, do something for your community, be a human being. People in these types of environments feel stuck in the hate machine, largely shadowboxing what the agitators tell them to be angry at, even if the reality is something else, because not going along with what's being hated on means you are open to get hated on. It's some serious in-group, out-group shit. I mean, look at the rhetoric. It is literally everywhere. These people this, these people that, more like these nuts. I genuinely believe that a lot of the guys in these communities are perfectly normal dudes in real life who have just been poisoned by the bad apples that are trying to radicalize their communities, not realizing that they're being played like small misogynistic fiddles by people who make money off of them performing the mental gymnastics of it being women and minorities and not capitalism ruining video games and media. And this was going to be the end of my spreadsheet saga. But as if God himself moved the universe in my favor, I got the opportunity to put that belief of mine to the test.
But they were perfectly civil guys. It's just very much like they're young men who are lost in a cesspool of misinformation.
Do you think you changed any of their mind?
I don't think so, but I want to keep talking to them to hopefully slowly de-radicalize them. That's kind of my
Can you teach them how to mix their audio? Because it was causing me physical pain.
I'm just kidding. Some up-and-coming reactionaries reacted to one of my old shitty videos about the whole Sweet Baby Ink thing. You can go watch it if you want, because I linked it in the description, but it was really just a whole lot of the same old "these people are wrong," in between frequent bursts of stuff like
Stop my guy, please.
And then
because Muda may not be perfect, but he is like amazing compared to this.
I don't understand how people watch this, by the way. I genuinely don't get it. I will never understand it. Like there is an entire fucking field of content like this that is unimaginably fucking low effort, of just like a bunch of ugly ass dudes with like Vaseline cameras, okay, that basically just sit around and like shit on all these other people, But like, it's so low effort, it doesn't make sense. And it's half the time they're also, it's either ugly ass dudes with Vaseline cameras or dudes with like really weird profile pictures like this one that don't show their faces. It's just like, it seems like gossip. You know what I mean? But I guess, you know, then again, Asmongold too. That makes sense.
This idiot. Oh my God, it is so refreshing to hear from an actual good YouTuber.
Yep. I am hurt and crushed. However, being the virtuous Messiah-like creature that I am, I saw this as an opportunity. So I reached out. And to my surprise...
Would their takes be more attractive? Or would their takes be more valid if they're attractive? Yes. No, dumbass, that's not what I'm saying. It's like, it's incredibly fucking low effort. They just like, it's like 3 dudes in a Discord call. Why the fuck would anybody listen to that? I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand it. And one might say the same thing about what I do, right? You could be like, Hassan, you're fucking one dickhead living in your goddamn house in your living room talking to a fucking camera for 8 hours a day. But at least like there's a shit ton of work that I have literally put in to develop the opinions that I've developed, a shit ton of reading that I've done, connections that I've developed over the course of many, many years with other journalists, for example, and activists and organizers who I routinely rely on for information, who I routinely have to fucking interview. I sometimes go outside and actually partake in these protests. Like there's a lot that goes into it. And there's also obviously a lot more production work in this, even in what Asmongold does to a certain degree, right? Like, whereas all these dudes do is just fucking watch another person's YouTube video and go, oh, these guys suck. And it's funny because that's unironically what they say about me. They literally will say, oh, he just plays a YouTube video and walks away and it's the chair doing the react. That's unironically what people think I do. If that was the case, why the fuck would anybody actually watch anything that I'm doing? You just watch the YouTube video instead, you know? You're doing what they're doing right now. Okay, once again, I'm going to repeat it here, okay? I said even Asmongold offers something more than just like a Discord chat with a bunch of dudes with nothing that they're bringing to the table and just like fucking doing goss. At least Asmongold does it to like 50,000 people, and he's sometimes like reacting to things that people are saying in the chat, and there is like a community experience. But I don't personally understand what causes people to fucking watch like 3 dudes gossiping and 2 of them have a PFP and the other one has like a fucking Vaseline camera. Okay? In any case, the other aspect of like, well, you're doing that right now is this. I'm not simply just covering what this YouTube video is. I'm offering a lot of feedback from my own personal experience as a top content creator in the space, as someone who is a political commentator. I'm giving you additional historical context half the time. So there is like something that you're getting out of this. Maybe it's not as much as like if I were to sit down and make like a 45-minute YouTube video that really dove into it, that would probably be a little bit better for you, right? It would be much more consumable. But ultimately, everything that I do on this stream, I try to format as though it's like perfectly ready and perfectly acceptable with minor fucking editing for a YouTube video. Okay? What are you supposed to do when your friend has reactionary views and he just won't listen to anything you say? You show him articles and proof of what you're saying right now, but he's just like, nah. Just keep working at it. You nailed it with the gossip aspect. All the drama slop freaks are constantly live streaming with each other. Everyone, no matter how small a creator they are, has a mini reality show that surrounds them, which is honestly kind of fascinating. I guess maybe that's what it is. But even if you want like Friendship Simulator, I feel like you could get that from like the FaZe Clan boys. You know what I mean? Like there are better healthier friendship simulators out there, as opposed to like dudes who are exactly in the same conditions as you and spend exactly as little time outside as you do. That's what I don't understand. Like, if you're a 35-year-old dude, like why the fuck are you listening to other 35-year-old dudes who are also living in their mother's basement, who haven't actually done anything with their lives? That doesn't make any sense to me.
They reached back. We hopped on a call and had a discussion, which, instead of being like this, it was actually like this.
I just want to say that I think it was good talk to you. You have a good day, man. If you ever want to like participate in any of its videos yourself, it might be too late on your end, but we'd gladly have you on.
Very curious, isn't it? Well, to be honest, not really. Because if I'm being real with you, I figured there would probably be a 90% chance of this happening because realistically, outside of the agitators, most of the people who talk like this are just normal dudes who become enraged by the fictional version of these people online. However, when they are isolated from that and actually talk to one of these people, they're perfectly civil. Much like a large majority of the dudes in our Asmongold, I'd wager, these strapping young lads that I spoke to were perfectly nice, just woefully drowning in the hate machine. If I'm being honest, probably their biggest sin is not linking anything in the description to the stuff they're reacting at. Come on, boys, that's basic courtesy. But you know what? This is an educational opportunity. Why don't I show...
Why care? Maybe people like a different point of view. Don't sit well with me, but to each their own. Why care if no harm is being done? What's the matter with a different point of view? Great question. I don't know what your background is, but let's say, I don't know, you're Mexican American, right? You're Chicano. Let's say you might even have a fucking undocumented relative, or even if you don't, you know someone who has an undocumented relative. When people are normalizing this kind of fucking sentiment, more and more people actually look to everything that the Trump administration is doing and go, well, this is actually cool and good. This creates an environment, this creates a permission structure for this kind of sentiment to thrive. And it also creates an environment where you have less allies on your side. Now, of course, you might not be Mexican American. You might not know anyone that is an undocumented American, but you can use that for any other form of oppression and any other form of struggle in opposition to said oppression. Eventually, there will be something that you care about that is being taken away from you. It creates an environment where people are just running rampant with this kind of sentiment with no pushback. It's ultimately dehumanizing.
Show you one of the ways that people fall into this hate machine. Does that sound like fun? No? Too bad, we're doing it anyways. One of the things that they didn't really like at all that I did for my video was I cited an article covering the whole Sweet Baby Inc. Gamergate 2.0 debacle last year, and it was written by a Alyssa Mercante.
And of course, it was made by Alyssa Mercante.
Mercante, yeah.
God. I could go on a whole friggin' tirade about how awful Alyssa Mercante is.
This is another version of the harm being done, for those of you who are wondering, because usually these guys unify around common enemies, right? And one of them is Alyssa Mercante, a former Kotaku journalist. Remember how we were talking about during the Gamergate era, there was like the big three? I don't even remember all their names, but one is the Anita Sarkeesian, the other one's Brianna Wu. I don't know who the third one is. Alyssa Mercante basically became this like evil deity that they all fucking despise, okay? And in the process of becoming this evil deity, Zoe Quinn, okay, thank you. Zoe Quinn is the third person. So when she became this fucking evil deity, there was an endless amount of torrent of hate that hasn't stopped, as a matter of fact. You know how like we sometimes talk about like Ethan Klein and how he has like victims in his crosshairs and how he engages in a little bit of trolling, right? That's not just a simple disagreement in worldviews for the people that are on the receiving end of said little bit of trolling. That usually amounts to an endless sea of hate, endless sea of comments they have to deal with on a daily fucking basis. People tell them to kill themselves, sometimes trying to identify where they live, trying to figure out where they live and like scare them directly. Death threats, swatting, unlimited harassment. So that doesn't just stay at like a personal disagreement. Maybe for a lot of people, they just go, I don't really care about this person. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, okay, she sucks, and moves on. But for many people, for many other people, it turns into a daily activity, a collective shared experience. And that collective shared experience is basically constantly finding new ways to fuck with these people, constantly finding new ways to ruin their lives. A process we all know as lolcowing. Maybe not all of us, but some of you know. Back in the day, lolcowing was conducted by, like a lolcow, a victim of harassment, was oftentimes conducted by like some of the darker corners of the internet, right? Nowadays is basically systematized, serialized, processed. It's all over the place. They do it on TikTok. They do it on fucking YouTube. A lot of these people make content out of it. These are guys that basically do that, right? Chris Chan is an example of like an old lol cow, a person who very clearly doesn't have the best mindset, being used and abused, like a person who maybe is already experiencing some issues with mental health, with an audience that is there to specifically egg them on and to push them in the direction of doing increasingly more insane things. Now, in most circumstances, the target, the victim, the lol cow that they want to milk is usually a person that everybody hates or everybody despises. More often than not, they're in a vulnerable population. They're in a vulnerable minority group as well. But yeah, DSP, Dark Side Phil, is an example of that as well. I think it was Boogie 1488. That's another example of that. Johnny Somali. Like, there are so many content creators like this. The TikTok version of the World of T-Shirts guy, for sure. Dark Side Phil is not a good example. Wait, what do you mean? No. I mean, like, it's a good example because there's a famous example of this. Even if he himself is like a bad person, it doesn't matter. They're still on the receiving end of a torrent of people that are trying to manipulate that person's life and ruin that person's life and derive content and derive satisfaction out of it. I'm not making a value judgment about the victims, the lol cows in general. I'm simply stating that no matter how bad the person is that you're targeting, no matter how annoying, weird, hypocritical, or self-unaware that person is, the people doing the lol cowing are engaging in an act that's even worse than that. They would be autistic people, unfortunately. Same like Save a Fox Woman. Yeah, except the people that are also doing the lol cow are more often than not autistic themselves. It's like autistic people getting together and using the evil version of autism against other autistic people.
An article from Alyssa Mercante.
Yes.
It's like, oh, read the article. Why? It's like so disgusting.
DSP is kind of justified though. See, that's what I mean. Look, you don't understand. As much, even though I spend a fuck ton of time online, there's never really been a moment where I've ever cared or entertained that sort of shit. I don't know anything about this dude. Every now and then I'll see a clip, I'll laugh at it because it's like really funny because he'll do something clearly stupid in a video game and then blame the video game. Okay. And then that's it. That's it. No matter how fucking awful this person is, I promise you what you're doing is most likely worse than what that person could do ever. Okay? I kind of believe lol cowing is always punching down or punching horizontally. Like, I don't think you're a lol cow no matter how hard people try. No, that's what I mean. Exactly. You can't really do that unless like someone also is not able enough. If someone is unstable, you can do that no matter how big they are. But if someone has like a semblance of stability and a sense of self, someone like myself, fucking Sex Pest in his community has tried for years and years to basically fucking engage in an endless torrent of harassment in a similar capacity. It has not worked. The reason why it hasn't worked is because I have ways of just like tapping out of that and pulling myself out of that and just living my normal life, which ironically enough makes the people that are desperately trying to do this more and more crazy. The latest example of this, I would say, is Ethan Klein. The other reason why it's very difficult for someone like very difficult for these guys to do it to someone like myself is also because I'm a dude. Okay, the only impactful aspect of this operation has ever been on the basis of my Muslim identity. Right. That's why many of the victims that these guys target will usually be women online, because women are the enemy of all people online, no matter what. Remember, woke plus men, women, okay? That's the way they see it.
Honest, it's like listening. It's
a fucking puff piece, my guy.
Do you know who that is? You shouldn't, because that means you'll be a normal, well-adjusted person. Exactly. I mean, from how they talk about her, she sounds pretty bad, right? Like, immediately discounting the article just because her name is on it. Like, that's definitely not a little suspicious. Before this video, honest to God, I didn't really know much about her other than I liked a couple of her articles on diversity stuff. Seems cool. I like that. Poggers. Very neat. So, in the earnest of trying to be fair and balanced, I tried to learn about her and why they hate her so much. And in the process of doing that, I got the best example I possibly could of how this hate machine works. Baba booey. Where to begin my great quest? Why don't we start with YouTube, shall we? What do we have here? Let's see. She was fired from Kotaku. Let's see. Ooh, she's attacking some.
Like, once again, listen to me. Anyone that closely tracks the career of a fucking video game journalist like this is deeply mentally unwell, because you are bringing this kind of anger and resentment upon yourself. Okay? She's a fucking video game journalist. I'm sorry. There is nothing she is capable of doing that could impact your life in a meaningful capacity. This is not a disrespect. I'm not disrespecting Elisa Mercante. I'm simply stating that you are fucking insane if you think this person has done anything to you. No matter how hard Elisa Mercante tries, whether she's writing for Kotaku or anywhere else, she cannot harm your life beyond how much you get angry when you see her writing. Okay? That's it. That's it. It's fucking insane. Be a normal person. Ask yourself, why do I know who this person is? Why do I care about who this person is? Why do I care about her writing? There are plenty of people who write shit that I despise. I don't read their writing. And in most circumstances, the people, wait, you clearly haven't had a game you're excited about given a low review score that ruins lives of gamers that haven't played said games? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to say what I truly think, but if this is your perspective, I know Tamura's obviously joking, but if this is like an honest to God point of view that someone has, like, they do not have a life worth living, okay? Like, you have already cast aside your life. It's over. Immediately fucking hit the reset or keep living in fucking filth, I guess. That's it. Anyone who cares this much about the writing of a video game reporter is a fucking loser. You are a whole ass loser, dog. I'm sorry. You have nothing to live for whatsoever. Hit the fucking gym right now. Drop everything you're doing. Never look back at the Reddit subreddits that you frequent. Never go back into the fucking Discord circles that you frequent. Immediately start taking steps to improve your life, because you are nothing. Your life is nothing. And one day you're going to fucking perish with 0 friends and 0 family around you. And you're going to have your life flash before your eyes. And the only thing you're going to see is Elisa Mercante edits that you sat around and jerked off to for like 10 years of your fucking life. Think about how big of a fucking loser you are at that point. If there is a God, he's going to laugh at you, or she, or they. They're going to fucking laugh at you. They're going to be like, dude, this is what you did? I gave you life. This is how you chose to spend it? Fuck. It's crazy. I cover journalists all the fucking time. There are journalists that despise me, and there are journalists that I don't like. But the journalists I'm talking about have the ear of the fucking president. They manufacture consent for war, okay, where people die. Elisa Mercante is not Brett Stevens. Elisa Mercante is writing articles for fucking Kotaku. There is no way that this could impact your life in a meaningful fucking capacity, okay? God damn.
Some guy's family? I wonder who this is. Very curious. Let's see. Ooh, she's in a lawsuit? Boy, this sure is a lot to take in. And it sure seems like my YouTube senses are tingling, and every video here appears to be rage bait coded. My search is neutral. Very curious. Very curious. In fact, I just ran the numbers here. Out of the 41...
Yeah, my point is, to all the fucking, you know, autistic gang stalk Redditors, okay, and Discord aficionados, go do that to fucking someone who matters. Someone in a fucking position of power. And I promise you, it's not a Twitch streamer. What do I always say? When people get out of hand with Ethan Klein, okay, who has been a belligerent force and has lost his dang mind, he's trying to harm people. What do I say to my own fucking community? I'm like, dude, dial it back. I don't give a shit. Don't show me any of this, okay? I say the same about Asmongold. He's a fucking powerful force on Twitch right now, okay? He is normalizing incredibly reactionary ideas, and especially when there's no pushback from other content creators, the vibes get fucked in my own backyard. I don't like that. But even then, if you're like constantly fucking stalking Asmongold, I'd be like, dude, dial it back. Calm down, okay? Stop. It's not healthy for you. It's not. If you're going to spend any time on this kind of behavior, go do it to someone who fucking matters. You know what I mean? Go do it to a congressperson. Figure out what they're doing. Figure out what their complex financial interests are. You know, figure out what their stock portfolio looks like and what kind of decisions they're making in Congress that correspond directly to fucking their own personal financial gain. Okay? Figure out what the I don't know, figure out what Andy Ogles is doing, right? Like, why the fuck do you care about fucking video game journalists? Like, what is wrong with you?
Videos in this screenshot of my search, 4 of them were not rage bait stuff, counting 1 video from her channel. And the most interesting part is that 22 of these 41 videos, over half, were from the same guy. Boy, I wonder if he's important. Okay, maybe YouTube is a little suspicious, so let's check out Google. Let's see, we got some pretty standard stuff here at the top. Then we got, oh, this video again. Man, this guy sure seems to talk about her a lot. Damn, there's that lawsuit again. That must be pretty important. Let's see, curious that Google is pulling from this guy's article on her work history. Man, he just really keeps showing up, huh? Okay. Now we actually got some of her work. Whatever, that's fine. Let's see, second page, almost all spam links from weird sites and blogs. Sure. Okay, you know what? Fine. Enough of this. Let's actually check out a video, shall we?
What's going on, guys?
Okay, I figured it out. Yeah, remember when, dude, the anarcho-communist is right. I heard Kristi Noem said boobs in video game is bad. Here's what we gotta do, okay? Here's what we gotta do, chatters. We gotta make these guys think that Donald Trump wants to take away titties in video games, okay? Guys, I have it on good authority. You know which nation in the Middle East fucking hates big tits, big, ginormous, bulbous, rotund tits in video games? Israel. That's right. Israel wants to use its nuclear arsenal to nuke titties in video games. You know which country wants bulbous, rotund, awoogas? Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran. That's right. They love big, juicy tits. And you know who hates those big, juicy tits? Israel. Get after it, okay? Get in there.
Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. Alyssa Mercante thought it was going to be a good idea to go on David Jaffe's live stream and proceed to talk for hours on end about anything but the lawsuit, except for while they're talking, many of the things they discuss were directly related to said lawsuit.
What I did, because I did briefly do cam work, just like digitally stripping.
And I gotta be honest, she's even dumber than I gave her credit for.
Wowzers. That was just the little intro, by the way. Okay, even though I don't know anything about it, first off, if you're in a lawsuit, you're generally not supposed to talk about it, so like, I don't really understand what he's upset about in terms of that. But how did that clip of her saying that she used to cam matter? Man, this is really confusing. I wish I could just read like the whole lawsuit and whatever that was about. Oh wait, I actually can, because every lawsuit is public record. And you know what? Because I'm mentally unwell, I did. I read the whole thing. And I suggest you do too, because the lawsuit is her suing him for damages to reputation and harassment. Because he said, knowing it was a lie, she sucked dicks for money. He claimed she said this. He never, ever, ever provided a source. Very normal. Before it got to this part, by the way, she even sent him a cease and desist to have him detract the statement so they wouldn't have to deal with this. But he didn't. But wait, there's more, because the lawsuit has an entire section for just harassment. Remember that screenshot I showed earlier where half of the videos were from him? That isn't even half of them. There's also a whole lot of tweets, a whole lot of blog posts, a whole lot of videos, most of which involve her doing something completely unrelated to him, and then him just kind of inserting himself for some reason, which he kept doing after she blocked him, which eventually led to her personal info being doxed on Kiwi Farms, in which him and others openly mocked when it happened. Very cool. Please, somebody tell me how any...
Yeah, do you understand that one chatter from early on, how this is not just like an unimpactful difference in opinion? Because these guys don't fucking behave like it's just like simple disagreement. I have disagreements with people all the time. And, you know, once the disagreement is over, I make a decision to never think about it again or deal with it at a later date. But this is not the appropriate way to deal with anything. Okay? That's it.
Any of this is related to ethics in games journalism, to quote his own words. Man, I wonder where he heard that one. Because I actually like to do my research here, I started to check out the rest of these videos and do a little fact checking of my own here. First one, this is a lie, a completely unverifiable conspiratorial take that was never even close to true. Second one, also a lie and falsely framed. He made a shitty tweet on an article she posted and then she clapped back. 3, also a lie. Remember that clip before?
What I did, because I did briefly do cam work, just like digitally stripping.
A, camming is not prostitution. And B, he made that claim before she said this in this clip. What the fuck? 4, different guy, but this video is basically just like a summary of all of the hot.
Yeah, that is a Destiny Dick Rider who also, right? That's the Destiny Dick Rider, right? Who fucking is basically a part of this like weird universe where these guys will just like run around and basically rehash shit that they see on Reddit. They'll just slap together like Reddit comments and make a YouTube video off of it. And the very people that write those Reddit comments will then go and watch those videos, which I don't understand. It's like you wrote the comments, you read it on your own. Why the fuck are you going back to watch a video summarizing said Reddit comments? Very strange. Former, he ran away after the revenge porn allegations came out. I'm sure he'll fucking find his way back into the orbit. Basically, ditch the hate if you want to enjoy boobies. It's not women stopping the gamers from enjoying boobies. Yeah, I enjoy boobs. I enjoy boobies all the time. I don't fucking understand what this like anger and resentment is, where this comes from as far as like video game boobies are getting smaller. Oh, hello. What happened? Was she being wild? My dad went and bought a dog perfume. Like that's like good for dogs. Okay. Sex work is not real work. It's just not real work. It's not. How is sex work productive? I don't know. It makes me feel good when I consume it. If you think Hollywood movies and acting is not real work, then that's fine. That's like in a similar vein, I guess. But I think the reason why you consider sex work to be not real work is because sex is involved in it and it's icky and you know? Anyway, yeah, no, my dad tries to spray dog perfume on Kaya and she runs away. And she literally fucking ran away from him and came back to her place. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Hot talking points around her that are just incorrect, so like useless. In this one, the framing of this title is very, very funny because he is trying to move to have the case dismissed. This is literally nothing he's trying to frame against her somehow. It's pure bait. 6, this is just empty commentary on her lamenting the downfall of legacy media and replacing it with shitty blogs like the one he's on. This one is about Destiny tweeting about Alyssa being down bad for Hassan.
Dude, this is another thing that I've noticed is like a very common meta amongst my stalkers and my haters is constantly undermining women by, I think, projecting as well, because there is definitely like a weird sexual pathology associated with the way they stalk my ass. So they just kind of project that own sexual desires upon other people and will instantly undermine female journalists, regardless of whatever sector they're covering. Ethan has been doing this to Cat and Barge and obviously Taylor Lorenz. And I guess Destiny did this to Alyssa Mercante. And so fucking strange. Like I've heard people refer to the 3 people that Ethan is suing as like my harem. Again, fucking insane. Like an insane thing to state. Like it's just, I don't know. I don't know why they, I mean, I do know why they do that because they're gross, but still very strange. Additionally strange if they don't actually, if they're women especially. Like how the fuck are you a female fan of any of these people and you go, oh yeah, that's right, this is a harem.
But like, who isn't? Also, how is this news? How is any of this article worthy? Why does he keep doing this? Like, this is so weird. Like I don't know what's going on here. Anybody who's watching this, fellas, if you're watching this, please, what am I missing? What are you seeing that I'm not? Please tell me why you and so many others seem to hate.
I disagree, but I'm afraid to say why as your Mazel Permabami. Do you think that journalists offer me favorable coverage because they agree with what I'm saying, or do you think it's because they want to fuck me? Because there are far more male journalists who are straight men, married men, as a matter of fact, that have written extensively about me, and I don't hear anybody chirping about them. As a matter of fact, when they write, they'll the attitude is, oh, Hassan paid for this article. When it's a female journalist that writes about me, then it's like, oh, this person wants to fuck him.
This person, because I'm just not seeing it. Like, what am I missing? The only thing I'm seeing here is a bunch of losers continually injecting themselves into nothing that has to do with them, lying about something, or both. Ethics in games journalism. Also, this guy keeps a very normal list of gaming journalists he thinks are bad on his website, and conveniently, most of them are women.
You're a fucking insane psycho. Quickly explain what you mean by that. You like Trump or nah? Do you like Trump? I do. I just want to know your thoughts on him. Yo, big man, you like Trump? Dog, what do you mean? I guess I am fucking an insane psycho, baby. Insanely psychotic for Trump. Patriot down, brother. Hate to see patriot on patriot violence such as this. Really fucked up. Gang, you dumb as fuck. What? Yeah, that's right. I bet I fucking broke your worldview right now, right, pussy? Yeah. Don't call me big man. There's only big man. God, also known as Donald J. Trump. Bitch. What the fuck happened?
People of color, LGBT, or Jewish. Ethics in games journalism. Okay, that was a lot. I apologize for all that. Just to lighten the mood, here's a clip of me getting murdered in Repo.
Oh, baby.
Hello. Fun new term. Oh boy, so exciting. First off, what you saw when I searched YouTube and Google is an example of a data void. Unfortunately, it's not nearly as cool as the name suggests, and actually quite terrible. There are a handful of different ways that these work, but this instance is when people create new terms or build strategically optimized information ecosystems around them before those terms become mainstream and open to more credible sources, if ever. In this instance, what that means is if people like this decide to abuse SEO and search terms around her name, they can fill this data void that doesn't have anything in it with whatever they want. So new people who search for her name will only find one-sided spam like this. Funny how the both sides crowd always seems to be pretty quiet with things like this, Like, let's be real here. How is a newly birthed gamer supposed to break through this wall of information, And then when there's actually the rare legitimate example of counter arguments, oops, Just kidding, it's Kotaku. And also, games journalism as a whole is bad, and also the people.
I think the inflection point being that like that Alyssa wrote a article correcting the record about Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement in these video games, which is of course directly at odds with the fake propaganda bullshit that a lot of these dummies were presenting to their slop hungry audiences, is kind of funny because like they've been punishing her for writing the truth. Okay. Because God forbid any number of these soy, incredibly sensitive, thin-skinned fucking losers ever recognize that they might have been a little wrong. Maybe they got a little ahead of themselves or anything like that. Nope. They were like, oh, we're wrong? Well, guess what? We are going to make your life a fucking nightmare in perpetuity.
People who are writing these arguments are bad and are liars and are activists and bad. Can't trust them. No, sir. I'll believe a source that you show me, but only if it's one that I like.
Like, oh, read the article. Why? It's like so dishonest.
That's how this hate machine works. It's how Gamergate worked. It's how the Sweet Baby Inc. thing worked. It's how our Asmongold worked. It's how the Alyssa thing is working right now. I want to reiterate again. Most people don't know all of this because they're normal. Most people just want to be all happy-go-lucky and play their little games because politics is bad, remember? But most people also realize it's real hard to do that because the world is kind of on fire right now. And so we...
The leaders of the new Gamergate 2.0 or whatever, the same ones cheering on the lawsuits, by the way. No, I know. It's sad, dude. The very same motivation that causes people to take time out of their fucking daily lives to find a new victim to harass online so they can feel a little bit powerful about their own ultimately utterly powerless position in society is the exact same reason why they entertain that kind of shit. Okay? Think about it this way. You have relatives, you have friends, loved ones, family members that have careers, okay? Do you think they know who Alyssa Mercante is? Have you ever met a well-adjusted individual who's like, man, that one female journalist from fucking Kotaku, I hate that lady. I was going to say lass. I hate her. I hate her so much. I have so much hate in my heart. Do you know a single well-adjusted person that's like, yo, I watched this. I was going to say Sheila. Like, have you ever met a well-adjusted friend or a well-adjusted individual that's like, you know, I'm really following the latest and greatest of the I really loved Asmongold's based take on Donald Trump. Have you seen this fucking video? These are his fans at an expo. Some pics from Epic Day 3 on Game On Expo. A legendary trip, and this may have been the best one yet. Already can't wait for the next one this year. Oh my God. This person is a kid? Bro, that's crazy. Take care of your child. That's wow.
We look for answers, but we are fickle creatures who care more about belonging and comfort than the truth. DEI, forced diversity, ethics in games journalism are not real problems in any way that they describe, but they are real concerns to them, to these people. That anger is authentic. It's real to a lot of people on Asmongold. It's real to the boys. It's real to the people who hang out in the weird YouTube areas comment section. But so much of the origin of all this stuff is obscured and propagandized and works so well at taking advantage of existing insecurities. And they get hooked into it.
Debunking Wikipedia's article on Gamergate, I would rather fucking claw my eyeballs out with rusty nails than either do that or even watch a video doing that. What the fuck? Once again, you gotta be a whole ass loser, bro, to care about any of this shit. You have to be a whole ass fucking loser. Oh my God. The crustiest. Wait, 6 hours? No, that's 22 minutes. What do you mean?
So well at taking advantage of existing insecurities. And they get hooked into it.
A full Gamergate retrospective deep dive? 6 hours? 6 hours? 6 fucking hours? Not gonna lie, Anita made me a communist when people said she said everything was racist, and I looked at what she actually said, and it was based as fuck. Hey, yo, chill. It's Savvy is the GOAT. Bro, that's crazy. She did 6 hours into this? That's still crazy. Why is he saying this vid is good? 6 hours, what the fuck? You saw how the girly pops on that podcast or subreddit turned into this in the course of a year? You were right, it's gossip thing. Yeah.
Because it's so easy to believe something that makes your feely wheelies feel nice. It also makes framing obvious hate campaigns that way easier to justify harassment of someone. I don't hate them because they're a woman, because they're black or gay. I hate them because they're ruining my video games. They are invaders in a space they have never been in, and it's fun.
Any chance we can get Zoe to commit suicide? If we can get more damning evidence, I think the abortion route is a good shot. Like her fucking a train of lack dudes. God damn, bro. Oh, they mean black dudes. I was like, what are they lacking? What are these dudes lacking? What do they not have? Dude, I swear to God, like, BBC cuck porn is the thing that these guys care about the most. It's always the same. The white man passed through here. How do you know? Cuck porn. Literally every time, brother. Oh my God.
Fine for them to be there. It's fine for them to be here as long as I don't have to interact with them. As long as they pretend to be like me. That's how the machine works, baby.
I think one of the craziest aspects of it is that they just kind of dropped the optics game nowadays. Like, that's why you hear so many of my haters be like, Hamas Diddy Epstein Piker is a terrorist who wants to do multiple 9/11s. I have it on good authority that he did 9/11 actually and will do it again. Like, when they post stuff like that, they don't even realize like this doesn't even come across as fucking normal to the average person. You know, they've just like dropped it. Hamas Diddy Epstein Piker. They're saying MK Ultra activation words basically.
One day you're just scrolling Reddit, and then the next you're fully in an in-group, out-group mentality, upvoting neo-Nazi propaganda on a streamer's subreddit, and have a media diet of slop videos that man-children spew out because it's monetarily beneficial for them to poison the minds of otherwise normal little boys on the internet. In talking to these gentlemen, I got my proof. I knew this was how things were 10 years ago when Gamergate happened, but I guess on some level it's comforting to know that things work the same way. I don't know, maybe it's not. I'm not gonna pretend that I know how to solve this great divide, but just having conversations with other people instead of shadowboxing fictional versions of them in your head really does go a long way. I mean, shit, after talking to the boys, I got called the first left-leaning person they talked to who isn't crazy. But honestly, it's probably because they haven't talked to many. Or they're talking to, you know, young high school level lefties who are just as brain damaged as the young alt-righters. Making a Blue Sky account is not activism. Shut the fuck up. We're all just dumb idiots trying to figure shit out, and the internet makes it so much harder, which is why you should not be on it nearly as much. Boys, Asmongold watchers, slop enjoyers, please let these agitators choke to death on their own drama. Let them drown into obscurity. Please. Stop making content, just hating on people online and yelling into your camera.
The Andor Season 2 trailer is here. If you follow my channel, you know that I'm a huge fan of Andor Season 1.
Bro, this guy has 55 views.
Yeah, of course you are, you fucking Disney shill. You fucking consumer, you fucking jackass who sits on his ass and just accepts fucking everything that gets shoved in front of your face because that's a Star Wars name on it, you low standard, low IQ loser.
I'm serious, brother. This isn't healthy. I wish we lived in an environment that wasn't run by algorithms that loves drama and hate. Like, I really wish I was less confident that a drama video like this one is gonna do better than the ones I pour my soul into talking about stuff I love. But unfortunately, Mark Zuckerberg can suck my fucking ass. Please do better things with your internet time. Please watch better things. Please make stuff about things you love. Please stop just hating on bullshit. Hate is not criticism. Play the Talos principle. Capri Sun, please sponsor me. Also, Repo, please sponsor me. Your game is very, very fun. My friends and I like it a lot. And we also think it would be extremely cool if you could add little butts onto the robots. That would be very funny. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
That was a good video. Crimes New Roman. All right, now let's get back to, let's snap back to reality. We got, I've been meaning to watch this, by the way.
All right.
Dr. Abdul El Sayed did a workout with Dr. Mike, which I think is pretty cool. I want to see what this is about. And I love that he did this.
We're hearing what.
And then I'm also going to do the insane Ross Douthat interview with fucking the lizard person personified, Peter Thiel. We got that on the docket as well. We got a new Boy video. And last but not least, I know everyone wants me to watch the fucking Cool Adam video. Don't worry. Adam Friedland Show.
What is probably the most iconic, epic home gym ever with Dr. Mike Israetel. We're about to get a workout. We're doing some chest. We're doing some shoulders. I know I'm about to be in a lot of pain. Dr. Mike, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for opening your home gym.
What? Dr. Mike said new drug coming down pipe that's not steroids but won't let you lose hair. So steroids that won't let you lose the hair, I might take it.
Suffering begins. 2 more. 1 more at least. Big chest. Chest up, chest up, chest up, chest up. Pause. Good. More. Slow. Chest up. Rack. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Young men in particular are facing a crisis of purpose. I think you have huge corporations that have figured out how to game people's dopamine receptors in some really problematic ways.
You get a lot of personal stories. What we can say confidently is that for lots of people, there is a crisis. Every human life matters, prosperity matters, and flourishing matters. So I think on the topic of young men who have maybe don't have much purpose, I'll tell you this, I've been through the entire educational system here in the state of Michigan. Not ever once were we taught purpose. Maybe that's for the best politically that it's not in the curriculum, because like if the conservatives are in control, your purpose is going to be to, insert conservative shit. Leftists are in control, it's going to be leftist shit. Some of it lands really well, some of it doesn't land at all. But you have to go get purpose somewhere else. And I think my best concept of what modern purpose can look like is this. There are problems in the world, and we can probably solve like all of them, but there's 99 problems and 1 solution relative so far. Like so many things we could be doing better. Like homelessness still exists. There are people who grow up in broken homes that don't have anyone to mentor them. There's people somewhere, other parts of the world that don't have enough to eat. So my message to young men would be, we need your help to solve all of the world's problems. And so there's this whole idea of like, well, we've been, certain groups have been kind of fronted and promoted for too long. That's all nonsense. So for everyone, I think a good construct of purpose is make yourself better through exercise, through studying, through diligent inspection of philosophy, so that you become a more capable person. Big chest, pause, good, reach up, not down, better.
I mean, he's not wrong. I say the same shit all the time, which is like, your body is something that you have control over, and therefore working on that will improve your confidence. This also is sick. So Dr. Abdul El Sayed is running for Senate in Michigan. Okay. I think he's pretty cool. And maybe we'll do something with him in the future. Okay, let's do Steiny. Adam Friedland Show.
Hello and welcome to the Adam Friedland Show. My name is Adam Friedland. Folks, I want to start off by thanking everyone who signed up for the Friedland Family Foundation here on YouTube, our premium subscription service. Simply click join at the top of this page. In order to support the show, you'll get early access to all of our episodes days before everyone else, and you could even sign up at a higher tier to get your name in the credits. A lot of people have also requested that we set up a Patreon because they prefer to support the show through Patreon, so we have a Patreon page set up. Click the link in our description if you prefer to support the show through Patreon. My guest this week is none other than Aaron Steiny Steinberg, a prominent content creator, entrepreneur, and member of the Nelk Boys, a ragtag collective of like-minded partiers, best known for hosting the Full Send podcast. Now, if you're not familiar with Full Send, it's been known to host some of the most influential people in the world. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, even Jelly Roll, making Steiny, by proxy, one of the most important men in America today. In addition,
did the views fall too much to continue the vid? I was curious to see, what is this fucking insanely fucking parasocial? No, dude, it's a Twitter video. So the video cut off at the end of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Not everything has like a weird, cynical, view count based purpose. That's crazy.
Full Send, Steiny is also a prolific guest on other programs. In my research, I've watched practically every interview that Steiny's ever done. Most of them were engaging and humorous, save for one conversation that left me shaken to my core. So without further ado, this.
I'm done.
At first, Nelk's content was an enigma to me. Party, drugs, casual sex. How did this ragtag group of pranksters get access to some of the world's most powerful people?
What do you take away from Kamala having a beer with Stephen Colbert? Seems like that'd be the...
Well, you know, a lot of people thought it was terrible. A lot of people said she shouldn't be drinking at all. She shouldn't be drinking. She got some other problems.
I needed to investigate further. The more I watched, the more I started to feel like I knew these young men. I started rooting for them. Before long, I was piecing together the puzzle that is the Nelk Boys. I found myself obsessed with the small details of their relationships. Were Steve and Steiny fighting?
Bro, it's not about money. It's that you left me for this bigger...
Was Jesse still on good terms with Kyle? I kept digging.
Just you using me, bro.
Want to talk about how you got your start, bitch? Why don't you tell the internet right now? Go ahead, tell them.
Dude.
Go ahead, tell
them.
Tell them. I didn't come at you.
But as they say, some stones are better left unturned.
Adderall, which they refer to as
Here Steiny is a Denver Broncos ball boy.
What's up? You gotta see this.
So I'm I'm Jewish.
Yeah.
Grandma, we say in like Yiddish, it's Bubby and Zadie. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Yeah, like she was in the camp. She was in the gas chamber.
How'd she get out?
They didn't. I can't remember, and I wish I did. I gotta ask my mom or dad, but something happened where the chamber didn't work that day that she was in there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Changes everything.
Oh, fuck. I don't speak about this very often publicly, but while I'm a human being first, I also happen to be Jewish. I grew up hearing horror stories about the Nazi Holocaust, which affected members of my family directly. Something about Steiny's anecdote on the Bradley Martin Raw Talk podcast stuck with me, and it threw my research into chaos. Before I knew it, I was in dark corners of the internet. It turns out that there are a lot of people on the internet that claim that everything I thought I knew about the Holocaust is a lie. But what if they're right? Did it even happen? How could we even be sure that there was a World War II? And most importantly, what is the link between lifestyle and prank content creators, the Nelk Boys, and the most vile mass killing in human history? So I decided to call an expert.
Stop.
Norman? Hi, it's Adam Friedland. How are you? I just wanted, we have a guest this week. Are you familiar with Steiny or you know Steiny?
Can you spell that name?
S-T-E-I-N-Y. Aaron Steinberg?
No, I don't know.
He's a member of a political collective, the Nelk Boys. Are you familiar with them at all?
No.
They were at the...
No, I'm not really in
yeah.
the culture loop.
But he mentioned that his grandmother was in Auschwitz, and that she was in the gas chamber, but it didn't work. Is the current understanding of the Nazi Holocaust Is it in fact? Is it did it happened? Is that it happened? Did it? The people were.
Knowledge, there's no dispute. There's no dispute on that. So I don't think there's much point in engaging that question. Okay, I wish you the best, Mr. Friedland.
Likewise, sir. Thank you. Bye.
He's so stupid, dude. I can't believe he did that to Norm Finkelstein. Oh my God, he's so goddamn.
Hello. Is this? Are you wearing a wire?
No wire.
All right, you got my messages and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just. Was there like a day where it was like broken or something, the gas chamber?
Yeah, I mean, it's a part of the historical record that sometimes the gas chambers and stuff like didn't work or broke down.
Journalist is Noah, by the way, obviously. Oh, Jesus Christ.
But they blew all that up, so we can't really know for sure. We just have the records of some people. But yeah, it could have happened. I mean, it's supposed to have happened.
Okay.
But Adam.
Yeah?
You're like interviewing the Nelk Boys, like Steiny from the Nelk Boys, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so you're asking me about the Holocaust.
What's for
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just following a lead.
Yeah, but are you okay?
Yeah, I'm not. I haven't been sleeping much.
It's the Nelk Boys. What do they have to do with the Holocaust?
It was time to take a long, hard look in the mirror and admit to myself that my hard work had turned into obsession. I became so obsessed with Aaron Steinberg and the Nelk Boys content that I found myself questioning the historical validity of the worst mass killing in modern history.
Dude, really? Next to Auschwitz? Every episode? Next to fucking Auschwitz, dude? What does this mean? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God.
I think it was Nobel laureate and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel who once said, "To forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time." And I think we could all take a lesson from that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct privilege to welcome from the Nelk Boys, Steiny.
What up?
My brother.
It's good, bro. How are you?
My brother. Welcome to New York, dude.
Dude, thank you.
That was a great moment right here. We got one moment. How are you?
I'm good, dude. How are you?
You're at the UFC this weekend?
Straight from Montreal, yeah.
Ringside. Dana White. That's your life.
It's my life.
Dude,
it's one of my fathers, bro. It's like a second dad to me.
How are you going to disrespect your father like that?
That's not no disrespect to him.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. He's huge in my life.
He's a mentor.
So. Yeah,
Have you had mentors along the way? Like people that have like dropped knowledge on you? Like you've met a lot of powerful individuals over the
Yeah,
years.
no, not really like mentors.
You never had Trumps like tell you like...
Dude, no.
He never imparted any wisdom on you.
He liked me.
He liked you.
He did look at me and said, I like this guy.
You never said like, if you had one piece of advice for me, Steiny from the Nelk Boys, what would it? No.
No, that's not how you treat Trump.
What? Really?
You kiss his ass if you want him to like you, bro.
Of course, I would kiss his ass.
Yeah.
I would tell him you look phenomenal.
Yeah, that's all I did was compliment him.
The tariffs, they're amazing tariffs.
Yeah.
I don't even know what a tariff is.
No, I don't either. Dude, you're a smart guy. You definitely know what a tariff is and all this shit.
Yeah, I know. I kind of like it's. I don't want to know too much these days.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's talking about politics these days.
I don't like it anymore.
It's so annoying.
Yeah.
I know, but you've had like big political guests on the show though.
Trump.
People that have talked Trump.
Trump 3 times.
Do you get nervous?
Fuck yeah.
Really?
Yes.
How big is he?
Like size?
Yeah, size-wise.
He's big.
He a big boy?
He's a big boy.
Have you met Barron before?
No, he didn't come. No,
he's like 7'2" or something.
Yeah, he's huge.
We gotta league him.
Yeah, he walks around in New York, doesn't he?
I don't know.
He goes to NYU.
We gotta get him in the gym.
Why?
He's a giant, that boy.
Yeah.
This was posted 2 days ago.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest boys I've ever seen.
Dude. You know
oh yeah, shout out to the brand Happy Dad.
Yeah, you really got them all out here.
On DoorDash, I spent around $250.
Dude, we appreciate that.
It's going
Thank
straight to you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
How many points do you have on Happy Dad?
So I have a percent.
Really?
Yeah.
Who are you gonna sell to? Saudi.
I don't know.
The
Hopefully like
Chinese.
an Anheuser-Busch or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
You
friend.
want to have one with me or no?
Yeah, I'll have one right now. I mean, it's like kind of this is.
You got 2 open right behind you, bro.
No, they're not open. Okay, this is kind of a lifelong dream right now. I feel like, you know, having a we got you a gift also, because I saw an Aiden Ross. He gave Trump like a Tesla.
Dude,
So I was like,
got me a car?
I wanted to get you something nice. Where is it? Oh, okay. Here, kid, catch. Open that up.
Can I tear it up?
No,
you
you
really
open-
crossed out everything, bro.
Well, no, that's the branding. You didn't have to tear that actually, but.
Dude.
I know.
I've never actually seen one of these.
Yeah, I know. Dude, $400,000.
A Richard Millie, or what is this?
Yeah, it is. It's a Richard Millie.
Dude, you're the man. Appreciate that.
Seriously.
No one's ever gifted me anything like this.
Really?
Nah. Steve gave me a Richard Millie last week.
Really?
Swear to God.
Sorry, dude. This is not that good.
No, this is really, it's a thought that counts, but I really appreciate
It's
this.
like copies seat.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Whatever, dude.
Thank you.
What's it like to be friends with such buff guys?
Dude, it's fucking awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
They're all so strong, the guys that you're around constantly.
Yeah, I didn't get a fucking gift. What is this? What is this? Is it because I'm not Jewish? That's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but then you can talk shit to anybody and you're not gonna worry about it.
Really?
Yeah.
You do it for protection?
The only gifts I've gotten from him is endless betrayal. Okay, that's the one gift that he keeps giving. When I say I don't want it, and he still gives it to me.
I mean, no one's gonna fuck with you if you're with people like that.
Really? But
Yeah.
how do you stand out in that crowd? That guy Bradley?
You stay in the back.
Dude, can I be just a moment of like just reality. I've watched so much Nelk. Caleb and I in the studio have watched so much Nelk for the last 2 weeks. It's like, you know, like when there's an FBI agent, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like surveilling.
I saw your board in the back. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
You saw it?
It looks like you're trying to solve a crime. There's a board in the back with yarn and shit.
Oh.
I saw that. I don't know if I was supposed to.
I got to the bottom of it.
But
And
you
Netanyahu,
really, I saw my
you're
dad's
on
photo
notice.
on there.
You what?
My dad's photo's on there.
Yeah, of course.
Like, you went really deep.
I got your brother, your twin bro.
Oh, you got my bro on there too?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I just want to get Cindy with you guys. I want to get,
Dude, I don't know if you'd be a good fit.
Why not, dude?
I don't know. You just don't give me the vibe.
You think that they think I'm pussy?
I think so, yeah.
Really? Yeah, but
Pussy,
what if
bro.
you said I'm cool? You don't
That,
think
my word of me saying that you're cool might not be enough, bro.
You don't think Steve would like me?
I don't know you well enough yet.
I feel like Steve will do it as kind of the Hassan Pike air of the right.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. It just makes sense in my mind.
But what similarities do him and Hassan have?
I don't know. They're both strong. And...
Yeah, they do both have that.
All right, let's get into you.
Okay.
What does that even mean, dude? What does that even mean? Why am I catching more strays, brother? Oh my lord. Oh my fucking lord, dude. Ridiculous.
Because I think that, like, obviously your life has changed a lot, dramatically, and pretty quickly, probably.
Yeah.
Right?
In like what regard?
I mean, you've met the president 3 times.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
you're.
I just want to hear you say that. Yeah.
You've had the richest man in the world on your podcast. You're ringside at the UFC this weekend with Dana White, right? Like,
sounds like a dream, dude.
I mean, your life has definitely changed dramatically, right?
Yes.
Your father was an attorney also, and he had a lot of athlete clients. From what I
he still
understand.
is.
He still is.
Yeah.
And so, were you around like a lot of like professional athletes growing up?
Yeah.
No
No troll.
Broncos?
Yeah.
I saw you were a ball boy for the Broncos.
Jesus, bro. What the fuck? How the fuck? Where did you see that?
During the Jay Cutler years, I saw that you were
Wait,
a ball
bro,
boy.
what the fuck? You really do research like that?
Yeah, I've been studying everything about you for about 2.5 weeks now.
God damn.
You saw the
Wait, do you
pinboard.
watch football?
Dude, I know everything
Okay,
about
where did Jay
sports.
Cutler go to college?
Vanderbilt.
Wow, bro.
Yeah, straight up.
Wow. Good. I'm impressed.
You ever meet TD?
Who?
Terrell Davis? The best running back
Yeah,
ever
of
for the
course.
Broncos, dude?
Yeah, obviously.
You ever met
30.
You ever meet Eric Cartman?
No, I would love to though. If I could meet anyone, that's who I'd want to meet.
I wish South Park was
But
real.
South Park was probably 20 minutes from me.
Your grandparents, though, they were in the Showa, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were immigrants, and your dad, like, kind of, like, made it as, like, a first-generation Jewish boy.
They came to America speaking no English, and then moved to Colorado, and then my dad went to CU, and then went to law school.
Boulder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wild 420 over there.
I went there too.
So did your brother.
And guess who else did?
Who?
My sister.
Oh, your sister?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
He DM'd my sister.
No, she asked me.
He DM'd my sister.
She followed me, and I wanted a little info.
No, I don't even care.
Of course, you were at Pi Kappa Phi.
Fuck,
And
bro,
you had the
what the
nickname
fuck?
Xanax.
Wait, whoa.
What?
Whoa.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Wizard's Chest, though.
What the
What
fuck?
was yo-yoing class like at the Wizard's Chest?
Dude, there was a yo-yoing phase. I feel like when I was in like 6th grade, and there was this place called the Wizard's Chest where.
Okay, they've actually they've upgraded big time. Second season of the Adam Friedland Show is putting out bangers. Okay,
you'd go for like
for school,
but it was like a wizard school.
Did they take you out of real school to go to wizard school?
This is like grad school.
And you could walk the dog. You could.
I was nice, and obviously I had a nice yo-yo set because I was fortunate.
Of course, you went to snowboarding camp at Windell Snowboarding, and they made you chug a bunch of milk.
Dude.
Sonny, what? Just chill, bro.
These are like things that I've forgotten about in my life.
Yeah.
I did do that, yeah.
I talked to Livy List, and she told me about hiding in the garage. Do you have any info, like apparently, like, you never admitted it to your family?
That was like really personal.
If I said the name Tommy Smith, what would that mean to you?
Oh my God. Holy fuck. Tommy Smith was an alias I had when I was with a
He's getting scared, dude. That's crazy.
girl, and I didn't want her to know my identity.
In high school?
Yeah.
You would say Tommy Smith, and then you would say, of course, that you were
Another school, and then I was like, oh,
the
she's
quarterback of your team.
cornerback.
Cornerback. Tell me the story about your principal trying to run you over with a car.
Okay, so we moved when I was in middle school.
Okay.
And I got I did not go to a private school, but I went to a private school for 6 months.
Yeah.
Before. So I'd never gone to a private school. I went to private school for 6 months. And we fucked around. You know what I mean, in school.
Yeah, I know.
Like, we caused
Of course.
issues. That was not smooth the way you opened that at all. But
I think it was.
What do you think of the taste?
It tastes the wild cherry. It tastes incredible.
Yeah.
What was it like having a successful dad, though?
Just tough.
Was he a hard ass?
Fuck yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What
Dude,
did he want for you?
Huh?
What did he want for you? Like,
He
in
didn't
life?
care about me. It was all about him.
He
But I was paying rent growing up.
No, you
Yeah, I was.
Come on, that's not
It was
good.
a huge house. I had to pay rent, dude. I had to work. That was what I was taught. Tough love. Came home one time with a 3.8 GPA, and it wasn't.
I have to make a phone call right now. I'm sorry. It's like a little.
This is crazy, bro.
I'm sorry, dude.
Okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna make a phone call too.
Don't worry about it, dude.
No, I'm making a phone call myself.
No.
Hey, Adam, what up?
Harvey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Adam?
I'm here with your son, Aaron.
Dad, you're a fucking loser.
Let's get down to it. What do you make of his association with people that are kind of ushering in this era of fascism currently in this country?
I'm not convinced that they're ushering fascism in. I think that Aaron has a good head on his shoulders, and I think that he's trying to do what's right for the country, and he feels
This is a
that.
classic
And I think
lawyer
that
ass
his heart is
response.
in the
It's
right
full of
place.
shit.
You're unreal.
He has access to somebody
Yeah.
who's a decision maker, and if you have that access and you want to try to do the right thing in your mind and have influence upon that decision maker, what better person would you want than Aaron?
It's true. Yeah. I just have one last thing to share with you.
Yeah.
He referred to Mr. Dana White as his real dad.
Well, for all I know, that may be true.
Sir, you're an officer of the court. He impeached your good name in public, and after everything you've done for him.
I think maybe he impeached his mother's good name, not mine.
Why is that?
Think it through. Well, if Dana White's his father, that would implicate his mother, wouldn't it? As opposed to me?
You're tearing this family apart.
No, he's too smart, bro. Fuck. I would have never thought about
Always.
that part.
Do you have to have a discussion with your wife now?
Dad, why are you talking to Adam?
Okay, sir, thank you so much. This has been a prank this entire time.
I appreciate all your efforts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for everything you've done for Aaron, despite the fact that...
Not being loved as a kid, yeah.
Apparently, you're much more appreciative than he appears to be.
Well, I've grown quite close with my father. And
Remember, he told me that his mom disowned him for a little bit because he voted for, or because he interviewed Trump and voted for Trump.
And
well, good.
You know, we didn't always see eye to eye.
I felt like
we didn't always see eye to eye.
This is my father you're talking to, Dad.
Well, I was in the middle of a story.
Yes, sir. I will tell you, Adam, for what it's
We
worth.
had an operating theory that...
Yo, don't cut him off. This is my dad speaking.
You cut me off while I was telling that
Dad,
story about how
continue,
my mom
please.
died. Okay, continue.
So what I was going to say, Adam, just for the record.
All right, hurry up.
100, give me my 30 seconds of fame, please. He has a good heart, and he actually, let me correct you, he is a good man.
He's a man you should be proud of.
I am, very much so.
So what's up with you?
All right, dude.
All right,
we're good.
Okay. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Thanks, Harvey. I'll call you after. Okay, bye. Anyway, let's get back to the interview.
Then, if you start noticing your hair thinning when you left the head,
describe your whole.
It like originated as like a
for like people. I'm getting better at reading. How would you describe what Nelk is for like people that aren't familiar? Like, how would you describe your whole?
It like originated as like a prank channel.
Yeah.
Turned into a lifestyle brand. So you started off with the pranks, Kyle and Jesse.
Okay.
They brought on Steve. Then it turned into like more of like a party, lifestyle, travel, girls, frat boy type shit.
Was there a moment where you felt like your life had changed?
Yeah.
What was that? Can you think of one singular moment?
100%, yeah. I flew to Abu Dhabi with Dana to go to UFC during COVID, and we were the only guests allowed at the fight.
Fight Island.
Yes.
Remember? Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And it was Khabib's last fight, if you remember. Are you actually a UFC fan?
The Eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a UFC fan?
I love all sports.
I would love to take you to a fight, dude.
Yeah. Seriously?
Yeah. I have an extra seat to the Knicks game after this if you want to come.
Really?
Yeah. I bought 4.
What?
I bought 4 seats.
How good seats?
Dude, they are the best you can get.
Really?
They're not on the floor, but they're close to the floor. I'll tell you that.
Close to the floor?
Well, yeah, it's fucking expensive out
Celebrity
here, bro.
row?
Yeah.
How much money do you have?
Huh?
How much money
do I have?
How much money?
How much do I spend on the tickets, or how much money do I have?
In general. Net worth. Let's go band
I'll
for
let you
band.
guess. I'll go band for band with you, yeah.
I don't know, like maybe $250,000?
Okay.
What's so funny about that?
No, that's amazing, dude. I'm super happy for you. That's a lot of money to have, dude.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not trolling you. That's amazing.
It's like what a lawyer makes in his first year.
Yeah.
So you're like at a lawyer's level.
In his
how much money?
10 years, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, let's talk about. So you went to Abu Dhabi with Dana White.
My life changed that trip.
Yeah.
Because Bob had anxiety and left. Because he thought we were gonna be fucking with our hands behind our back, tied up in the desert, about to get our heads cut off. Because he didn't know what the Middle East was like. And I was like, dude, we're going with Dana. We had police escorts everywhere. Like, it was fucking awesome. So Bob flew all the way there.
Also, even if you didn't have police escorts, it's the last place on the planet where they would harm the hair on the head of an American, unless they're like literally doing drugs, like openly doing drugs, in which case you're going to jail. But that's crazy.
Quarantined for 2 days, bro.
Really?
And said, hey, bro, he faked that his dad, this is fucked up, he faked that his dad had an injury. And he had a very common like surgery.
As an excuse to the Taliban, he told them that? Well,
as an excuse to them and as an excuse to Dana.
Person? What?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. I was like, bro, we fucking own this place. We're with fucking Dana.
Jesse is the other guy from the Nelk Boys?
Yeah.
And he kind of left.
Yeah.
It was a matter of like he couldn't cope with kind of the
that was before my time, but he went but he went sober.
He went sober.
So he's maybe 4 or 5 years sober now.
Really?
So it's really hard to be around this group if you're going to be sober.
Drinking is a big component of
drinking is big
of the scene. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Are there days where you just don't want to send it?
Yeah, dude.
Really? And what do you do? Like if you have to make content and drink, but
Bro, when he says we're here with Dana White, we own the place, like, this is the one time where it's like, literally, he's not wrong, okay? If you're a podcaster, especially a like somewhat noteworthy podcaster, Dubai is, you do own the place. It's literally a fucking placeholder for cryptocurrency pedophiles and international sex traffickers and criminals and also podcasters.
You don't want to send it, like, you have to do it?
I fucking fight it, bro.
You fight
You gotta do what you gotta do.
not to, or you fight like
I fight the urge not to when I fucking drink.
Not to, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like for your job, it's like a little kind of stressful maybe. No?
Yeah, it is.
Are the fans annoying? Like, or do you, like
no, not at all. What do you mean?
When you're in public, do you interface with fans? Do people approach you a lot?
Yeah.
How big
would you go there as a podcaster only? Fuck no. I won't go to Israel. I won't go to UAE. I won't go to Saudi Arabia. At most I'll go to potentially entertain going to Qatar, but that's it. Fuck no. The hell out of here, bro. First of all, what do you want me to do? Get fucking assassinated?
Would you say the audience of Nelk is, or in full sense?
Big.
It's big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do people ever come up to you like at a coffee shop and they're like, "Yo, what's up, Adam?"
I mean, most people are nice, but some people are like pretty annoying.
Like annoying, like in what way?
I would say like probably less than 5% of the time. But they're trying to do like a bit.
I would go to Qatar. I would go to Qatar to say thank you to my donors. Okay. Yemen, I'd love to go to Yemen. Oh my God, Yemen would be amazing. I would love to go to Yemen. Yeah, if I went to Qatar, it would be to say thank you very much for your wonderful contributions to the Piker Broadcasting Service. UAE, Israel, Saudi Arabia is the real axis of evil, yes. And America as well, ironically enough, of course. But I already live here, so. You deprive yourself of heaven by not performing the Hajj? Yes. By the way, who sponsors your stream? The glorious nation of Qatar sponsors the Hasanabi broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Your voluntary contributions in the form of subscriptions that are $6 a month or free in the form of a Twitch Prime allows Piker Broadcasting Service to maintain its editorial independence. You can also gift a sub.
Because like, you know, like what it is, it's the same with you guys, I would imagine. It's like you guys are a group of friends, right?
Yeah.
Is it, you guys are an actual group of friends, or you guys work for the same business?
I'd say it's a mix of both. We all live our private lives.
Yeah.
But like when we come together, it's like, honestly, it's kind of like a family. Like even this weekend, like everyone knows each other very well. We all love each other, so.
But your relationship with these guys is like you're performing it for like an audience, right? So it's like it's parasocial, right? So like people feel like when they hear a podcast or something that they're chilling with their boys, right?
Yeah.
But they're a stranger, right? So like when they approach you, they feel like they're your boy, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes it's like, bro, you're a stranger.
I mean, dude, someone fucking pulled up to my sister's place yesterday.
Like
and saying like, yo.
To your sister?
Is saying, yo.
She's a cum girl.
Okay, let's be careful with that terminology.
That's the name
like,
of the
I'm
fans
honestly,
of Cumtown Podcast. It's a very
I get
famous
that,
podcast.
but I don't know why she's affiliated with anything with what you just said.
It's her choice. It's a free country.
She
dude.
has no interest in anything what you said, and she's
Whatever,
not
dude.
doing any
Kamala-
of that.
Kamala-
She's
Kamala
a woman
didn't
of
win,
God,
dude.
and
You
she
can't do-
fucking does not go anywhere.
She's a woman of God?
Yeah.
What of Judaism?
Yes, Hashem.
Hashem, dude.
Yeah. Why do you think? You see, I brought him. Where's he at?
Who's
Yossi,
that?
where you at? Yossi. Not saying anything?
Yossi? Is it Yossi or Josie?
It's Yossi. Oh.
You're on the headphones
Oh my
right now?
God, you gotta.
But there's a guy here on headphones.
I'm shouting you out. Are you fucking serious?
You brought some guy on headphones to this?
How dare you, bro?
This is an honor and a privilege to be here.
Okay, whoa, don't come up here now.
No,
you don't
Yossi,
get that.
come on,
Yeah.
we're making a show right now.
How you been?
Yeah.
What's up?
How you been?
What were you listening to?
Learning some Torah.
Yes, sir. That's
You
what I'm
brought,
talking
you
about.
brought a rabbi here.
Yeah, well, I bring. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm the rabbi.
Oh, you planned a counter prank.
No, I did not. What I
This
do
is
is
prank
this is my
content.
balance of life.
Are you Jewish?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh yeah,
sure
just
you're not
hide it.
Jewish?
No, you want to hide it when he comes around. I promise you.
Not Jewish.
Nah, Christian.
Is your mom Jewish?
He's Christian.
No, don't ask about my mom.
Yeah.
Sure
Are
you're not
you
Jewish?
Jewish? I can't
Me?
see you. Yeah, I can't
I'm
see
Jewish
you.
on the weekends, but sometimes middle of the week.
Like at the club, you're Jewish?
You already know.
Really?
Are you Jewish?
No.
You want to see a Jewish prayer?
No.
No one wants to see that right now. I'm gonna be honest. No one.
You brought someone to do fill-in with us right now?
Oh,
why you bring one of these? This is your prank?
No, this
it's
is
actually
not
a really
prank.
good prank.
This actually no.
It's actually a great prank.
Okay, so you want to do it?
No.
You sure?
No, not right now. I'm doing a show. This is my business.
Yeah, that's actually the best thing of all time.
Oh my God, you brought him
I
here?
wish
How
I
do
was-
you know this guy?
I wish I was creative
This is your
enough.
handler?
I met him on Melrose in LA. He fucking said, "We got a rapid phone right now."
The Mossad.
They don't
set
give
him
up.
Yeah.
They don't give up,
The
bro.
Mossad, they're pulling the
I was
strings.
in the White House last week.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What were you doing in the White House, sir?
The same thing I want to do with you.
To fill in?
Yeah.
You know?
With who? Stephen Miller?
Few people there.
Oh, wait, he has to fill in on right now? I thought he meant to fill in. No, he was talking about to fill in, like the little black box and the fucking I was like trying to understand what he's talking about. I was confused. I thought he was like to fill in what? Like I didn't understand. Wait, is he gonna make him do the fucking rap? How do you know this? What do you mean? I'm an incredibly educated motherfucker.
He already. Do you know what you tell them? You already rapped today.
I tell no when they
I say I already did
when
it,
they say
bro.
are you Jewish on the street, I say I tell them that I'm on mushrooms.
That doesn't like stop us.
Yeah, that's
I
not
know,
gonna
I
stop
know.
this kid. Are you fucking kidding me?
You guys, nothing
this is
stops
to fill
you.
in.
Nah,
The
you need a
black
better
box.
response than that.
Oh my
All
God.
right.
Like no disrespect, but but when I see this, I always think of like it's like a little Kaaba. But yeah, this is it. It looks very cool, like 300. You know what I mean? But the little black box always reminds me of like a tiny Kaaba, straight up. But yeah, you wrap it around. It does. It looks like you're wearing like a little tiny Kaaba on your head. Bro, what the fuck? Why is this party rabbi at the Nazi White House? What do you mean? You gotta fucking, you gotta fucking have a rabbi, party rabbi go and party it up. It's actually for ASMR. The boxes do ASMR. Doesn't this look like 300? Like when you rock this, doesn't it look kind of, has anyone in the chat ever done it to fill in? Do you kind of feel like you're LARPing a little bit, like you're a Spartan? I would feel that way. If I wrapped it around, I'd be like, damn, this is kind of badass. Like it is. Like Kratos. I keep clicking the wrong thing.
All right,
Steiny, why'd you do
Yossi,
this?
chill. I'm not even kidding.
We'll
Sit
do it
down.
after.
I'm taking him to the next game, so it's us actually.
We have to go with him? I thought we were going with just.
I'll sit between you two. You don't
I
even
thought we
gotta
were
talk
going
to him.
with freaking like Tila Tequila or kind of I don't know.
Is she still around?
I'm trying to think of hot girls. That's
Tila
what came out of my
Tequila, bro. I haven't
mind.
heard that name in 10 years.
I thought we were going with girls, dude.
Yeah,
have to
we
go
are. And you sit with him.
Guys, I'm back talking to you guys about Lucy, which is 100% pure nicotine. This product contains a newfound fame, right? Obviously, you were like you were a college student, and then you were like gambling online, and then you met this guy in LA, and then he got scared of Muslim people or something, and then you like.
I didn't say that.
Then
You said
meet
that.
you
And
met
I didn't say
Steve
anything
Will
about
Do
Muslims,
It.
but yeah.
You met Steve Will Do It. We got scared of the Middle East, and then you met
Yeah.
Steve Will Do It. I mean, this is a crazy series of events,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This is like a ton of these things have to happen like like in a perfect timing for you to like find yourself meeting President Donald Trump 3 times.
Yeah.
Right? Like so like
Trump Force 1 too, so probably 4, but yeah.
sorry.
Trump Force 1, no one really goes on there.
What's that?
Trump Force 1.
Well, he got a new one from
Well, he also has Air Force 1, now he is 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not okay. Anyway, you
Yeah,
met
yeah,
the president 4 times.
Yeah.
Okay? But like there has to be some sort of like kind of like emotional you're chugging dads, dude.
Dude, I need one more, bro.
You love it.
You just hand me one more, no?
Okay, yeah, here.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, there
Right,
has to
you're
be
saying
like
something
a
about Trump, yeah.
Like there's a moment from you can where you feel like have you had a moment where you feel like you've dispensed with your own privacy and then you had to establish like a sense of privacy again? Like
you mean
well, like you're like no one's ever used to like a lot of people knowing who they are, right? And then it happens, and then you have to like figure out how to like navigate
Well,
life.
yeah, no, I learned that.
Yeah.
So now I just have my sister who you've spoken to.
No.
No one has any boundaries anymore, I learned.
Your sister.
No one has any boundaries, by the way. I shouldn't have told you she was a fan. But now I live in a home in LA, and I just put like two of my best friends in there.
Yeah, he's in the Marines.
Bro. You're fucking crazy,
What?
dude.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
He's a former Marine.
Is there like a moment where it felt like it got too hot, right?
Yeah, and
I want to point out that Steiny's main producer is a fucking massive Hasanabi head, by the way. Which I only found out after doing his podcast. And there were people asking, like, how did you link up with Steiny? He DM'd me to go on his show, to go on his pod.
Brickle in Miami.
In Miami.
When we were hanging out like 6'9".
Oh,
me and Steve.
You've like interacted with like, a lot.
His name is Megaphonics.
Guy was 6'9", dude.
Well, I'm not a big fan of jazz.
Got it.
Yeah.
Me neither.
You've interacted with like a lot of musicians as well.
Yeah.
Like rappers and
a lot.
Yeah. And what was? I mean, did it ever
You don't seem like a guy. Have you been to the studio before?
For
Like a
rap?
studio session? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like with who?
I was there when what's his name? When they made
Okay, so you haven't been, but you would feel like I think you'd be really out of place if you went, but you should go. You should just go and just see the vibe.
Wait, you're acting like you're different than me.
I don't think we're.
No, you're
we're
coming here,
we're
you're
similar
coming
but
here
different.
acting like you're different.
I am not acting.
Why?
any
Because
way.
I'm wearing a fabulous suit right now.
No,
that I debuted for you. That I want to look gorgeous for you.
You look good. I'm just saying it's like it's a different vibe over there. Like you got.
No, I'm saying us as guys.
Yeah.
You're the Adam of Full Send Podcast.
Meaning I'm you of the Full Send Podcast?
Yeah, you're the bug.
I don't know about that.
All right.
I'm gonna take that as disrespect. And be
No,
honest
no,
with
it's
you.
not disrespect. We all
Okay.
play a role, and
Yeah.
they're all very important. And apparently,
You do a great job. I'm just saying. If I walked into a studio session and I saw you there, I'd be like, "You're the engineer."
What would you
or
do?
like you're doing the beats. Like you're not there hanging out.
You'd be.
Or
what?
you're like a fan. Like I wouldn't assume you were like with the guys.
So you walk into the studio session, they're like,
I walk
he's
in there
here to
like-
rap.
No, they're like,
No.
dude, this guy's in the squad. I'm there to fucking
They
hang
think
out.
of you as an entourage.
Yes, I'm an entourage member. But
Well, you're a turtle, obviously.
Yeah.
I would be a Vince.
No, I don't think so.
I think I would be Vince if we were a squad and we're in the hills. Have people offered you drugs?
Like today?
No, I mean since you've become famous.
Yeah, a lot.
Really?
Yeah. Surprised no one in your crew did, but yeah, a lot of people have.
Here?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna get drugs? What from?
There's a lot of
From
people
the
back here.
Yossi?
No, Yossi's not got nothing. Trust me.
I know.
Yeah, he has
I know.
nothing,
He has
yeah.
to fill in.
Yeah.
How do you like conceive of like what your platform is, right? Like, because at this point you have like a massive reach. Like you have like a tremendous amount of powerful people that you're interacting with.
Mhm.
And like, how does one prepare? Like, when you have Trump coming on the show or Elon Musk, like, how did you prepare for that type of opportunity?
For Elon, I probably took like 30 milligrams of Adderall.
Really?
And then just watched like 4 or 5 different podcasts he'd done.
You watched
like,
4 podcasts?
Like, I don't know, like a lot of shit that he's done on YouTube for like 4 or 5 hours. And then
you
in my
felt-
head, I was like,
you
all right,
felt
I'm
ready?
good. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And then for Trump, I just was like, fuck it, I'm going in there and whatever.
Do you like look at your outfit in the mirror before you go to meet Donald Trump?
Nah.
If I
he
met-
made a comment about that.
About your fit?
Mine and Kyle's when we went on Trump Force
What did he say?
One.
Like you look like.
Thanks for dressing up for the occasion.
Oh, he sunned your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
That's
thought that was a
okay.
compliment?
No, I thought it was
You took
disrespect.
that as a compliment.
I took it
You're
as
like, that's
disrespect.
nice, dude. Happy dad fit, happy dad hat, happy dad hoodie.
I told him, you wear the same thing every day, bro. I'm switching it up.
You disrespected our president?
That was respect.
The sitting
with
president of the
respect.
United
I
States?
said respectfully, sir.
Yossi keeps going in and out right now.
He's got to rap somebody in the hallway, bro. There's.
Why did you bring this Amish to my my
Dude,
talk show?
I actually regret it. I'm sorry.
What about your platform is attracting some of the most powerful people in the world? Like when you look at it, like you're like, why does Trump, why does like JD Vance, Elon, probably, I don't know, like
yeah,
little Uzi Vert probably. He
Yeah.
came on?
No, he hasn't come on, but
Yeah. Someone like that, like
dude, I think it's just the views and the content that we put out. Like the views are good, and so they see value in them collabing with us, and the content's funny, so they like it.
yeah. Would you have someone on the show that who ideologically you felt opposed to?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
But like so you had Candace Owens on the show, for instance, right?
Now I probably wouldn't. That collab I did with her and Lily Phillips was probably 8
You
months
do?
ago.
Wait, you did it with the lady that had sex with all those people?
And her at the same time.
What is the world?
That's fucking good content, Adam. That's what that is.
And Candace Owens went on that too?
Yeah, it was me, her, and Candace.
How did that come about?
I've been talking to Lily. Nothing to do with anything sexual.
Okay.
Just like very professional.
Not a running
But she
train.
did come to my house and I didn't do it.
She came to your house?
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Okay, but yeah, but,
Okay,
but
sorry,
like,
sorry.
how are you, Candace Owens, and Lily Phillips collabo?
Because I just was talking to Lily and I was like, who could I put with her that would make this the craziest collab of all time? And then I just thought of Candace Owens.
And Candace was like, I'm down?
Yeah, 1 day's notice. She was like, I'm in. Let's do it.
On one day, she hopped on a plane for that?
No, it was a Zoom call.
She's
Because Lily lives in, I think, the UK.
Oh, yeah. She has a British accent. Yeah. In those
You're familiar with her shit.
I don't watch pornography.
That's a lie.
I think it's too contrived.
Oh, really? You don't watch it all?
No, I just like love, like making love and stuff.
Me too. I love that, but you don't ever go on or check anything out?
No, I'm 38 at this point.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah. Well,
it felt like lying to myself when I was watching it all the time.
Yeah.
How much porno do you consume on a regular basis?
Probably like a video or two a week.
1 or 2 a week?
Yeah.
That's a mature amount, actually.
That's mature,
That's
right?
like you're in your 30s?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like you're.
I keep forgetting that Steiny's in his 30s, and it gives me whiplash every time I am reminded of that reality. Like, no one who presents themselves like this should be in their 30s. It is kind of crazy. He also doesn't look like he's in his 30s, so like he straight up looks like he's 19 and also acts like he's 14. So
you're growing up.
5 years ago it was probably like 4 or 5 weeks, so I've really cut that
4 or
down.
5 a week at 25?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Oh, you were more than that?
I mean, that we were having relationships with these people. Like,
no, I was like, yeah, I'm being honest, 4 or 5 a week.
Actually, to be honest with you, yeah, like I live with.
What are you trying to be?
I
like?
live with my fiance, so I'm like, in a practical sense, I can't just like watch.
Sure.
It'd be like, what? Am I gonna go jerk off in the other room?
And you're not sneaking out and watching the Hub at all?
For porn?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's still that exciting for you? 5 years in?
I think having sex with a woman is disgusting at this point.
Yeah, I love that. Let's go.
You know, you're like waiting for your penis to fill up with blood and get hard, and then you're waiting for her vagina to get goopy and wet, and then you like have intercourse with her, and then you're like, what's her last name? Like,
right.
I don't know this person. It's so intimate.
Right.
It's so biological.
Yes.
Have you ever felt that way?
No.
You never have post-nut clarity?
No, I do have that.
So what
That's
do you think?
That's common.
You're like, where's my car? What
Where's
am
your
I
Uber at? Or, yo, I gotta do this meeting. Like, yeah, I have that. Fake phone call.
Have you ever put a girl in an Uber pool after sex?
No. That's disrespect.
That's disrespect. If you have a political guest, do you feel like a need to like deeply understand politics before you have them on, or do you just like
no?
Yeah, no, it's just a sincere question.
I'll tell you what. No.
Really?
Yeah. Because if they want to see that shit, they can go watch Fox News or CNN.
Fuck News?
Fox News or CNN, sorry.
They can go watch Fuck News?
No, Fox News or CNN. But I think that if they come on and like the podcast and you get to actually see them as a person,
yeah,
it's different.
So
I don't want to sit there with Elon or Trump or whoever and talk all politics the entire time because that's already out there. But if you get to see him as like a person,
you're seeing a different
vibe.
side of someone that's like famous for something else.
That's why I think like Trump won the election because you got to see who he was as a person.
Yeah.
People started to like change.
He seemed more authentic to people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah, I think it's definitely
That's
true.
Why he won, bro.
It's definitely true that him doing Nelk was more useful than Kamala having like Oprah or Beyonce on stage. Probably.
That is your take? Yeah, I told him that.
Yeah. Well, he also did Joe Rogan though.
What? I'm saying Rogan and Theo and like all the all these places. Like it's kind of the media has changed and you've kind of been part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've been cracking dads the whole time.
Yes, sir.
You're
Are you sure? I had a few before the interview with him.
You only drink dads?
No.
No.
No, I drink tequila too.
I don't know, like if someone is like a powerful person, like Zuckerberg's going on Rogan and stuff, right? And like Zuckerberg, everyone was like, this guy's a bitch, he's a weirdo, right? Like, boo. And then like he puts on a chain and he gets muscles. And now he's like, everyone's like, actually he's fire,
Yeah,
right?
it's crazy what that'll do, right?
But do you think that like he's clearly doing it, you know, for a share price? He's not like doing it because now he likes muscles.
No.
Or now he has muscles and chains. Like
Right.
he's doing it because like it's a branding opportunity.
100%.
And do you like, if someone's like trying to use your platform in that way, like, do you ever have a thought? You're like, yeah, this guy's just trying to like, some guest is like a weird freak and they're trying to use us to seem normal.
I mean, if it's Zuckerberg,
I'm not saying if it's Zuckerberg. I'm saying like, you know,
Wait,
I'm not. This is a hypothetical. Like I'm not saying it's
but wait,
right or wrong.
let me just respond. If he has a chain and muscles, does that change who he is, or does it just change his
Yeah,
look?
he gets on Rogan now.
He would have done. I mean, yeah, he wants to go on Rogan with a different look, but it's not going to change his like who he is. Has anybody ever offered you like one of those guys to come on your show and they'll pay you?
Yeah, a lot. Bezos, Zuckerberg.
No, not
yeah.
like that, but just like a random guy or anything like that.
To pay me to do this show?
Yeah.
Most certainly not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've had, I don't know, you. Who else have we had? Scumbag Vinny. Who else? Have people offered like a?
Yeah.
Do
Like
people offer like a big bag to like do full send podcast?
Yeah.
And you've accepted?
No.
No.
And to just do like a reel with me and shit like that, and I've said no.
You don't do that?
No.
SpawnCon?
No.
What's your number though?
A lot.
Like
honestly, I don't even think I would
Qatari guy loves you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
do it.
For what?
I don't think I would do it at all.
What about million?
Yeah, done.
So you would
For $1 million, fuck yeah.
You would suck a dick for $1 million?
No, I did not say that
It's
at all.
just one suck dick.
No.
It's $1 million.
I can't do that. Would you do it?
Yeah, it's for $1 million.
You do it for $1 million bucks. That's your price.
What?
We could
People-
actually
people
probably
call me
find someone
gay
out there that
anyway.
would do that.
No one's gonna give you $1 million that suck their penis.
I think someone would pay me that. If they could film it, then I
How
think
does it
somebody
change your life if you suck one penis for $1 million?
Well, is it filmed or not filmed?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because if it's filmed and they can take that out there, then
For porn?
yeah, then they could probably
I
make
don't
it
know
back.
if I would do porn in general. But
no,
like,
I wouldn't. I've already thought about it.
yeah, but like,
already
if it's
thought
just
about
one
it.
penis suck, I don't think it changes anything other than the fact that I have $1 million. Would you suck a penis for $2 million?
No.
What about $5 million? No. $5 million is so much money.
I can't do it for that.
What about, okay, 100
Dude,
million.
I can't do it.
100 million.
Okay, now you're speaking a little bit closer.
Okay.
Yeah. But you said you do it for $1 million. I want to make that very clear. You said you do it for $1 million.
That's so much money.
I'm at the 100 million. I'd rather
I
do it
want
for
to
like
send my
100.
kids to college one day. Well, you know, I'm getting engaged and stuff. I
Okay,
don't
well,
take life
you're
serious.
still gonna
seriously.
fucking probably be in debt with just that.
Does that mean that that's...
How many kids do you want to have?
What does it
College
change?
is expensive.
What does it actually change if you...
That you have to live with the fact, if you're a straight man, that you still went and did that for money.
Yeah, but who cares? It's $1 million.
I'm not gonna lie. I would not. If I had it, I wouldn't take you to the next game. If
So
I knew
you
you
would
sold
feel
your
like-
soul for that.
You would feel like in pain the rest of your life?
Yeah, bro.
Why? Because you... for
Unless-
$1 million you sucked one penis?
Unless I was blacked out, then like maybe I'd think about it.
What
If I
the
was
fuck?
really hammered.
So if you were date you would... What are you talking about,
Dude, I don't
Simon?
even want to. Can we move on from that
Simon,
question?
Do you believe in like a specific thing, like a woman's right to choose?
Yeah.
And like, Trump was affiliated with like, taking away that right from women in
Yeah,
this country in
I
a lot of
disagree with
places.
that, yeah.
I don't know. Like, does it like? Do you ever feel like you're like it's just for the bag, or like, come on? There is like a little bit like, I don't know. Trump is running for president.
Yeah.
You guys are cool. He's trying to seem cool.
Yeah.
But like, if that results in like maybe I don't know, there's a weird calculus or like moral like.
Here, I'll answer that. I think you get caught up in not only what's going to do really well for the views, but also I support Trump. Our whole team supports Trump.
Uh-huh.
But like, we did a collab with Andrew Tate a month ago.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of backlash from that.
Because you stood up for
I didn't
women?
stand up for him. No, because I did a video with one of the brothers, Tristan.
Tristan Tate. Yeah.
But like that, there comes backlash with that. But you get kind of caught up in the moment on what's going to do really well right now.
There's like a backlash from who? From people
Just
that
from people
that are against Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How did that manifest? Like, what was the backlash there?
I just did a video and then people were like, how the fuck are you associating with a guy like that? you know, he has all
It was
these
just
claims coming
comments,
out.
or it was like it was,
It's so funny because like that had to have been like even Republicans that shit on him for that. Because like they've even fallen out of favor with Republicans, partially because they say like unhinged anti-Semitic shit, and also even worse than anti-Semitism, anti-Zionist, or not even anti-Zionist, I don't want to say that, anti-Israel shit. Okay. And also the sex crimes. So even like even Republicans who like Donald Trump don't like the Tate brothers anymore. Like, yeah, Ron DeSantis literally said he didn't want Andrew and Tristan in Florida. He banned them, which is ironic because that was kind of a good thing, because then they went to Los Angeles, and I think there was a separate sex crime charge that was filed against them in Los Angeles in the short period of time that they were in Los Angeles. So
Comments, DMs.
did it have
fucking
like a
personal people that I know?
Your mom.
Are y'all tired of losing yet? Cope harder. What? Losing what? On 200 ping wall? Brother, I think you're losing. You got 200 ping.
Who got mad at you?
No, she didn't.
Has your
She
mom?
got mad at me for Trump.
She got mad at you for Trump.
She didn't talk to me for like
6 months.
maybe 8 months.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Trouble.
I know, it's tough.
How'd you patch it up with your mom? My parents would be so mad at me if I was.
I told her like
sending it with Trump.
we can't have.
They would hate
He doesn't
it.
drink. You know he's sober.
I know he's never drank.
Okay, so he doesn't send it.
Well, sending it in terms of a collab opportunity,
that's true.
sending it by chilling with it.
We didn't talk for 8 months.
8 months.
Yeah.
How did you patch things up with your mom?
I told her we can't talk politics anymore. Then I bought her a house.
Really?
Yeah.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Summerlin.
How do you know? Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Here, you want me to read your last questions?
No, I want to ask you. I want to say a name to you.
Okay.
Timmy Dieters.
Who's that?
I think you know who it is.
I actually don't.
I think you do.
Who is it? Damn, bro. Yes, I do know who that is. His name is Timmy?
Yeah, Timmy Dieters.
Is that the actor's name or the character's name?
That wasn't the name of the character. Stop acting coy. Timmy Dieters.
Okay.
Oh, God.
What about this?
Who is this gentleman?
He played shortstop in the Bad News Bears.
And who did he get this role over?
Me.
In the Billy Bob Thornton reboot of the Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
Dieter stabbed you in the back.
He got me.
He shanked you.
Because I definitely outread that kid.
You did?
Yeah.
He's got headphones on still?
Yeah.
Dude, he's watching The Hub.
No, he's not. Oh, yeah.
And you know what he's watching. He's watching Khalifa, Hijab.
No, I was thinking of Bella Danger, but yeah, no.
What?
Nothing.
No, we're good.
Go back to it. Do you ever worry that like a girl wants Steiny but doesn't want Aaron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they meet Steiny and then they hang out with Aaron for like a week or two and then they just fall in love.
So you inhabit Steiny.
Yeah, use Steiny to reel him in. And then they meet Aaron and then they're like, fuck, this guy's awesome.
When is the moment that you introduce Aaron?
Like one-on-one, like deep talks. Like when I
Deep
get to
talk.
actually want to know you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you use like the can't get into this restaurant fucking flashy lifestyle to reel him in and then, yeah. Dude, am I kidding? I have to take a piss. Is that cool?
That's crazy.
I've had like fucking 4 of these. I've had 3 plus 2 in the trash. Can I go to the bathroom?
One more moment.
Okay.
It feels like in this country right now, Steiny,
Yeah.
that we're ushering in kind of a Weimar Republic situation. What do you make of that statement?
No comment on that one.
After this term, would
I vote for Trump for 3rd term? So you're gonna ask?
Yeah.
No.
Damn.
Would you accept a cabinet position?
Yes. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
What would you be?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'd have a new position.
Doggy?
There we go, my
Steiny,
God.
everyone.
Let's go, my God. Thank you.
Would I a cabinet position? No. Watch till the end. Oh, it's the rabbi.
3 weeks ago.
What was it like there? No, I can't right now. I can't right now.
Why? What are you busy with?
What? Stop it. No, I don't want.
Part of the stream.
I really don't.
Put it
Come
on,
on.
put it
I don't want this on the show.
Oh
So can
my
I show
God,
it to stand
he
up?
put it on.
I know how to do it, dude.
So take off the jacket. Let's do this. Let's do a
I
mitzvah.
don't. I really don't want to do it.
We're doing it for God.
Hashem? Who? Menachem Schneerson?
Nope, God. Baruch. It is. You sound like Larry David now.
Yeah. I'm sick of
With Larry David.
You know Larry David? Can you call him?
Spoken to him. I'm not in direct contact with him at the moment.
19% donkey approval rating, 6-3 scout victory. The Congo Rwanda peace deal deportations. You Even at 19% approval rating, just like the Democrats, your viewer count dropping daily, not being able to do anything about Trump and MAGA. The list is endless. Are you tired of losing it? Dog, you're a Twitch watcher. The fuck? I'm one of the top content creators on this platform. What do you mean? Like, what are you winning, brother? It's like, dude, you suck. Your life is awful, dude. You're so washed, brother. Ironically enough, the more Trump sucks balls, the more my view count goes up. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Not a single one of these things actually impacts your life in a positive way, okay? 6-3 SCOTUS victory. Yes, the Supreme Court is completely captured by right-wing individuals. Point to a single thing that actually impacts your life in a positive way. Again, fake peace deal that is just for dummies like you, I guess, to go, oh my God, he's a deal maker. Deportations as a positive is also shocking. Once again, not impactful in your life in a positive way, impactful in your life in a negative way. So much so that even Donald Trump had to fucking pull back from that. Also, yeah, I hate the Democratic Party. They deserve the 19% approval rating that they have. Why the fuck would the Democratic Party's approval rating affect me, dumbass? Keep coping with your fake laugh. Cope harder. Okay. He said I have a 19% approval rating.
No, don't. You're putting this online?
Whatever you want. You make the decision. I don't need to post it if you don't want it. That's all I wanted. Now say thank you, God, and pray special prayer between you and God.
Wait, why is he taking it off?
Rapport asked me to pray for the next, so God willing.
Oh, that'll work. All right, thank you. We're not going to put this.
We're not going to put this. Hey, you know who doesn't have a low approval rating? Zoran Mamdani, as a matter of fact. Look him up. Next mayor of New York.
You're an eater. You're a feeder and an eater. You're a real ass eater.
Maybe you could have arranged those words a little differently.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. Oh yeah.
You know, that guy. I think I'm doing all right. Chatter's follow list. Let me guess. Asmongold, Denims, and the Nicole T. No way. I can't believe it. Why do you hate follow? Why do you hate watch a person and follow them and shit? That it's just like weird as fuck to me. I don't get it. But having said that, that's the last thing I'm doing today. Love you guys. I'm tired. 8 hours. Another half day as always. I'm gonna go hang out with my family. Not to flex on that one loser, but I'm gonna go hang out with my family that I love. Spend time with them.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan.
Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Damn, this guy's good.